Saratoga.
Welcome to this Thursday edition of Saratoga Live as we continue on Whitney Week. We'll preview the big one coming up this weekend. In today's fourth Caldo Candy for the Bond Barn. Look at him, made it 3 wins in the last 4 starts. 5-length winner last time out. That was here at Saratoga. Back during that Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Eternal Hope returns for Godolphin and Charlie Appleby. Can she get it done in today's Glens Falls? Among those she'll face, Chop Chop, grade 3 winner for Brad Cox, who has reinvented herself, the former Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies favorite. Now a force going long in the grass, and this will be her pilot today, the international superstar Frankie Dettori, trying to kickstart his Saratoga summer. Today's action presented by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, sun is shining. It is a warm one. Here in upstate New York at Saratoga Springs, that crowd will swell throughout the afternoon as we get set for some terrific action, including a $56,000 Pick 6 carryover coming up in Race 5 later on today. Part of that sequence, of course, that Glens Falls. It includes the returning champion here, McCulloch, for trainer Chad Brown. He's got another one in the race as well that figures to be a pace presence. And what will we get from Chop Chop with Frankie Dettori aboard? This is a look at the field that will line up going 1.5 miles in this 9th race, grade 2, Glens Falls. Only race today that remains on the grass. Everything else is moved to the main track today except for this one. Let's bring in my crew. Jonathan Kinchin, champion handicapper, 4-time Breeders' Cup winning rider. Rajiv Mirage, what do you think today about McCulloch?
Look, I think that she's always kind of shown up and run her race, but I think at a short price, there's a couple of other interesting horses in here that could possibly make it a little bit more difficult for her. But look, she's definitely a pretty special horse.
Arad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard today. Rajiv beat a pretty good one in this race last year in Warlike Goddess.
She beat Warlike Goddess, who's a top flight filly. But if you go back to this race last year, she had the most amazing trip in this race. And Warlike Goddess had a really tough trip. The reason why her trip was so good, she was able to save ground every step of the way. And when it was time to run, Irad was able to navigate, get her in the perfect clear. Today, her biggest obstacle is her outside post. That short run into that first turn, breaking from the 7 post, I cannot see a way that Irad is going to be able to get over to the inside. And that might be the biggest obstacle for her.
We'll talk more about that as we get closer to that race coming up. Also in this field, the 4-year-old return of the Sands Point and Jockey Club Oaks Invitational winner for Godolphin and Charlie Appleby.
Yeah, this is a horse I think is very interesting for a couple of reasons. One, she ran well, both obviously, in both of her starts, winning downstate at Belmont, or at Aqueduct at Belmont, or Belmont at Big A at, you know what I'm saying, right?
Gotcha.
Got it? That's what I meant to say. My point is, Eternal Hope ran extremely well as a 3-year-old.
Yes.
Now she's a 4-year-old, and I'm hoping that that step up is going to make her even more competitive against a group like this.
They usually don't take a step back out of this outfit, do they, Rajiv?
I mean, Charlie Appleby, he does run them when he feels like they're good. And this filly did so much good things as a 3-year-old. You expect that natural progression into a 4-year-old. And one of the things to consider, she has success over a yielding turf and soft turf. And today there should be some give in it from all the rain we had yesterday.
Yeah, listed as good on the only turf race we have this afternoon. Everything else comes off the grass. Today's race is presented by Claiborne Farm. We're about approaching the 5-minute mark to post to kick off this card with the early pick 5. That pick 6 carryover begins in race 5 and includes that grade 2 Glens Falls. You can play it all by getting signed up and started with the official betting app of Saratoga. It's Naira Bets. Get that offer right there, that $250 deposit match. New customer bonus when you punch in that promo code for new members at sign up. Spot 250. Again, right there, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime with us all season long at Saratoga and beyond at NairaBets.com. So our first race, I thought this was a difficult race to try and sort out. This entry taking a ton of attention right now. $16,000 claiming 6 furlong sprint, JK.
Yeah, well, both of these horses project to kind of be able to come from off of it, and there seems to be a lot of pace in here. The 3, Chateau, the 4, Critical Threat. look like they're going to try to heat it up on the front end.
Post 3-4 Riders Regret, who looks like probably the stronger half of that entry.
Yeah, ran for 32,000 last time, now in for 16. I think this is the one that I believe is the most likely winner.
Stablemate breaks right next door, Bronx Bomber.
Little buy one, get one free with this entry. I mean, I think the one's the stronger half, but there's nothing wrong with having the 1A if you play this horse.
Chateau still awfully quick, got the lead last start though, and a horse in this field ran him down.
It's his third race in 20 days. How does he respond to that?
A little bit slower too than he's been of late in his last couple of starts. Critical Threat, this is the horse that beat Chateau last out.
My top pick, I think he has the perfect running style to be right on top of the pace and get the first jump on the closers.
And on the outside, Charging Arrow, 5-2, Fernando Abreu trains.
Yeah, comes in off the training change, draws the 6 post towards the outside, which I think is going to come in handy with all this speed in here, be able to see what everyone's doing to the inside.
So that's your group, 5 minutes away from this early pick 5. Coming up again, a couple of races in the sequence that were meant for the grass. They come off. As you look at that crowd, trying to get the best seat in the house to catch all the action. Up there on the fence on a very warm afternoon here in Saratoga. Let's go back to Riders Regret. This horse actually was a vet scratch at Monmouth in mid-July. Returns to this spot. For the most part, has been facing better company.
Yeah, it's something I've talked about a few times. When it comes to these vet scratches, you know, the vets will look over a horse after a horse is claimed, and if they feel like there could be an issue potentially, they won't allow the claim to go through, and the horse will be returned to the owners. And so for me, I think what happens in those situations, sometimes these horses might just have, you know, when I get out of bed, it takes me a little second, you know, to kind of get moving. And I think sometimes these trainers can find out they have a horse that might get vet scratched. They can start placing them a little bit more aggressively because they're probably going to get them back.
And the process to get back to race a horse that's on the vets list is such a meticulous process that I actually witnessed it this morning, saw a horse working to come off the vet list. I mean, they check them from head to toe, videos and everything. And so when you see a horse come off the vet list and comes back to race, it really doesn't bother me because that means that horse has been through a microscope of examinations.
3 minutes of post to kick off this Thursday card. Let's check in for the first time today with Acacia Clement.
Hey, Greg, and we'll start there with the number 1, Riders Regret, who did actually have a shoe repair back in the paddock, but handled himself very well, kind of kept that cool, calm demeanor that you like to see. If anybody really got revved up as a result, it was the 5 Charging Arrow, having to wait a bit there. But as far as Riders Regret is concerned, a rather reserved warm-up out on the track. He's a horse that sometimes can get a little bit revved up, a little bit sharper behind the gate. He's acting great today. Of the other kind of main contenders in here, was a horse that I did prefer physically. He looks like he's just doing really well, carrying terrific weight and condition for the Cantermasses, who dropped him in for 16 today, but they claimed him for 12,500. He certainly has some back class, and it seems that the longer a horse that's claimed stays in the Cantermasses barn, they kind of are able to figure them out and put them in the right spots, and just looked like that could be the case with this guy here today. The number 4, Critical Threat, got the win over Chateau last time out, and he was coming in off a bit of a layoff from April to July that day. Ended up breaking sharpest of all in that group, and then let Chateau go, who has that early speed. But looking at him today versus last time, and off the back of that win and now off the claim, he just looks a little bit more drawn up today. He's definitely gotten hotter out on the track. So from an overall physical perspective, I did like what I saw from him more last time versus today, but obviously he's in good form. He's looking to make it 3 wins in a row, and we'll see if he can keep the momentum going. The 3 at Chateau is also off a claim, and this will actually be his 3rd start of the Saratoga meet. So the fact that he's not carrying quite as much weight as he was at the start of the meet, no surprise with a lot of racing and that it's been so hot. But overall, he's fine. It's not something I'm concerned about. He's just definitely more tucked up than he was on July 12th. He was very quiet back in the paddock. That is totally normal for Chateau, even though he's a horse with tremendous gate speed. And he actually didn't break sharpest of all last time out. He always looks asleep in the paddock before they get out on track, and Jose Gomez gave him a big warm-up away from the pony. He's very quick, and we'll see if he can build off of that 2nd place finish and maybe turn things around, turn the tables on Critical Threat today, as he's a horse that certainly seems to be thriving on racing. Greg?
Well, thank you, Acacia. 3-1 right now. You just look at his last couple of starts, JK, and he's 9 years old now. He's been He's been fun to watch over his career on this circuit. His last 2 starts, though, he's just so much slower than really his last 4.
Yeah, look, I picked this horse. I feel like I picked him maybe 2 of the last 3 times. I'm always a huge fan, especially just a horse that just lays it down out there, like just goes hard from start to finish. Speed is always a weapon. And I'm not even overly concerned about the 3 races in 20 days. John Kimmel doesn't do this very often. In the last 5 years, he's tried it 31 times between 1 and 15 days rest. 7 of those have been winners. And so the fact that he comes back in here, I think he's going to run a good race. You know, you just kind of take it easy in between these races, and these horses can run more often than I think a lot of modern-day trainers run them. My problem is the pace in here, to me, is going to be a little bit quick, and he's going to have to deal with that.
Well, he's a gutsy horse, and if he gets away with a moderate to a slow pace, he's going to be tough to beat. But I expect that the number 4 here is going to be putting pressure on him, and I don't see him really getting away with it too easy on the front
I know
end.
we don't talk about weights that much anymore in this game, but Critical Threat and Chateau, and there's Critical Threat. They ran at equal weights last time when he ran down Chateau. He actually gets 3 pounds from the speedster Chateau today.
Yeah, I'm not a big weight person unless, which is why I also eat ice cream almost every night before I go to sleep. But if it gets to like 7, 8, 9, 10 pounds, I pay attention. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I don't let it affect my decision.
It doesn't move the needle much for me either, a few pounds.
Interesting jockey on the 4, by the way.
Romero, jockey change, and
Raj's cousin.
so excited for him to get an opportunity like this. Very live shot here.
So we'll see if Romero can cash in on Critical Threat here, who got by Chateau last start. See if he can do it again. That horse is awfully quick. Will Riders regret be making a move here as well, facing a lot easier company than he usually does. We're set to kick off this Thursday card. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramonte to get us started.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Very even start. Chateau is quickest now and asserts himself. It's Chateau opening up a length and a half on Critical Threat, moving into second. Charging Arrow is third, just in front of Riders Regret and Bronx Bomber. It's Chateau with an easy lead to the half-mile pole. Almost 3 lengths to Critical Threat second. Length and a half to Riders Regret. Racing on the inside of Charging Arrow and Bronx Bomber, 22-1 for Chateau. Chateau continues to increase that lead. It's up to 4.5 lengths around the far turn. Chateau all alone. Critical Threat now 5, 6 lengths behind in second. Followed by Riders Regret, Charging Arrow, and Bronx Bomber. They turn for home. Chateau with a commanding lead. In second still is Critical Threat. They're inside the final 1/8 of a mile now. And it's Chateau clear by 7 lengths. Bronx Bomber has taken up the chase, but it's too little and far too late. Chateau and Jose Gomez in a romp. Bronx Bomber second. Critical Threat and Riders Regret.
Running shoes on today for the 9-year-old veteran. Chateau broke like a rocket, opened up a big lead, and never looked back.
Yeah, speed is dangerous, and this horse was fit and ready. 3rd race in 20 days. He popped away from there, made the front, and advanced his position throughout the stretch.
I mean, great ride by Jose Gomez, is utilizing his speed to keep that separation and put everybody in chase mode. And coming off the turn here, he really took no prisoners approach, got that separation, and you can tell that he was where he wanted to be, about 6 lengths in front. From here, it looks like game over.
Just broke their spirit, and he did it pretty early on in this race. Bit of a throwback effort for this horse.
Absolutely, he had everyone in chase mode from the start, immediately. It didn't take long, and he had made the lead. And you know, I've always been a believer that when you're going fast on the front end, the horses behind you that are chasing are probably going faster than they want to go as well. Even if they're coming from off of it, you're probably sucking them along as well to kind of go faster than they want, and you could see that was evident when they turned for home. There was a bunch of, quote, closers in the race that did no closing.
He was clipping 11 seconds for every 1/8 of a mile, and it's hard to keep up with that pace. You have to really have some natural speed. In his last race, he was dueled with a few other horses, other fast horses. So him being able to take control today really brightened his spirits.
9 years old and still got a little bit left in the tank, as this performance proves. Chateau, the win. Wait and see if he got claimed or not for $16,000, or if he's going to stay in the John Kimmel barn. Just took it to this field early. Jose Gomez for Kimmel and America's Pastime Stables. And a 3-1 start to a card and an entry that, you know, it happens a lot. Maybe got overbet a little bit, too, for the price of one.
Oh, they love the BOGO on the entries. Always a little bit overbet. It looked like there was going to be a little bit more pace pressure for Chateau, but when he cleared, they were all running for second.
Former Eclipse Award-winning apprentice right there. Jose Gomez continuing to adjust to life as a journeyman and picks up a win here at Saratoga. This horse, by the way, did not get claimed, so we'll go back to the John Kimmel barn. We're going to take a timeout. It's Whitney week, and the Whitney coming up on Saturday with last year's Preakness winner, this year's dominant Met Mile winner. Can National Treasure do it again and firmly establish himself as the best older horse in the country? Stay with us.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Nominate your horse today to join racing's elite on Travers Week at Saratoga, August 21st through 24th. The championship road runs through 9 stakes, topped by the DraftKings Travers. Go to NYRA.com/horseman to nominate by August 10th.
Back with you on Saratoga Live here at the premier meet in the country. It's brought to you in part where you can play all the action all meet long and beyond at NYRA Bets. The 9-year-old Chateau, 11th win of his career. Nobody after that sharp break really had a chance in this race with this performance this afternoon under Jose Gomez. John Kimmel first off to claim. The victory here at 3-1 to kick off this card. Pays $8.90 for the win. Let's go to Acacia.
And happy to be joined by winning rider Jose Gomez, who knows Chateau well. You've ridden him several times over the years. And a tough old horse, Jose, that just really knows how to turn it on when it's game time.
Yeah, he has one style of running, and gotta let him do his thing.
And it's funny because I always comment, like, back in the paddock, he looks like he's asleep, and then he kind of wakes up on the track, but he has that very fast gate speed. As a jockey, how nice is it to know that your horse is going to be able to go to the front?
Yeah, well, like you said, he's real calm, so he's done this multiple times. So when he comes out, he warms up well, and when he's in there, he picks his head up. He's ready to go, and when he breaks, like I said, just let him do his thing.
And you just kind of ran away from the rest of the field the entire race. This would be a fun way to win here at Saratoga.
Yeah, best way, stay clean, do it nice, yeah.
Could put those silks right back on for the next start. But we've talked about you making the transition from apprentice rider to journeyman and picking up now several wins throughout the summer here. How meaningful is it with the hustle paying off to get these victories?
Hard work pays off, and it's great to see, that it's paying off. So, just it motivates you a little bit more to keep doing it too, and keep everybody happy, keep yourself happy.
Well, here's to many more. Congratulations here.
Thank you very much, Acacia.
Jose Gomez and Chateau run them off their feet in the opener, Craig.
He really did. Raj, I mean, just like your cousin, young guy, seems like with a really good head on his shoulders, positive attitude, and deserving of some chances.
Super talented rider, and we're looking at today in 2024. I expect that when we fast forward 10 years from now, Jose Gomez is going to be a part of the jockeys that you talk about at the top of the standings, because he is a part of the future of the jockeys in our sport.
So especially here, to make that transition to a journeyman from an apprentice, it's not easy.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's like the worst idea ever to try to do that here, right? I mean, all these good riders, that room is full of Hall of Famers and future Hall of Famers, and to make that transition at a place like this says a lot about Jose Gomez and the talent he has, and his agent, Angel Cordero, obviously doing a great job for him.
And here's where I don't think it's the worst idea. I think you learn so much riding against this colony. If you're investing in your future, this is where you want to be. What he learns here, getting beat up a little bit by some of these guys, will do him so much more better transitioning to the top of the game.
Yeah, no one better to learn from than the Hall of Famers, future Hall of Famers you have in this jockey colony. Pick 4 coming up next in the second race here, a race that was meant for the grass. It has come off now main track. Again, the only race staying on the turf today, that Glens Falls later this afternoon. 5.5 furlongs, maiden special weight. These odds will change. Seca Diabo, I think, is going to take a lot more money.
Yeah, I would think so. I would think so based on those dirt races. But, the horse to the outside, what are you doing? Frostel, the MTO, I thought was interesting, dropping in maiden special weight. Is maiden special weight. Ran a good enough figure last time, although it wasn't the most impressive finish in that race.
Yeah, that was a loaded field, though, that Reynolds Channel won. Finally put it all together for Bill Mott. We're going to take a timeout. We'll talk Whitney when we come back. First mission, multiple graded stakes winner, is going to give National Treasure another try. Bright future, grade 1 winner here last summer. And Skippy Longstocking will the third time be a charm for a grade 1.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Delmar Futurity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst lasted home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
And they're off at the Naira Bets Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
And as the field turns for home, Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers
Will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the Whitney Stakes, only on Fox Saratoga Saturday. Back on the program, our ABR race of the week. It is a big one in this game with a lot of history behind it. Grade 1 Whitney, it's Saturday. Mile and an eighth, $1 million purse. And of course, the dominant Met Mile winner, last year's Preakness winner, is showing up for Bob Baffert in National Treasure. Let's meet the field. We have a large 12-horse field that's going to line up. We start with post time for terrific trainer Brittany Russell.
Yeah, he was second in the Met Mile to the favorite of this race, National Treasure. I think he was passing tired horses. I'm worried about the mile and an eighth for him.
Yeah, going to go a little bit longer than he ever has. Disarm, it's Steve Asmussen with Joel Rosario.
Last year's Travers runner-up, making his third start of the year, he hasn't quite rounded back into the form that he left us with as a 3-year-old.
The morning line favorite. Dominant in that Met Mile here during the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival for Bob Baffert, National Treasure.
He's been really good so far this year. He was an all right 3-year-old, right? He won a Preakness, but he's really turned the corner. He reminds me of like a gun runner who was good at 3 but was exceptional at 4.
Really has turned the corner. Warrior Johnny has run 2 of the biggest races of his career here at Saratoga.
And a horse that is trending upwards. His last race, and it was super impressive, winning allowance race by 4 lengths after having a lot of trouble in that race.
Brad Cox says they're going to try new tactics with First Mission. They're going to sit off of horses on Saturday.
Well, we'll see how that goes. I mean, I think that looking National Treasure in the eyes forward and on the lead probably wasn't a great idea. I'd like to see what's going to happen with him with those new tactics.
Il Miracolo produced some big efforts, including a grade 3 win at Gulfstream 2 back.
Yeah, he was third in last year's Pennsylvania Derby, a horse that always runs a good race, so consistent, just seems like he might be a little notch below the grade 1 level.
Early June, Krupe won the Suburban here.
Every time I see Krupe, I think I wish Next was in this race, but Krupe will be running late, and you'd like to think the pace is going to be honest with a Bob Baffert favorite in the race.
We're going to see him in the Birdstone, don't worry.
Okay.
Tumbarumba, 20-1 morning line for Brian Lynch.
One of the most gutsy horses. He loves a dogfight. He won by a nose in a Fred Hooper earlier at Gulfstream Park. He's just trying to look to break through at a grade 1 level.
Todd Pletcher with Bright Future. He won a grade 1 here last summer in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Nice comeback race off of that Breeders' Cup Classic run where he was 6th. He's going to have to get a little bit faster for this group, to beat this group, but it's not the craziest idea.
Skippy Longstocking, dangerous here for Saffie Joseph Jr. Jose Ortiz rides.
A horse that has some fast races in him. He's run triple-digit bar speed figures in 5 of his races. Most recently, he finished third by 2.5 lengths in the Stephen Foster.
He was just behind National Treasure, too, in that Breeders' Cup Third Mile. Arthur's Ride, that sensational effort on this track back on June 7th, but now he's got to try and do it against Grade 1 company.
Well, he got loose last time. He got comfortable, he got brave, and he ran very fast. He is not going to be comfortable on the front end this time around.
And Charge It, another Todd Pletcher runner who, after that Dwyer a couple of years ago, we thought this was going to be the next superstar in the sport.
That Dwyer win was one of the most remarkable wins I've seen. A 23-length win with a 111 buyer speed figure. His last race, though, left a little bit to be desired, and he's up against it with a tough outside post.
And that turn at a mile and eighth, too, it comes up very quick. That is a very difficult post for any of those, really 3-4 horses on the outside. National Treasure, JK, he handled that competition in one of the most prestigious races in the game with ease last start.
And I love what he's doing from a style standpoint nowadays, right? Flavien Prat puts him on the front end. It's one of those Bob Baffert horses that the faster the better. They're much better on the front end going 46 than they are going 49 walking the dog. That's their weapon. Flavien allows him to be forward here, and I think that's what they'll try to do on Saturday in the Whitney.
Yeah, he's such a free-running horse. He uses his speed. He wants to go. They make a good combination here with Flavien because he's one of those jockeys that allows horses to run their race, doesn't get in their way, and he's been just pairing up big races.
Flavien Prat already has 7 stakes wins at the meet. That's amazing. We're not even at the halfway point.
Yeah, it's remarkable, the success he's had. It's like we talked about a little bit earlier with Jose Gomez, obviously a different comparison, but coming into this colony and having success is not easy. Whether you're an apprentice turning into a journeyman or you're a journeyman that's coming from the West Coast, it's not the easiest thing, and Flavien's done it without much hesitation.
But he does get great support. He always rides live horses, but he deserves the support that he gets because he's really a top-class rider.
Win by National Treasure in this race. Is he your far and away front runner for Horse of the Year?
I would think so. I think if you take into account the Pegasus, you take into account the Met Mile, which to me is like a grade 1 plus, which the Whitney is also, in my opinion, like a grade 1 plus. It just hits different than other grade 1s. I think you put those 3 in the can and you're cruising. I think the only horse that could probably take it from him at that point would be Torpedo Anna if she won the Travers.
Still to come. That's going to be part of our Fox Saratoga Saturday schedule. Both those races. Whitney this Saturday. 4-star Dave. Coming up August 10th. Alabama for 3-year-old fillies that all of a sudden everyone's scrambling now. We got a shot to win this race with North Torpedo Anna because she is going against the boys in the DraftKings Travers. Kenny McPeak announced that on our Jim Dandy show this past weekend.
Torpedo Anna's decision, or Kenny McPeak's decision with Torpedo Anna to run her in the Travers, makes the Travers a better race, and it makes the Alabama a better race. It's a great decision for racing for all involved.
Meanwhile, the second race coming up. Moved main track, 5.5 furlongs coming up. It starts the Pick 4. Let's go to Acacia.
And you do have a couple of horses who stay in here with some decent dirt form, but there are 3 first-time starters, which I think is always intriguing, especially in an off-the-turf race, is you don't really know what to get with them as of yet, and maybe they're staying in to get a race under their belts from fitness perspective, or maybe they could potentially handle the main track as well. So we'll take a look at all 3 first. We're starting off with the number 5, Mum's Poem, who I do think will benefit from this race from a fitness perspective. He is already a gelding, debuting as a 3-year-old, and the dam's only win was on the grass, but both of the siblings were dirt sprint winners, but he's just a big, heavier type of built horse. He just really looks like he's going to benefit from a start under his belt. He's also debuting with short blinkers on, too. He's a very good-looking son of Munnings, and obviously that kind of Munnings build, powerful sprint build, but just one that I'm going to take a little bit of the wait and see approach. Now, the number 6, Speed Figures, also will debut with blinkers on. And while there's not an abundance of turf in the pedigree, it's a lot of synthetic, particularly in the siblings. Super Legacy, who was a 5-time synthetic winner, largely up at Woodbine. One sibling won on the dirt, but the 2 kind of main ones were more Tapeta type horses. So I always do wonder how that will transfer over to turf or to dirt. And this guy does have a little bit of a turfy foot to him as well, kind of that flatter hoof, but he's very fit coming in for his debut. And once they got the tack on, he really got much sharper. He has some good size to him, though. He looks like he might want to go a little bit longer in the future, but I always take a look at Mike Trombetta's horses, but this one, his only local work was on the grass over at the Oklahoma training track. So we'll see how he handles this main track today. Looks like he's ready, but maybe this is more of a jumping off point. Now, the number 7, Letter Perfect, sold as a 2-year-old for quite a bit of money after working 10 flat at the OBS March sale of 2023, in which he was asked a little bit early, but just had a very quick stride to him and looks like a quick horse. He is very fit, very athletic, though a touch green when coming in here. Just a little bit vocal, a little bit chatty, kind of looking around. Seems like now that they've gotten the tack on, he's settled himself a bit more, and he's trained well on both turf and dirt, according to the DRF Clocker report. He does have a little bit of a flatter type hoof on him as well, even though in the pedigree it's a little bit more dirt. The dam was a dirt sprinter, and she's the half-2 graded stakes placed horse named Telekinesis. And again, maybe a starting off point mentally as well, but very, very fit for this first race debut. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. Pick 4 post parade for the first leg of the sequence when we come back. Side-eye Looks like it's going to continue to take this money. First start on the dirt coming up for the Mike Maker barn, off to a tremendous start at this meet as his pilot, Tyler Gaffleone.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why NYRA is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The NYRA Foundation, supporting our community.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage. Saratoga Live. We're approaching the 6-minute mark to post here in race number 2 to start this pick 4. Again, all races off the grass except for the Glens Falls. Here is Side Eye, still favored. Tyler Gaffleone for the Maker barn.
Yeah, I don't quite get it. This is a horse that has been running on the turf and the synthetic, but I don't know. Maybe his trainer would be a good guest for Cart Talk.
Is that a tease?
It's TV. Wolfie, I remember I told you it was TV.
Zeka Diabo, the best dirt form of anyone in here.
Back-to-back second-place finishes, and one that has enough natural speed to be very involved in the early pace.
Kendrick Carmouche on a first-timer here, the 5.
Yeah, not taking too much money for a ratio to pause.
Michael Trombetta with speed figures.
I know this one was entered for the grass, but the mare actually won back-to-back allowance races on the dirt.
Letter Perfect debuting for Christophe Clement with Joel Rosario.
2 turf works in the recent form, and they tried to get on the turf here today. I feel like they're just giving this horse a race.
And the main track only entrant, Frostel to the outside, comes out of that very tough maiden special weight, the Reynolds Channel one.
Yeah, very tough race, drawn towards the outside, has some tactical speed, and the speed figure suggests this horse has a great shot in here. You don't ever want to see a horse 8th beaten 12, but like you said, Wolfie, a pretty tough group.
Well, this is happening right now. Bidding open for the Midsummer Flash Sale on Facing Tipton Digital. It's a boutique 2-entry auction focused on 2 very top-quality racehorses, including a manual graded stakes winner. Bidding will close today at 3 p.m. Eastern. So it's a manual, an ice cream, U-Scream. 33% interest available for that one. And a manual who's put together a pretty nice resume in his career.
Yeah, he's a really cool horse, and he's always you know, he's done some good dirting in his career, but he's also done some good turfing. And one of the things I've always recognized when it comes to horses like Emmanuel as potential horses to switch barns or to buy or whatever, is when you have a trainer like Todd Pletcher that they started with, you know that they received every ounce of care, attention, vet work, feed, riders, in the morning, staff, everything has been premier, so you know you're getting a good, healthy horse.
Dot all the I's and cross all the T's. You know, Todd, he does everything to aid a horse as can be. And yeah, Emmanuel has shown talent. He's a really promising horse and runs some big races.
Some people will think, Wolfie, that, well, how am I going to move this horse off of a Todd Pletcher? Well, you don't have to. Well, first of all, you don't have to move the horse. You can keep him with Todd. But where's the improvement? I think that because of the basis and the foundation they have of being with such a great trainer, there is a lot of room for improvement.
Go to digital.phasingtipton.com. Again, that boutique sale ends 3 p.m. Eastern today. So if you're interested, get involved as we get back to race 2. And I think we're all a little surprised that this horse, I think, looking at the doubles too, is going to go off your favorite, Side-Eye, first time on dirt.
Yeah, I mean, they do this from time to time. When I say they, I mean the public. And don't get me wrong, I'm not counting myself out of that equation as well, as I make lots of mistakes. But I think what happens is you look down, you see a horse who's familiar, you got a handful of figures that you can lean on. You can also try to get in off the goalpost with the synthetic races. I don't think this horse can't win. I just think this horse shouldn't be the favorite.
I am just surprised that Brian Lynch, top trainer, had him. Then Mike Maker, who currently has him, had him for many races and never tried the dirt with him. Always entered him for turf or synthetic with such a dirt pedigree. The mare was a dirt winner. One sibling ran 104 by on the dirt. So I can't decipher what they saw in him not to try him on the dirt.
Well, there's the main track only entrant, Frostel, who they debuted on grass. Then at this meet back on July 13th, JK, in that loaded maiden special weight race, it's going to get a lot easier company in this spot.
Well, here's the thing. At some point, like you mentioned, they entered for turf, so they thought, oh, maybe turf works for this one. And then they went out of their way to enter MTO, right? They could have entered for the turf, and then if it came off, just stayed in. They did not want to run on the turf, which makes me believe that they all know, and we should all know now, that this horse is better on the dirt. And I think that based off of those 2 runs, if this horse is a dirt horse, drawn towards the outside with some of this tactical speed, I just think Frostel's going to be hard to beat.
Pretty gray son of Frosted. Eric Cancel will be aboard.
I'd also like to add that I love the cutback in distance for this horse. From 7/8 to 5.5. Showed so much speed first time out, going 6 furlongs. And then last time, going 7/8, kind of chased and tired.
Let's go to Acacia.
I do think that a little bit less distance will benefit Frostel, and as Rajiv mentioned, he was just kind of in chase mode the entire race. I mean, Hurricane Nelson went right out to the front and set a pretty honest pace, and while this horse was asked to keep up with him, he just couldn't and kind of steadily dropped back in there, and was just his second start. They tried on the turf first time out, but this is a horse that actually does have a big pedigree. He's after Gotham winner Raise Kane, who was obviously won that race going long, but also was a pretty good sprinter too. Frostel warmed up nicely. He just is kind of the most convincing as far as being able to handle the conditions, even though, as I touched on back in the paddock, a couple of the first-time starters intriguing me. This is the one that I just trust to know he wants the dirt. Now, the number 1, Side-Eye, yes, it's very curious that he has never been on the main track as of yet, because he does have pedigree for it by Jimmy Creed, and he's after Grade 3 winner Quantum Miss, who is a very good dirt sprinter. Several horses in the family who were good on dirt, but as I've touched on before, I don't think that synthetic and dirt races or synthetic and turf are always the same. I think you'd have to treat it as 3 separate surfaces. Now, that said, Tyler Gaffleone took this horse away from the pony, gave him a lovely warm-up out on the track. He's incredibly strong and well-muscled, kind of that quintessential sprinter build to him as well. He looks like he's doing great. It is curious that this is his first time on the main track, but he stays in here and seemed to warm up well over the main track. We'll see how he handles it, but it is a short price for a horse that's trying something for the first time. I mean, you got a bigger price than Zeka Diablo, who's run well on the dirt so far, Greg.
As much as I don't understand Side-Eye being 2-1, I even more don't understand Zeka Diabo, the 2, being 5-1.
Too short, or you want it
high.
shorter? Okay.
Don't you think?
Fire it up. You know what you do in this situation, right? You want me to host for a second? You want to fire up the Naira bets?
I already did.
Okay.
And I will say, look, in the 7, obviously they wanted turf. Acacia would know better than I would. But according to the DRF Clock Report, had a decent dirt drill as well.
Well, I wonder which one it was, because I think we even have heard Mig say it on the show yesterday, and I'm curious what Rajiv thinks about this. But I've heard this notion that a turf horse will work well for a half a mile on the dirt. But when you start going a little further than that is when the true colors come out.
And that is true. While they'll be traveling on the bridle for about a half a mile, and sometimes you feel like you're locked and loaded, and then after that they just kind of just fade away. And the same horse will be able to sustain over a mile on the turf. It's pretty crazy how that works, but that's really how it is.
Pick 4 starts here. 5.5 furlongs, move to the main track. Starts this early sequence. Races 2 through 5 here with over $130,000 in the pool. It's Side-Eye, first time on the dirt from the rail for Mike Maker. The favorite, let's go to Frank Miramati.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And it is Speed Figure, very fast, going straight to the front, opening up 2.5 lengths. Frostel comes away in second, Side-Eye at the rail third. Then comes Zeka Diabo in fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. Letter Perfect hustled into contention. It's a distance to Mum's Poem, who trails. Speed Figures goes through the opening quarter mile in 21 4/5 seconds, pursued by Frostel into second, and Side-Eye on the fence. 3 off the pace in third. Letter Perfect, Zeka Diabo. It's a long, long way to Mum's Poem. They have a quarter of a mile to go, and Speed Figures, the one to catch. Side-Eye comes off the rail to chase now, moving into second, followed by a flattened out Frostel in third. They're in the final furlong 2-horse race. Speed Figures, Side-Eye getting closer. Side-Eye with the momentum, and Side-Eye is up to take the lead. Just shown the stick by Tyler Gaffleone, putting this field away. It will be Side-Eye to win by 3 widening lengths. Speed Figures second, Frostel third in front of Zeka Diabo.
Side-Eye, this was easy, wrapped up late under Tyler Gaffleone. Word was out, we didn't get it.
It was a wonderful trip by Tyler. He sat on the inside. It's like the best trip you can have. You in the pocket, you're chasing right in behind the leaders, and then when they turn for home, you tip out, go around 1 horse, and finish the way that Side-Eye did. I think the experience, Rajiv, probably had a lot to do with what we just saw out of Side-Eye. I'm still not convinced that Side-Eye is going to be the best dirt horse in the world. I just think that today he was the best horse in the race.
Well, I mean, this is a big performance for him compared to his other races. So, you know, I'm just curious to know why he waited so long to try the dirt. Maybe circumstances of how races came up. But this was a very good run. But like you said, beautiful trip. Just sat in the pocket, tracking the pace setter Speed Figures, who came out of the gate like a professional. For a horse making a debut, that horse came out fast, ran at the quarter in 21. Just wasn't able to hold off Side-Eye.
16th win of the meet for Tyler Gaffleone. Let's go back to the start. Keep your eyes on the 1 and comes into the 2 a little bit immediately.
Yeah, I mean, very marginally broke out a bit. Tyler grabbed the left rein instantly and corrected it. Don't think that would be remotely close to considered a foul or anything.
You know, you said 16 wins for Tyler. I just want to highlight, and we've been talking, it's kind of been the theme so far of the show, highlighting how complicated and difficult it is to break into this room here. Tyler does not spend his entire year in New York. He's everywhere. He goes to Florida, he goes to Kentucky, and then to come back here in Saratoga after being at all those other places and rack up 16 wins into the teeth of the Irad Ortizes and the Flavian Pratts and the Manny Francos and the Dylan Davises, who spend a lot more time in New York than he does, man, it's pretty impressive.
Best start by far he has ever had at a Saratoga meeting. Good for Tyler. He's right in the hunt. He's only 3 back of the leader of the meet. Gets one with Side-Eye here. Public was on board. Horse goes off the 2-1 favorite and kicks off this pick 4 with a victory.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
For over a century, success starts at Saratoga, America's #1 yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 winners, with back-to-back Preakness winners.
She's the Grade, wins the Preakness!
And Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Kingsbarns, and Prince of Monaco. The 103rd Saratoga sale, August 5th and 6th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Back on our Thursday coverage on Fox Sports 2, pick 4 underway on a very warm Thursday afternoon. Side-eye, first time on a dirt track. Race taken off the turf here in the second, and looks very impressive getting that maiden win.
Absolutely. A good name, too, right? Side-eye. Pura Vida Investments, they always have a lot of fun names. You look through on the 1s and 2s. There's a lot of fun ones. Prime Schemes.
Yeah.
Some other ones.
I'm intrigued to see if they keep this horse, if they try to go on the dirt next time, or if they try to put him back on the grass.
Saratoga special winner? Prime Schemes,
yeah. Ricardo Santana, yeah.
$6.40 for the win. Tyler Gaffleone, 16th winner of the meet. He's with Acacia.
That's right, and he rode this horse on turf last time, but Tyler, side-eye, he seemed like he warmed up really well on the main track today. Did that kind of give you an inclination that he might handle the surface?
Most definitely. You know, when I kicked him off the pony, really very forward, took a nice hold of the bit and galloped over there great. He warmed up like a monster and definitely gave me a lot of confidence going into the gate. When he broke the way he did and put himself in the position, traveled the way he did, I felt pretty confident.
Really kind of a dream trip for a sprint, too, in what you were able to get from him today, kind of in that garden spot. How good of a feeling is it when you're able to get your horse settled right there?
It's great. You know, like I said, he was traveling really well, especially approaching the 3/8 pole, and Louis was starting to come back down and kind of open up the door for my horse to get out, and when he did, he got real brave, took a nice deep breath, and went on about his business.
We're used to seeing you here in New York, especially in Saratoga, and having a great start to the meet, but as we were just talking on the show, you spend the rest of the year all over the place, Kentucky, Florida, New York as well. How big a deal is it to be able to keep that business and keep those relationships going in this summer meet when you're not here year-round?
It's very crucial. You know, like you said, we're not New York people. We come up here during the summer, so there's a little bit of reluctancy, especially when you have horses that are sticking around. I won't be able to stay with them, but you know, my agent does a great job. He builds those relationships, and we've been fortunate. We've gotten off to a good start, and hopefully we can just keep building.
Keep it rolling. Congratulations on another win here.
Thanks so much.
Side-eye with the victory. As Tyler and I were saying, we both give a lot of side-eye, receive it sometimes too, Greg.
What a start for this young man here. How important is early momentum at this meet?
Early momentum is definitely vital, especially if you know, it's such a short meet. And if you're looking like you want to get off to a good start, people give you more opportunities. If you get off to a slow start, you might end up losing some of the business that you might have had. So, connections tend to gravitate towards the hot riders. So it's very important to just get off going right away.
There's nothing worse, and there's probably nothing better than these two scenarios. When you're at the racetrack, all these owners are at dinner together, and they're talking, they're handicapping the races, and to say, man, that one guy, so-and-so, he's really riding poorly. That doesn't help you get business, but what does help is, man, did you see Tyler has 16 wins? And next week when the entries come up and you can't get IRAD, they say, hey, see if Tyler's available, and it's a system that just keeps rolling.
Well, this next race coming up, got a 33% chance of winning it. Just 3 horses are going to line up. Move to the main track, and 2 main track onlys get in. Ichiban toned up, but peak popularity. This horse was actually in the Mother Goose for Chad Brown. I know did not run that well, was a huge price that day, but this horse has some talent on the dirt.
This is a fun look. It's unfortunate when we end up with 3, but it's an interesting race, that's for sure. All 3 of them can win, and we'll see what happens. It's going to be a rider's race, I like to say, right?
Yeah, but peak popularity came out of a match race last time against Annie Port, who was no match for her. But these 2 contenders, I think, will be formidable.
Peak popularity is going to end up in a 6-horse field one day and be like, whoa, where are all these
horses? Like the Kentucky Derby, what's happening? Coming up over the weekend, not just the Whitney, we have the Grade 1 Saratoga Derby Invitational and a berth on the line to the $5 million Cox Plate at Moonee Valley on October 26th in Australia in that event. What a lineup for Saturday. One of the most important races for 3-year-olds. Well, probably the most important race for 3-year-old sprinters in the country. The Test, presented by Ticketmaster, Basic, Tipton, Lure, Troy, and of course the Whitney.
There's Derby Day, there's Belmont Day, there's Breeders' Cup Day, there's Travers Day, and there's Whitney Day. Are my favorite race days all year long. I love, love, love the Test, the Saratoga Derby, the Troy, the Whitney. It's outstanding.
Well, this is the group that's going to line up in this middle jewel, this Turf Triple Series, with that big berth on the line to the Cox Plate. And Aiden O'Brien bringing in Diego Velasquez, won by 7 lengths in a Group 3 at Leopardstown last start.
He did. He did so 16 days ago as well. Fun fact, Aiden O'Brien in the last 5 years, when he's brought a horse in off of 1 to 22 days rest, presuming they all, shipped in, 1 for 22. Does not do that very well, but Rajiv, this horse definitely looks like the class.
Yeah, it's a long way to come in a short period of time, but this win was impressive. It's hard to judge and determine the horses that he was beating there, but it was a Group 3, which in Ireland is usually a very strong race.
Meanwhile, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th place finishers all coming out of the first leg of the Surf Triple Series, that Grade 1 Belmont Derby, including horse who finished 3rd in that spot for Godolphin, and Charlie Appleby, Legend of Time.
Yeah, Legend of Time definitely deserves some attention from the horse's runs. He's had some pretty nice races here in the U.S. But for me, Rajiv, I like the 3 Royal Majesty to the outside right there with that maroon cap, the Bessalou Stables. I thought this horse has had unlucky trips in back-to-back starts and is going to be a significantly better price than Legend of Time.
I think both of these horses had trips in this race that weren't too fortunate because the pace was very slow. The front runners controlled the pace. Legends of Time didn't get out until late. So that affected him. And also, Royal Majesty, he had a pretty tough trip as well in there. So I do think that both of these horses have a good chance to move forward. It's going to be a much more honest pace because on the far outside, White Palomino, he's going to have to come out to get running to work his way over to it, and that's going to ensure that the race at least has an honest pace.
And I love what they've done here, trying to make this sport more international. Can you imagine American horse going to the Cox Plate, Moonee Valley, down under $5 million purse in that weight for age race?
I'll tell you, look, it's the international involvement. Whether it's Japanese horses coming here, or our horses going to Royal Ascot, or even a situation like this going down to Australia to the Cox Plate, it makes the sport just a little bit more interesting.
So we'll see who earns that berth coming up on Saturday. Mile 3/16 on the grass in this Grade 1 coming up on Saturday afternoon. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. John Velasquez sitting down with Rajiv. Gets an honoree mention here for his ride of the week. We'll tell you all about it when we come back on our Saratoga Live coverage here on it.
Verstappen. Here's the finish. Ancient roll.
War Bomber's won the King Edward.
Shield Team has won the Twilight Derby.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No trip to Saratoga Springs is complete without a visit to Sacred Spa and Wellness, a state-of-the-art med spa just minutes from downtown. Whether you're looking for luxury body treatments, infrared sauna, massage, yoga and Pilates classes, or more advanced health and wellness treatments like chiropractic, hydrofacials, body sculpting, laser genesis, laser hair removal, and microneedling, Sacred Spa and Wellness is the destination for relaxation and rejuvenation. For a full list of services and to book your visit, go to sacredspaandwellness.com today.
The Ladbrokes Cox Plate, Australia's best race. Group 1, 2,040 metres at the Valley. Won in recent years by some of the finest middle distance horses in the world. Romantic Warrior, League Rocher and State of Rest. And this year the Saratoga Derby Invitational is one of 3 international qualifiers for the race. In 2021, Joseph O'Brien became the first trainer to achieve the historic double with globe-trotting superstar State of Rest.
It will be State of Rest to win it here by a length. State of Rest just in front of Animo. State of Rest holding on. State of Rest, I think, has just won for the Emerald Hole.
Who won a grand total of 4 Group 1 races and was soon after acquired by breeding giant Newgate Farm, where he resides at stud. Who will take up the challenge in 2024 and etch their name on Australian racing's most famous honour roll?
Johnny, how did you see this race shaping up? What was your plan going in?
With this field, it was pretty simple because I rode her already. I rode it going 5/8, and then I rode it back at Aqueduct. And I know she doesn't have very much speed, though, you know. So all I wanted is to break it, a little position to go into that first turn, and get it comfortable with what I knew she was comfortable what she was doing.
Now the gate opened. Seemed like you get a fairly good start from the inside. How did that work?
Good enough, though, you know, that I was really surprised she actually jumped out of the gate really well, though, you know. So I just kind of left it comfortable, you know. I was like, well, this is the better start. I mean, normally she's really slow from the gate, man. She really doesn't jump well. She jumped really well, and normally you kind of have to kind of nudge it to get a position. She actually got in the first turn and got a little hold on me. It was like, wow, this is even better than I expected.
So,
you know?
so that's what, so you're happy now that you're there and you're not having to ask.
Exactly, yeah. So once we got to the backstretch, and I'm watching Franco in front of me, and he's going, so now I have a target in front, though, you know, and he's
Talk about what it's like targeting. Like, do you pick out a specific horse to target?
Well, when you do homework, all right, you do all your homework, you pick the horses, you know. So now I have a target that I think is going to take me somewhere, right? So I'm thinking, well, he's going to open this for me. So I'm trying to follow him not too far back. So when he moves, at least I know I'm going to take the spot.
Because you don't want to be behind like a long shot on a horse you expect to stop.
You know, the horse is coming back to you, and then the problem with my filly is that once you get it going, you don't want to get a stop either, because it's hard to get it going. Now you're looking for a space. And I was thinking right here, so I try to squeeze it a bit by, or just come outside and make it easier for her. And I would say once I got into the outside, I knew she was going to run.
Do you feel like that was the most crucial part of the race when you got to the outside?
If I would have stayed inside, I would have get squeezed. And if I get squeezed, she was going to get, slow it down, though, you know. And you can see the last 16 of a mount, she's just reaching. She's reaching quick and really, really nice. And the only thing that I hesitate, and I have to say it because the rule with the crap right now and everything, I lost my count now. It's like I'm thinking now, did I hit one more? It's like I'm thinking I hesitated just the last strike that I gave. It's like, oh, this is my 6th one, so let's go.
Right, because jockeys are allowed 6 maximum strikes up-handed.
Yes.
And in a game of inches, each little thing.
Each movement costs you.
And when you end up winning by a nose, that's what makes the difference. Awesome. That's good, man.
Thank you, brother.
Difference-making ride from the winningest rider in the history of this racetrack.
I mean, all the decisions that he made in that race, those incremental moves are what made the difference between winning and losing. And it was so funny because Johnny had won the Jim Dandy earlier in the card and obviously rode a great race there. But this specific ride was every aspect of it is what made him win.
It's a nice reminder for anyone who had the horse that ran second in that pick 5 that was paying a lot better.
Sorry, Jim.
Not me. I'm just talking about, just in
someone
general.
pretty good ride on fierceness, too.
He's a legend. He's an absolute legend. And although Sierra Leone did not go outside of him, his plan to make Sierra Leone try to go outside or have to duck to the inside was remarkable in terms of race riding.
I think that was some astute strategy because when you float fierceness out, when he takes fierceness out the middle of the track, we all know that Sierra Leone is a hard horse to navigate outwards. So it forces Flavien Prat to commit to the inside. And once he's in there, fierceness has the advantage of being the one that's making it a little bit tight on him. And because you could see that Johnny started, when he saw Sierra Leone on the inside, he started drifting back down towards him to, make him see the other horse.
Yeah, take the fight to him. I don't think we've ever been waiting on so many big decisions for a race. First, we're waiting on Torpedo Anna. Now we heard she's going to tackle the boys. Now we're waiting to see if Fierceness, the 2-year-old champ off that Jim Dandy win, is going to move on and go to that race. And we're waiting to see if Muth is going to make his first comeback since the Arkansas Derby win.
I have a little bit of an insight. Talked to Todd Pletcher this morning. He said that Fierceness came out of the race in great spirits. Great spirits.
Great spirits. Okay.
I like it.
I would love it. We all want to see him there. That's what everybody wants, especially after that comeback performance. As we get back to today's action, race 3. This race comes off the grass as well and just has 3 contestants. Surprisingly, what do you think? 4 to 5? Surprised to see peak popularity right now, the favorite?
No, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, the horse ran well last time. Won by, 18 or whatever it was. People get excited about that kind of thing. Look, I think this is all 3 of these horses can win. I think that in this situation, you find the one that you like the most, you think has a little bit of a tactical edge, and go in that direction. I don't think that either any of these horses really stand out in comparison.
Let's go to Acacia.
And starting there with the number 3 peak popularity, as Jonathan mentioned, she did win by technically 18.5 lengths last time in a match race with a horse that is much more of a turf horse, and she was actually the main track only in that field. Peak popularity today, she was in the body of the race, and she has run okay on the turf before, and I've always thought she has a turf hoof, but she's really gotten on her toes once they put the tack on. She's convincing for the distance. I have no problem with the 1.25 miles for her. In fact, last summer at Saratoga, she ran second at the 1.25 miles. She's continued to improve physically and mentally. Last time, she was really just such a standout over her competition. Today she has one more horse to do battle with out on the racetrack, but she looks like a standout again in the paddock. Now the number 9, Toned Up, is a horse that she's a 7-year-old mare. She's bitonalist. She often is right there. I have no problems with the distance for her, as we saw last time, with her also finishing second in, I believe it was this version of this exact race. A lot of these horses in the turf, off the turf opening day, and she was main track only that start as well. She's great, as she always is. She's always very laid back and reserved in the paddock. She's great in her flesh and her coat. The only thing with her is that she just doesn't seem to be able to seal the deal. I'm going to watch how Flavien Prat warms her up, because it seems that sometimes if she's just too far back and maybe left with a little bit too much to do, these short fields are such riders' races. See if she can work out any sort of trip to turn the tables, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 3 lining up. So we take a look at the man who's leading the way at this Saratoga meeting. Chad Brown. Mike Maker just got his 10th victory back in race number 2, making things a little interesting. But terrific meets. Bill Mott, Mark Casse, 32% at the meet right now. But they're all chasing that man right there.
Yeah, and he's a hard one to chase, right? I mean, look, he's a huge favorite to win here, especially, you know, with the weather avoiding. You know, we've had a couple of days, we've had some weather, but it hasn't been anything too crazy on big days where a lot of Chad's extremely nice turf horses show up. So he's got the numbers, he's got the quality on dirt, he's got the quality on grass. He's going to be tough to beat.
He targets this meet. I mean, you know, anything short of winning the meet is going to be a disappointment for the barn.
Let's get to our very brief post parade here coming up in a moment. And Chad Brown will send out right now the 4-5 favorite, Peak Popularity, who was an 18.5 length winner over just one rival last time out in a race that came off the grass.
Yeah, it was a match race that day. Did it easy, 18-1. Has some tactical speed, and I think they probably learned something in that last race. Didn't show a lot of speed previously, but that was the best way in these types of races to win, is to be forward and be on the front end.
Oh, that's because they've learned that they like match races.
They probably do like match. I'm sure every trainer and rider loves a match race.
Yeah, the worst you can finish is second.
2 main track onlys, the only other 2 in the field. One of them is Ichiban, Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz.
Was 3rd in a 4-horse field last time, but won 2 starts back. Going a mile and 1/8.
And a huge long shot outsider at 5-2.
Yeah, ran a mile and a quarter last time in an off the turf race. It just is a little bit slow on numbers, but not too far away in a group like this where there's only 3 runners.
Yes, face some okay horses. Just Catherine, Coppa Girl. Kind of handled herself okay. These races, Raj, you guys don't see them a lot. 2, 3 horse fields. Is there more pressure on you guys in these types of races because you're not really faced with how to handle them?
Well, it's narrowed down, so now everyone is being targeted, right? Manny Franco aboard Peak Popularity. He's being sized up by Jose Ortiz on his outside on Ichiban, because these guys know neither one of us can give each other any kind of inch, any breathing room. So what I expect to happen is they're going to duke it out up front. And this might set up a situation where Flavien Prat just lets them get into a bar fight with each other, potentially sets the stage up for Toned Up to capitalize on a meltdown if these 2 go too hard too early.
Going to be interesting to see the tactics in what now becomes definitely a rider's race with just 3 lining up. Let's go to Acacia.
And happy to be joined by Matt Cantamasi, who sends out Toned Up. And Matt, she's often right there. Maybe not the winningest type, but you know that she can get the distance for sure.
I know she can get, and if you don't rush her, we know she's giving everything at the end. It's mile and quarter, more than usual what this horse has been running all year. Mile and 8 maximum goes. So I think if we save and they get a little tired, we can get it done.
And she's a horse that has really been well entered in a main track only spot. And it seems like you've been taking more and more advantage of entering like that.
Yes, we have some certain horses we need to follow in the summertime, of course, whatever we can make it best and big advantage for them. And MTO is working out really good in Saratoga. It's so much natural place than Long Island, so we get in rain here a lot.
Anything can happen up here for sure. But she's, like I said, about Toned Up. She's a horse that seems like she's ultra consistent. It has to be nice to have a horse like that in the barn.
Yeah, because you are running good purse. Naira doing great job with the purses in summer meet. And you have to find that kind of horses can hit the board a lot. So, of course, we are looking to win every race we are in, but sometimes tough races, tough horses, you try to get a check, of course.
Some great insight. Thanks for the time, Matt, and good luck here.
You're welcome. Thank
Great. Greg?
They're easy to root for. Brothers Matt Ken and Ilkay, and disappointed we didn't get a chance to see Heavy Jets the other day. Not just because she's a talent. I thought she was going to be tough in that race, and it came off the turf. She scratched, but she's been such a great story, and she really sort of changed their career. First graded stakes winner for them. She was an $80,000 claim and has become a multiple graded stakes winner.
Yeah, the people that follow Naira day in, day out, especially during the winter time, they would have already been a bit familiar with this barn because they run races and they do well off the claim. But for them to get that exposure at Saratoga and winning graded stakes, it just gives you a different level of exposure and also confidence in other people giving you horses.
3 to 5 favoritism, JK.
I was laughing that the three of us picked 3 different horses in a 3-horse field.
It is pretty funny. How is someone 3 to 5 in here?
I think when people see win by 18, it gets them going a little bit. I also think that from a tactical standpoint, based on that last race, it looks like Peak Popularity has a tactical edge. It's Chad Brown. There's a lot of people,
When it comes to tactics and strategy for this race, I loved what the trainer just said. He said that his filly toned up, he likes her settle, and he doesn't want to rush her. And I think that's going to benefit her in this race. The way for her to win this race is for a complete battle between Ichiban and Peak Popularity, which I expect to happen. I cannot see Manny Franco or Jose Ortiz giving each other any breathing room early. And I see Flavian Pratt just sitting back there, letting them duke it out, and then toned up just being the only one that has enough gas left to have a big run in the stretch.
Not bad either, running for a purse of $115,000 in just a 3-horse field. Let's go to Acacia for more.
Yeah, I thought what Matt said about entering and what you have to think about with being a horseman was very interesting and very important as well when taking notes of these kinds of races. And we'll see if maybe some of the other horses do get tired because Toned Up is the one that can handle the distance. Meanwhile, Ichiban is a horse that I'm concerned about getting the distance. She has won here in Saratoga going 1 1/8 miles, and I know she's won pulling away, but that was last year when she was really in good form. She got the win 2 starts back, being able to control things on the front end. And then last time was very disappointing in and off the turf race as the main track only and as the favorite that day. And that afternoon, I really did not like how she was warming up. She looks like she's doing better today overall, but I still do really have my reservations about the 1.25 miles with her. Linda Rice is another trainer who is very opportunistic with entering horses in these main track only spots, and it does bring forth a lot of wins, but you can only do so much if the race comes off the turf and it goes to a distance of 1.25 miles like this one. Can this horse get the distance? That's still a big question for me, Greg.
Yeah, and I guess that's part of it. Now, it was supposed to be 1 3/8 miles. Now it's 1.25 miles, and you see the 3 to 5 favorite. That is a filly that owns a win at 1.25 miles. It came at Churchill Downs, and that's how she broke her maiden going that distance. Maybe that's part of it.
I mean, sure. I just think that
it's a very slow 1.25 miles.
Yeah, but these aren't the fastest horses in the world either. And there's an edge here if they run the race they ran last time, right? If you tell me right now that Peak Popularity, when they turn for home, is going to be leading by 9, I could guarantee you that she would win. And I think that a lot of people, when they look down, they see Chad, they see that last race, they figure, easy work.
That was a 2-horse field against any port who has never raced on the dirt before, and it was really, it was not even a match race because any port didn't put in any run. More like a paid workout.
Yeah.
But saying all that, you got to bet her, if you like her, on her form before that. Last year, running against Nigeria in the Mother Goose and second in an allowance race at Saratoga in 1.25 miles off the turf. If you like her on that form, I would say that's what you should bet her on, and not the most recent race.
Toned up with Pratt. I mean, this one, she's got a 1.25 miles effort on this track. Race that came off the turf last summer, and she got a buyer speed figure that was basically the same, right in that ballpark is peak popularity when she won in Churchill.
She just hasn't been as fast these last 3 races of her career. So you wonder if she's going in the wrong direction. She seems like she's up against it from a style standpoint for a race like this. Now, if Rajiv is right and they hook up and they, then I guess I should stop talking. There's only 3 horses. You got to do your thing, huh?
Fascinating. We don't get to see this a lot, so it is pretty interesting to see what tactics are going to be involved. Cat and mouse games played. 3 lining up here in this 3rd mile and a quarter. Move to the main track. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Thank you, Greg. 1 more left to load. Toned Up going in. All set. And they're off. And it's peak popularity, but there goes Ichiban. Ichiban alongside up to take the lead. Peak popularity will match strides, and that leaves Toned Up at the back with a lap to go. So it is peak popularity and Ichiban. They're stride for stride, moving into the Saratoga clubhouse turn. Toned Up will be about 3 lengths behind them. The pace is moderate. The opening quarter went in 24 3/5 seconds. So Manny Franco has peak popularity, leading by a neck. Ichiban will keep her honest, and Toned Up also in hand. 3 lengths covers the field as they get ready to swing on to the backstretch. Peak popularity in the Klarovich colors, 3/4 of a length. Ichiban is now a length behind in second as peak popularity tries to sneak away. 3 more lengths. Flavian Pratt biding his time aboard Toned Up. The half went in 49 3/5 seconds. No change since the gate opened. Peak popularity will go to the half-mile pole, ambling along. Ichiban gets a little bit of a nudge to try and quicken the tempo, and Toned Up is now just 2 lengths behind the top pair. 3/4 went in 1:14 3. Peak popularity, letting it out a notch. Ichiban, 2 more lengths. Toned Up is called on, has 4 to make up as peak popularity. Ichiban now fully extended in second, getting some pressure. Toned Up to the outside. They're at the top of the stretch. Peak popularity cuts the corner, has been breezing along the entire journey. Ichiban could not keep pace, and Toned Up is far behind. Peak popularity, strolling through the stretch. She is simply too much. Ichiban trying to hold second over Toned Up. No drama, peak popularity in front-running fashion. Geared down to win it by 4 lengths. Tight photo for second goes to Toned Up just in front of Ichiban.
Peak popularity. Manny Franco sent her out with some intention to get to the front, and she leads every step of the way for the win.
Yeah, she went out there and basically did what she did prior, just taking advantage of some tactical speed in a small field race where being on the front end is easy. And shout out Manny Franco on the 9. Excuse me, Manny was on the 3. Pratt on the 9 for getting that check for the Cantor Mossies they were talking about.
Well done. Steal second late here, Raj.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that Ichiban didn't engage peak popularity at all early. Just really relinquished the lead, and I don't know.
Handing the horse the race. By the way, when peak popularity broke her maiden at 1.25 miles, she ran just about the exact same time at Churchill Downs.
2:06?
Yeah. 2:06 and 1 that day. 2:06 here. I think we know what she can do at 1.25 miles. 4 to 5 sets the pace. Had that advantage. Jose Ortiz yet choosing not to press, and she's able to open up on this field in the stretch. 4 to 5 favorite with the victory. And the 3rd in the books. Well, the price is for you when we come back. Race away from this Pick 6 carryover on our Thursday afternoon card. It's peak popularity, 3rd win of her career. She's faced some short fields the last couple starts.
The classic looks of a 2-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing. I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on this Thursday card from the premier meet in the country. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Pitching to Jonathan here to do a podcast specifically on this race for next week and all the intricacies of what happened here.
I'll just get Manny on and talk about basketball. He's got a big game tonight, basketball game tonight.
He really does. For charity, that's happening tonight. Raj, you're going to be doing what at the game?
Yeah, I'm going to be commentating on the game.
How about that?
They moved me from the bench to commentating.
How about that?
With
Peak
Mitch.
popularity, gate to wire for the win here in the third at 4-5. Let's go to Acacia.
And here with winning trainer Chad Brown. As Chad, peak popularity, match race last time, 3-horse field today. Is there still an idea to maybe get her back on the turf one day?
I don't know. We entered her in here on the turf, obviously hoping it would come off, and it worked because she got an inside post, which was helpful. So 2-horse field last time, 3-horse. We're going to go to 4-horse field next time and really test her out.
Gradually increasing, but she's able to handle the distance too. And Flavian Pratt put her on the front end and just was able to ration that speed nicely.
Yeah, Franco actually.
Oh, sorry, Franco.
Yeah, it's okay. And he did a great job. He left there, and you know, he just didn't make his mind up. He told me in the paddock, I'm just going to play the break and see what everyone's doing. And I know it was only a 3-horse field, but it's a rider's race, those situations. I heard you say that in the paddock, and I completely agree. And he did ride the best race.
He certainly did, and like I said, she was able to sustain that speed down to the wire. But coming up later, you have a real class horse in the Glens Fall, sending out 2 in there. But namely McCulloch, coming out of a disappointing effort in the New York. What have you seen from her since then?
She's trained well. I bounced around from 3 turns to 2 turns to 3 turns, just kind of based on what was available to me. Back to 3 turns at Saratoga, a little cut in the ground. She should find her race today. I don't have any excuse for her. It is a tough field, but it's her trip.
And by Frankel, too. I know, of course, a special and meaningful horse for you. Best of luck later. Congratulations here.
Thank you so much.
Chad Brown kicking off his afternoon with peak popularity. It was popular at the windows as well, Greg.
We need a new segment. Obviously, she's earned it, but most fortunate Philly, maybe? She had to beat 3 rivals total in her last 2 wins.
Yeah. She's doing it, though.
Yeah, doing it pretty easily,
She's beating whoever
too.
they put her up against, so.
Gets it done at a short price in this race coming up. Race 4 is the start of, or race I should say, before the Pick 6 carryover. Starts a middle Pick 4. New York bred, allowance optional, claiming 6 furlong sprints. Look at this board. Wow. It is the Finger Lakes Shipper. This is a neat horse. 6 for 8 lifetime. Jack and Bernie trying to win 3 in a row. This horse is very fast early, JK.
Yeah, going to get disrespected to a certain extent because he's been doing a lot of his running at Finger Lakes, but the clock don't lie, and the speed figures don't lie. He is the fastest horse in here, and if you can get 5-2, I'd take it right now.
Really? Doesn't need to prove it on this circuit for you?
No, he's been proving it against the clock. You know, I mean,
Okay.
obviously, I understand who they beat. Well, he's beat the clock. He's beat the clock in a way that you need to. He's definitely the fastest horse. Now, look, is he going to get some adversity? How is he going to handle that? We'll find out in a few, but he's definitely the best horse in this race.
All right, more on this fourth coming up in a moment. Coming up tonight, another great event. Oh, sorry, this was last night. Casamigos for Jocks and Horses. All the stars came out at the Adelphi Hotel. Let's hear from some of those who were there.
The PDJF does not have any guaranteed source of funding. The money comes in from events like these. And we use those funds then, or the PDJF does, to provide monthly stipends and benefits to approximately 60 permanently disabled jockeys. It's events like these that are necessary to provide funding for those individuals that have suffered catastrophic and career-ending injuries. It's a great event. You have a couple drinks with your friends, everybody's happy to be here. It also benefits the TRF, which is another organization that's like near to my heart. It's always great that we're able to come together and partner for an event like this.
We're both amazing organizations that support aftercare and the horses as well as the jockeys and their needs. It's been amazingly successful, and we can't thank the PDJF enough for partnering with us, Casamigos for their generosity, as well as the Adelphi Hotel for their generosity. And we've seen consistent growth year over year, and it's continued to be one of our most exciting and looked forward to fundraisers.
All for a great cause for the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund, as you heard, put on by the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation. Terrific night for a great cause, Raj.
Yeah, it's a great community event. It's a blend of everyone, owners, trainers, jockeys, fans, coming together to support two great causes. That fusion of permanently disabled jockeys and the Thoroughbred Retirement Fund, two of the best foundations in our industry, putting together something together.
Another great thing that all these great things that happen at Saratoga, all the benefits for helping horses too, helping riders that go on here, part of what makes it special.
Well, I'm a big believer in, especially as a bettor and as a horse player, as a fan. Any opportunity you have a nice little score, there's probably something you could do to help some less fortunate. I'm not saying that, whether it's $1 or it's $1,000, whatever it might be. And these are some great examples of that. The PDJF as well as the TRF are great opportunities to share some of those fun moments that we wouldn't have if it wasn't for these riders and it wasn't for these horses.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back fourth next. Middle pick four coming up. We'll set the stage for it when we return, and we'll talk some unsung heroes at the track. Heroes of the backstretch. We'll have that for you when we return on our Thursday coverage here from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2.
And they're off in the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace. 3/4 of a length ahead.
It is the field, turns for home. Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers
will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Kayla, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
A shareholder to win the Norfolk.
Dornock win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden Fifth.
Back with you on our Saratoga Live coverage as we get set for the 4th race coming up, and so important with everything that happens at a racetrack, having these star equines perform at their best. Those that work behind the scenes on the backstretch. Time for our backstretch heroes with Acacia.
John, you've pretty much grown up at the racetrack and have really made this your life. Can you talk a bit about, have you always wanted to work with horses? Was that always the goal?
No, to be honest with you, originally I wanted to become a vet.
Okay.
And then when I got accepted to college, I went and I saw the dean, and he told me I was going to be there for 9 years, and I went, I don't think so. And I don't know, my father, Roger Atfield, got rather mad at me for not going to college, so he made me walk hots for 2 years without any money. And so I've been in, basically I've been in this game since. I think the horse that left the biggest impact in my entire career would be, unfortunately, Firenze Fire.
The biting?
The biting. I don't think there's a day goes by, especially when I'm here at Saratoga and I go up to the races, that I don't think about that day. That when he savaged that horse, I was like, you've got to be kidding me. To me, they don't have to be really good. They've just got to be honest. One of my favorite horses of all was a little horse called Jump Ruler. I don't know if anybody remembers her, but she always tried and always tried. And November Rain was another one. Just, they don't have to be champions to me.
When you walk around the backstretch, you meet a lot of people, but it seems that the one kind of overarching commonality is the love of the horse. Everybody back here has that love.
You have to have it. If you don't have the love of the horse, it's just never going to work. You know, I mean, these guys here are the ones that deserve all the credit. I mean, you know, you look around at people like sitting there, they're doing laundry, they're doing their horses because they love their horses. And without these guys, we don't have a game.
Thank you, John.
You're more than welcome.
Well, they are the true heroes, these workers on the backstretch. And Casual in the morning, I believe Acacia really steps it up with his A game in the afternoon, doesn't he?
Yes, he certainly does, especially when you see sometimes Tom Morley sending out a horse for Flying P. You might see his assistant John in a matching hot pink suit, but we love to see that. And just as he said, that overarching love for the horse, the passion that everybody that works with these animals day in and day out does have. We see these wonderful equine athletes out on the racetrack, but there are so many hands that have touched them and been part of their journey before even getting them there. So great to hear a little bit about his story, and I was joking with him that Firenze Fire is kind of John Atfield's Roman Empire, that thing you can't stop thinking about, but he certainly gave us a thrilling race to talk about, and he, like so many on the backstretch, has so many wonderful stories to share, Greg.
Cool feature, shining the spotlight on some of these unsung heroes of the racetrack and all these people behind the scenes. So important, because it takes a team to bring any kind of horse to the track.
Yeah, look, you see the trainers and doing the interviews and all of that, but there's so many people behind the scenes that get these horses to the races and care for them every day. You know, I'll encourage people, when you're watching horses get walked into the winner's circle, there's usually a groom on one part of the shank. As that person who's the closest to that horse walking them in, it's always a little bit of a special moment for me.
And some of these big races, we see it a lot internationally too, because we get to see that walk with a lot of them. I mean, they're in tears after big wins. It means so much to them. It's like part of the family.
Yeah, it's almost like for their kids, for these horses, because they spend hours upon hours every single day with these horses, you know, feeding them, caring for them and everything. And a lot of the success for the horses are attributed to the people taking care of them.
Well, we're going to get back to today's action coming up. We got a middle pick 4, 13 minutes away. And here is Jack and Bernie, the speedster, 6 for 8 lifetime. One runner-up finish, only one other time. He's not, one time I should say in 8 starts, he's not been first or second. He is fast early as well. Let's take a look at him in action.
No, he's very fast. And look, you look, this is why he's 3-1. You look up in the top right corner, you see that purple graphic in Finger Lakes. There's this misconception that good horses can't run at Finger Lakes and come down here and be competitive. And this horse is fast, and he's a legit horse that they're going to have to run to try to beat him today.
You know, looking at this horse today, it kind of gives me that Lisa's Booby Trap feel. Remember that filly that came in from Finger Lakes? She was dominating up there, and she kind of got overlooked the first time, and she just rocketed away. This horse is super fast, and I'm picking him. I love the horse, I love his chances, and I love the story. Smaller connections coming on the big stage. I expect a big performance.
See if he can get it done here in the big leagues. First time at Saratoga. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, it's fun to see a horse like this who is so quick early and has been so dominant recently. In fact, throughout most of his career, coming in here, and obviously my first time laying eyes on him with Jack and Bernie. He's small. There's not much of him. He's a little bit of a smaller, handier type of physique, but clearly once it gets out on the track, he's all business, and he broke so sharply last time. One thing I did notice, and something to keep an eye on as he does face some intriguing competition in here today, is that he was alone on the lead last time, but when by himself in the stretch coming down towards the wire, he did start to get maybe a touch distracted, a little high-headed. He was a little erratic, kind of weaving in and out. He was all by himself. Nobody was catching him, but just something to keep an eye on. He's pretty laid back here in the paddock. I'll watch him warm up, but a lot of respect for a horse that is obviously very fun to watch on the racetrack. Now, the number 7 Key Point is making his first start since September of 2022, and he moves into the Brad Cox barn, and I was curious to see him, and I was also curious because he's not been gelded, and coming back now as a 5-year-old, still a full horse. He's one that always carries a lot of conditioning, and that's much the same in here today. He's also a bit hot here in the paddock. Now it's very warm outside today, but sometimes when you see horses off of extended layoffs, especially when they're a big, heavy-bodied type like he is, and they're quite warm in the paddock, it often can speak to one that just might need a race as far as fitness is concerned. Now, been training sharply, coming back. He's ran some good races prior to that layoff, and I don't mind the turn back in distance for him. Just wondering if maybe he will need a start from fitness perspective. Now, the number 8 Caldo Candy won last time out. The horse that was second to him, Toscano, was a favorite yesterday and was very disappointing, finishing 8th, but we did see the 3rd place finisher Silver Satin come back to win with a 75 Beyer speed figure, and I just remember that day Caldo Candy just warmed up so beautifully, and the way that he framed himself up on the track and just really touting himself, doing really well coming into that race, and of course was during the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival week when we did maybe see some higher Beyer speed figures of horses that were forwardly placed. He's very sharp here in the paddock once again, and he has speed, but I don't know if anybody is quite as quick early as the Finger Lakes Invader, Jack and Bernie. So we'll see what Caldo Candy can do from the outside. At least with where he's drawn, Greg, he can see how the race plays out to his inside.
Acacia, thank you. Caldo Candy, dominant last start, maybe aided a bit by that track, but gets that cozy outside post here this afternoon as he tries to make it 3 wins in the last 4 starts for the Bond Barn. Our post parade for the 4th from Saratoga when we come back.
Gunrunner is the sire of 13 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gun Pilot, Vava, Toyota Bluegrass winner Sierra Leone, Champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknight, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, Track Record Setter Society, Locked, 2-time Grade 1 winner Gunna, and Classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Back on Saratoga Live, and a look overhead of Saratoga Lake, just a few minutes ride away from this historic racetrack. So much to do up here. That's one of the great natural attractions. Program brought to you by Nauer Pets. Have a good day at the track, and you can maybe buy a dock out there.
Yeah, that seems a little aggressive, Wolfie. You could just rent a boat to start. How about that?
That's fine.
Yeah.
Baby steps.
Yeah, you want to buy a dock.
Prince. I'm going for the gold here. 7-1 from the inside post.
Yeah, this horse was extremely wide last time. Another Finger Lakes shipper. I don't like this one quite as much as the other one.
Z-Bear, it's Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano.
Had a terrible start last time in February when it raced, coming off a layoff. But has some back races that could do some good in here.
Not quite as quick as he used to. Still pretty quick, though. Defusky Island.
Yeah, once upon a time, this is like a should we run this horse in a stakes race type of horse.
4-1 right now. Rad Ortiz Jr. showing up. Here's the Finger Lake shipper, 6 for 8 lifetime.
I love this horse. Just such a cool horse to root for for these connections, and he's got some talent. He's real fast early.
Scuttlebuzz has been away a long time, since December of 22.
It's a lot of turf when you look down at this horse's last few races.
Strange spot. 7-time winner on grass. All his wins on grass. Key Point, he's been off for almost 2 years.
Yeah, the switch to Brad Cox. This horse had some nice races for Chad, a couple years back. We'll see off the long layoff if Key Point can get it turned around.
And then Caldo Candy for the Jimmy Bond barn has Luis Rivera Jr.
This guy is super consistent. He's coming off a 5-length victory over this track. It has a good tactical speed. I expect him to be the one kind of chasing Jack and Bernie around there from the outside.
He beat a pretty good field last time out, but being forward obviously was good on this occasion, and it helped him.
Yeah, he's tactical, and he's drawn towards the outside, so he can see what's going to happen to his inside, which, Rajiv, in my opinion, is a big advantage. And he's got fast numbers as well, so he's not, he can make the lead in here if he really wants to, but from that outside post, you'd like to think he'd want to just maintain that kind of protected position towards the outside.
Very advantageous post because it gives his jockey, Luis Rivera, a keen eye on Jack and Bernie. I expect that he will be trying to just flank that one from the outside.
Wolfie, in a perfect scenario, I want the 4 to win because that's my pick, but I want the 8 to run third.
I like
my
the way
wife.
he's warming
My
up.
wife picked him in this survivor pool we're in. So
Okay.
happy wife, happy life. I need this 8 to hit the board, or my night could potentially be ruined.
Gee, good luck. Rooting for you. Love that warm-up from Caldo Candy. Let's go next door. Key Point. He's got a couple of races in April and May of 2022. So it's a while ago, but that would obliterate this field.
Yeah, it's form from way back when, but when you have these top class trainers, they know how to get a horse ready off the break. They've got other good horses to work them with. They've got great exercise riders that can tell you when one's ready or might need a little bit more. I feel like Key Point will likely show a good account of himself here today.
One that they've always had high expectations for. This horse has raced 5 times and has been the favorite in every single start. I'm just taking the wait and see approach with him. I'm not a big fan of horses coming off such extended layoffs, picking them first time back. I get it, it's top connections and very strong with doing this. But, I just have a feeling that he's going to do his best running as he gets a few races under his belt.
Well, we know what Jack and Bernie wants to do. The Finger Lake shipper. We talked about Defusky Island. Stumble out of the gate last time out, or he probably would have been in front. He's still very quick. We'll see what his game plan is today. Let's go to Acacia.
He is quick, Greg. I don't know if he's quite as fast early as he once was, and especially versus the very quick early foot of Jack and Bernie in here. But I do think that Defusky Island's going to run well in this spot. As you mentioned, he had a significant stumble last time out where he took kind of a few stutter steps out of the gate, but he righted himself pretty quickly and was to the attack of Kingdom, who was setting the pace. They both got run down late by Lightman, and you saw Defusky Island kind of flip to his his left lead late. He was just really trying, and I thought he was very game in that effort. Ryder Tees took him away from the pony and gave him a big warm-up. In the way that he's moving, he looks like he's doing well in here. Rudy Rodriguez, he's going to get that first win of the meet sooner rather than later. But as far as warm-ups go, Caldo Candy always looks great out on the track. But the 2 Z-Bear really extended himself nicely when Jose Lezcano took him away from the pony. I was against him coming in here because he had a layoff and he had not been as quick in his last couple of starts as some of the others in here, but he really did well with the time away. He had also a significant trip as far as the start of the race last time out. He totally lost his footing and then just dropped back and never kind of re-rallied after that. His last couple of races were disappointing, but he's one that could get a little bit light where he wouldn't carry a ton of condition, and he looks like he's put that weight on. Like I said, he really extended himself nicely on the track. I don't know if he's quite good enough to face some of the talented competition he has in here, but at 9-1, I thought he could potentially outrun his odds, Greg.
I know someone else who likes this horse a little bit.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing as Acacia. She said everything that I was thinking. I like it. I think his form is dirtied up. He had such a bad start last time. Then he ran a mile the time before, which is not his preferred distance. He's coming in fresh. He's going to love the cut back to 6 furlongs, and I can see him making a big run in the stretch. While I do think Jack and Bernie will have already sprung the race wide open and been gone, I think he's the horse that I like coming in for second.
9-1 right now. Andy Serling selected that horse as well earlier today on Talking Horses. Here's the 4. So Jack and Bernie, can he translate that form from Finger Lakes? He's not just been beating the competition, Joe, he's been beating up on the competition.
Yeah, he's just been really, he's got such good speed. You look at his races when he turns for home, 6 clear, 3 clear, 8 clear, 8 clear, 6 clear, 9 clear. He does it the way that we saw earlier. If you're watching for this first race, like Chateau did it, pops away from there. If he's going fast, the rest of them are going fast as well, and he uses his speed as a weapon. Where nothing frustrates me more than rating a speed horse, and it doesn't look like they have the intention to do that here today.
You know what I love about this horse? Look at his demeanor. He's so cool, so calm, composed. He doesn't act like a horse that's going to be very speedy. He's so chill. And that's the mark of a horse that saves energy and just goes out and does their thing. I love seeing a speed horse that has that calm demeanor, but when the gate opens, they just quick from there.
This is the biggest purse he's ever going to have run for. Well, the one time he did not get to the front, he hopped and bobbled out of the gate. That's not been a perpetual problem with, though. It happened just that one time.
Yeah, I mean, he seems to have gotten that resolved. It's only been once, so sometimes it can happen. It's only a problem when it's a consistent issue. So it's always he seems to have gotten that sorted out.
He's not your favorite, though. The favorite outside, Caldo Candy for the Bon Barn, Avanti Stable, Luis Rivera Jr. Dominant win last time out when he was forward on a track that was beneficial to horses that were forward. We'll see if he could back it up here. That was at Saratoga in that Belmont Stakes Racing Festival for the Gray about to enter your picture. The 8-horse from the far outside post. Set for this middle pick 4. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
They're in the gate. Just waiting on Caldo County to finish loading. Now they're all set. And they're off. Fusky Island is flashing speed, but it's Jack and Bernie who's the fastest. Jack and Bernie opens up 2. Caldo County on the outside. Key Point in the blue now moves up to take second. Papa's Prince to Fusky Island is now shuffled back in between rivals to 5th. It's 2 more lengths back to Z-Bear and Scuttlebuzz 7 off the pace. Jack and Bernie passes the half-mile pole through a quarter that went in just under 22 2/5 seconds, with Key Point trying to press in second. Caldo County in the clear, inching up a closer third. Fusky Island racing in between horses. Pompous Prince at the rail 5th. Now about 4 lengths off the lead. It's another 3 back to Z-Bear and Scuttlebuzz. Key Point and Jack and Bernie. Key Point makes a wide bid for the lead. Jack and Bernie fighting on. Caldo County has dropped out of it. Defusky Island is third. They're in the final eighth of a mile, and Jack and Bernie on the inside. Key Point now finally gets his head in front. Jack and Bernie will fight him all the way to the wire. They drift toward the inside. Defusky Island closing, but too late. Here's the line. Photo finish. Jack and Bernie was so tough on the inside of Key Point. Behind them, Defusky Island third.
This was a dogfight to the finish. Jack and Bernie just didn't get any separation. Key Point off almost a 2-year layoff. Right there with them almost every step of the way. Who got this win, JK?
Ask me in a couple of...
Oh!
I think it's outside.
Oh, my God.
I think it's outside. And congratulations if it is. I just obviously was rooting for the horse from Finger Lakes, who was trying so hard in the stretch.
What a battle, and size matters. As you can see, the number 7 has got a longer stride, because it seemed like his body was behind the 4, but when Key Point is extended, he was much larger from back to front than Jack and Bernie. And
Wolfie, that was an inch away from a dead heat. An inch away from a dead heat.
What a battle. I mean, neither of these two. And it is Key Point who's put up. I mean, Jack and Bernie, what an effort to come here from Finger Lakes, put in that kind of effort. Hounded almost the entire way. Just didn't. He's used to getting clear. Raj said during the race, we're watching it, he goes that fast early. He's up 4 or 5 lengths on some of these horses, not against this group.
Yeah, the difference between the class at Finger Lakes, when he's going 22-1, he'll be 5 or 6 in front. At Saratoga, you go 22-1. There's about 3 horses breathing down your neck. And it's official. Key Point.
What a battle. What a performance in defeat from Jack and Bernie. For Key Point, almost 2 years away to run a race like this.
And the only race he hasn't been favored in, he actually turns out to be a good payout. 9-2. It's a big odds for, if you were following him throughout his career, you'd have taken a lot shorter prices on him.
Like we talked about, check out the groom right there. I presume in the purple shirt. Happy moment for him as well.
Yeah, going to be part of that picture-taking ceremony coming up. 2-win day for Manny Franco. This one by a whisker in the final jump, as close as it can get. That might be the closest finish we've had and will have all meet long. It goes to Manny Franco, moving to the Brad Cox barn. Key Point, the victory, and a game effort from the runner-up, Jack and Bernie. 7-4, 3-1 finish on Friday. That man right there going to be inducted in the Hall of Fame, along with a former Horse of the Year and an undefeated Triple Crown winner. Stay with us. More Saratoga Live after a break.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Now look at one of the great finishes we have had at this meet. Key Point off almost 2 years away. Running down a brilliant effort from Jack and Bernie, the Finger Lake sensation, just barely to get that victory under Manny Franco for trainer Brad Cox. Look at the photo, that's how close it was.
And it seemed like Jack and Bernie just did not want to give up the fight, but at the end, the Key Point just got his nose down at the right time.
$11.20 for the win. And we talked about this horse had shown just massive talent. Second, third starts of his career. Actually won his debut at Saratoga as well. Then went to the bench for almost 24 months, and to produce that kind of effort off the bench, it's going to be an exciting horse to watch next time out as well. This was a thriller. 7-4-3. Let's go to Acacia.
And here with winning rider Manny Franco, Key Point gets his nose down, truly just in the shadow of the wire. Manny, what a stretch battle. It was fun to watch. Was it fun to ride?
It was fun, man. I thought I was beat after the wire. I thought, I might be second, but I'm glad I get the win.
This is a horse that you rode back in 2022, the last time that he raced. He came back, and this was a salty field that he ran against, and it had to be encouraging that he really performed for you like he did today off that layoff.
Yeah, definitely. Brad, he did a great job with this horse. I knew the horse that he got a lot of talent, but because I rode him like 3 or 4 times the 2022. But the 2 years layoff got me like, maybe probably need one. But as soon as he jumped out of there, he took me there into the race. So I said, man, I think he's ready to go. So I'm going to keep my position, and that's what I did. And I get the lucky, the bob. I got lucky.
Yeah, getting the bob. It was a fun finish to watch as well. And a second win today in Saratoga for you. I saw you taking a picture with your mom, your family here as well. How special are those wins when you have such a good support system behind you?
It's definitely special because my mom, she never here because she works, so I'm just happy to finally get it done, and she was here to take the picture, so really happy.
As you should be. Congratulations, Manny. Well done.
Thank you, Acacia.
Greg?
Manny Franco, he had to work. How tired is he after that race?
He exerted a lot of his energy, man. He was all out in that dog fight for the win, but just such a strong finisher. And Manny is very athletic. And he's a good basketball player as well.
He's not too tired to go for 20 tonight, I can tell you that much.
He dominates that game every year, doesn't he?
He definitely has a major impact on it. And JK was saying about on the over of 20. That's the line for Manny tonight?
Yeah.
He's a real good basketball player.
Over. Yeah. That's one of the most fun races we've seen this meet.
That was outstanding. It was fun because it was kind of, it's there's a David and Goliath feel to it, right? With this Brad Cox trained horse and Manny Franco and a horse from Finger Lakes. It was a lot of fun.
Up next, race 5 starts this $56,000 pick 6 carryover. New York breds, $30,000 maiden claiming sprint, 6.5 furlongs, and at post time, I would think the 4 is going to be the favorite.
Yeah, I would think so. I didn't get to see the doubles, but I mean, they're both extremely live in here. I thought these are the 2 main contenders in here. I thought the horse on the rail, the 1, was a little bit interesting as well, but should be a fun race.
Well, we told you going to break about what's going to happen tomorrow across the street. Hall of Fame ceremony and a rider who is sensational. A couple pretty good horses going to get in there as well, including a Triple Crown champion who was undefeated and Justify, the great gun runner, who not only had a big moment here, but during the winning of that race was able to catch a loose shoe in his tail.
Yeah, he was outstanding gun runner, and like we talked about a few times already this week in reference to National Treasure, gun runner was a good 3-year-old, but what he did as a 4-year-old was superb.
What about the year, Rajiv, that Joel had in 2021?
It was nothing short of extraordinary. I mean, everything he touched that year turned to gold, and he was in the zone, riding lights out and winning a bunch of races. And you know, he's had so much success on so many big races: Dubai World Cup, Kentucky Derby, many Breeders' Cup wins. I mean, his accolades are just.
Yeah, a couple of Belmont. His ride on Sir Winston, that was a difference-making ride.
Oh man, yeah, exactly. Going to, a mile and a half. He's won the Belmont Stakes multiple times. His trophy cabinet has to be a big cabinet.
Needs an extra place for it. He's being told he's going to join us on the program tomorrow on set.
Really?
Joel. So that'll be a treat.
That's be a lot of fun. I love Joel. When Joel is Joeling, man, there might not be anybody better.
Gun Runner, as you said, started to blossom as he got older, and boy, did he get very, very good.
Yeah, I mean, this race, his Pegasus, I mean, his Woodward, he just turned into a different animal. And I think it's a great example of what, unfortunately, part of the game is we have these 3-year-olds that have such big years, they end up going off to stud, to be stallions. And we don't get to see them as a 4-year-old. The economics of it don't allow them to stick around. But horses like Gun Runner and a horse like National Treasure, you'll see on Saturday, when they're allowed to come back as 4-year-olds, you can see something special like
I'm
this.
selfishly happy that he didn't do that well as a 3-year-old, because then we wouldn't have got to see him at its best. You know, sometimes horses mature 4 or 5 years old is when they really come together, and we were able to see that happen with Gun Runner because he just didn't perform well as a 3-year-old.
Can you imagine Justify as an older horse? I remember Chad Brown, he felt really good going into the Kentucky Derby, with Good Magic, and then he said he saw Justify in the paddock, and he's like, oh boy, we're in trouble.
Yeah, he's he was a monster, and he's passing it on to his offspring as well.
From the first day he stepped on the track, I was in a maiden race at Santa Anita. I was on the second choice, and Justify was the favorite, and he blew the doors off us. And at that moment, you already knew there was a star in the making, and he just kept advancing up the ladder so fast.
6 for 6 in his brief career, but wow, did he accomplish a lot. Triple Crown winner, perfection, and now he's going to be inducted across the street at the Hall of Fame. Always a special day here in Saratoga Springs. And this race, the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame Stakes, part of that Friday program. And 8 will line up. Take a look at Neat, and please advise Neat has been just that for his trainer. Very good turf horse.
Yeah, he's got 4 wins on the turf. All 4 of those wins have come at different racetracks. That kind of versatility, it's not something that's very common, Rajiv, with horses.
And versatility also in his running style. He can sit off the pace, he can go to the front, and he can overcome some adversity. If you ever get a chance, go look at his Transylvania win in April. I've never seen a horse get such a tough trip and still come back and win. He was steady, shuffled back. He had every excuse to lose and still won. And that's the mark of a horse with a lot of guts.
Rob Atras with a horse who's won 3 of his last 4, 2 graded stakes now on the grass. Junior Alvarado will be back aboard. That's race 9 on Hall of Fame Day tomorrow, 5:45 Eastern start time for that one. Meanwhile, Army Officer outside post Brad Cox, Frankie Dettori starting to get, and we're going to see it today too, some bigger opportunities now at the meet.
Yeah, this is my pick in the race. So there's not a lot of trends at Saratoga I get too carried away with, but horses that run well on the inner turf run well on the inner turf. And this horse ran well on the inner turf during Belmont Stakes Racing Festival week. He's back here now to the scene of the crime, and you get Frankie Dettori. Who better would you like to have? Drawn towards the outside on a horse with some tactical speed.
I was talking to his owner, Sheikh Fahad, last night, and he said he thinks this horse might be better than First World War, who I think is a top turf horse for them that they own. He thinks this horse is just as good or even potentially better.
3-year-olds, grade 2, mile inner turf, and that's coming up again tomorrow. Race 9 on the card. A few hours after those Hall of Fame inductions, early morning on Friday across the street. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, it is pick 6 carryover time. 56,000 plus in the pool, and it is going to get big. You got 17 minutes to post to put a ticket together. One of the main contenders, Dancing Leanna, right now the favorite to 5. We'll be back with more next.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and sales rate, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Beyond Brilliant, Gear Jockey, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. By the legendary Candy Ride. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Horse racing
Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
If you're looking for winners, a program is an essential tool, but it can only tell you so much. When you're at the track, take full advantage of the paddock to try to find a horse who's ready to win. Here are 4 things to look for in the paddock. Number 1, watch the horse as it walks in. Observe how they carry themselves, looking for fluid, smooth movements, a walk that's almost cat-like. Number 2, look for a well-muscled and fit appearance with a shiny coat, bright eyes, and ears that are perked up that are saying, I'm paying attention. Number 3, notice how the horse interacts with its handler. A horse that's responsive, obedient, attentive to their groom, that's a good indication of good training and discipline. Number 4, take note of any excessive sweating or lather on the horse's coat. While some sweating is normal due to excitement or heat, sweating in excess could be a sign they're expending too much energy before they really need it in a race. Getting eyes on a horse provides valuable visual clues that can help inform betting decisions, so incorporate it with your handicapping. For more race day insights, go to americasbestracing.net.
Back with you on our Thursday Saratoga live coverage on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Pick 6 carryover time. That pool getting larger and larger by the minute. We're 14 minutes to post coming up, and lines were a little extra long today. What's up?
Well, what are you saying? The lines are long today?
Oh, go ahead.
For food? Is it a snack? I like snacks. Do you know what the snacks are?
I don't. I don't know anything. This 5th race, let's go to Acacia.
Oh, always down for a snack. As we'll take a look at the number 4, Ariana Rai, who is kind of a standout because she's the one that is dropping in class for the first time, having only ever run against maiden special weight competition on turf or dirt. Now, last time out, she did try the grass and was a horse that I had noted really acted well in the paddock last time. And that's important because during the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, she was a late scratch prior to a race on the turf that she was trying to run in because she actually flipped out on the track and was just totally washed out. So I always watch her to see how she's acting. She's sharp. It's definitely there beneath the surface, but she's keeping a lid on it, which I certainly do appreciate. I was a little bit dubious last time about her getting on the turf, so I have no problems with her getting back onto the main track today. And she ran well behind a wire-to-wire winner on debut in the Shoe Lady, and a horse that even 2 starts back was just kind of chasing. And I think should appreciate the surface switch and certainly makes a ton of sense in this spot. As we'll take a look at the number 5, Dancing Liana, the one who is currently the favorite on the board, though a pretty wide open race, and she showed speed to finish second last time out. She held off what seemed to be the main foe and Welcome Back Babe that day, who was the heavy favorite, only for both of them to be run down late by Shahana, and she is very sharp here in the paddock. She was on the muscle from the word go, kind of tossing her head around. Physically physically, she looks great. She's very well muscled. She's very fit. I just hope that she can keep a lid on things mentally and not do too much before the race even begins, because she's been a little bit tricky to handle here in the paddock. The number 1, Good Mission, is an intriguing first-time starter. She does debut for Rob Atras. And the immediate family, there was not a ton of pedigree. There was a sibling who was a 3-time dirt sprint winner, and Rob can certainly have them ready to roll at first asking. She has a little bit of good size to her, and she looks very, very fit for the debut. I do wish that she was a little bit stronger in her hind end, especially having to break from the rail. You need that to push off, just that muscle mass, that muscle definition. But she's been very professional. She's sharp without doing too much. Like I said, she looks well prepared. The biggest thing is going to be how she breaks in this spot from that inside post, Greg.
First time starter, 9-2 for the Rob Atras barn. Kendra Carmouche will be aboard. This giveaway coming up this weekend. And we spent most of our budget hiring a model. Oh, it's Raj.
Does it look good or what?
It looks good on you.
If you're not wearing one of these, you're not wearing anything, because this is style right here. Saratoga
cool.
style.
That's the first time we've given away the baseball jersey. I like it.
Come on, don't miss out on this.
And for the tumblers, I'm telling you, that line went all the way down Union Avenue. People get here early because it's first come, first serve.
You think we should make JK wear the jersey?
Oh, where it's not really colorful enough.
You look good in this, JK.
Well, he's gonna get one engraved, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna put LeDuc on the back.
So get yours. Get here early, and that's what time do the gates open here? What's Saturdays on?
It's early. You know, I think you should do. You should go to Naira.com. Take a look what time the gates open, because I'm unsure.
Well, I didn't even mean that. I mean, what time people start lining up to get in before the gates open?
Oh, my gosh. I mean, I would imagine that
on a giveaway day.
Yeah, it's insane. I had, on Friday to do Talking Horses, so I was going to the back set, the paddock set. From the front gate all the way to the Big Red Spring, there was a line for the tumblers when I got there at 11:38, because Talking Horses starts at 11:40.
I know. I came to the track, and I thought Whitney weekend was next week. Oh, it's the tumbler. That's what people love a giveaway. We got some good ones this summer.
This is going to be a hot commodity coming early if you want to ensure you get one.
Well, you can buy your own jersey if you hit this pick 6 today, and you can get it engraved.
That's also true.
Let's talk test coming up on Saturday, part of Whitney's Saturday. One of the most prestigious events in the game for 3-year-old fillies, sprinting, 7 furlongs. $500,000 on the line, and Ways and Means, she was big in her last start going a mile at Saratoga.
Well, if you look at Ways and Means' career, her debut was sensational here at Saratoga. Then she got injured in the spinaway. She was kind of, rushed to get back into the Gulfstream Park Oaks, probably came up a little bit short. The Kentucky Oaks probably a little bit long. And like the 3 bears, right? Or who are the bears with the porridge, right? Just right in the middle with the. This is just what she wants to do.
7/8.
Yep, 7/8.
She is, always shown that she's a superstar and just such a top-class filly. I like her so much that when it came down to the Kentucky Oaks, I actually put her on top of Torpedo Anna. That's how highly I regard her. She's going to be super tough.
Still ran good in that race in the distance she probably doesn't want to do. It shows you how classy, how talented she is. She's a 7-5 morning line favorite in that race. Who's the biggest threat? Is there a threat to her in there?
I think there's 2 possibilities, right? Emery on the inside, who has a little bit of speed for Brad Cox and Tyler Gaffleone, and then Bright Work to the outside, right, who beat her. Although, like I said, she was injured that spinaway, but beat her. This is Bright Work's first race as a 3-year-old. So she could have grown up a little bit, but to me, Ways and Means is going to gallop in here. And then after the race, we'll be talking about why she's now the favorite for the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint.
We should give some mention, though, to Denon and Pearls, because she was magnificent 2 starts back in the Beaumont, and she had a tough-as-nails trip in the 8 Bells as a 4-5 shot.
96 buyer, and that win at Keeneland. So we get set for our post parade here for this first leg of the pick 6 carryover, 56,000 plus. We'll start with a first-time starter for Rob Atras, Good Mission.
Yeah, looking at the DRF Clocker report, the word speed showed up in here. You get Kendrick Carmouche, you get the rail, and you get A bunch of first-time starters could be dangerous from the inside.
Going for glory, the 3, it's David Donk.
I love me some Dave Donk, but 0 for 7, trying maiden 30s 6 times, not working. I'll look elsewhere.
First time dropping in for a claiming tag. Here's Ariana Rai.
The barn is winning at 43% at the meet. They're super hot. This one is the first time getting to run in a claiming race. Her main special weight races, if she duplicates that today, she wins.
Dancing Leona, how do you view that last race? Do you say she didn't finish, or did you like it?
Well, I say that she didn't finish at 7 furlongs, but I think she will finish here today at 6.5.
Sonia's Flame, long shot, 18-1 for the Orlando Noda barn.
Her debut was promising. Run against Sunday Girl, has gone south since, but today gets first-time Lasix. You never know how much that can turn a horse around.
Aboard. Harmonyville, Luis Rivera Jr., rider change on the 7.
Yeah, she hasn't really taken any money in her first 2 starts. It hasn't really done much running either.
Mia Nipotina, Lane Luzzy at 16-1.
Her best race was a 3rd place finish at this level, so it's not impossible to see her hit the board, but I think she can only settle for a minor award in here.
And father-daughter team, we've seen them strike at this meet before, and the first time in for a tag for the 9.
Yeah, I mean, she's got okay figures, but she's just never really that close outside of that 2nd career start in the slop. I don't necessarily trust her. I've seen worse 6-1 shots.
Let's go back to Dancing Liana. So that last start, it was at 7 furlongs. She led the way and then got a little tired late. Shahana was able to run her down.
Yeah, look, you mentioned, did she get tired? Yeah, I think she might have got a little tired going the 7. But off of that race, and now cutting back to the 6.5, I don't think that's going to be a problem for her to get tired again here.
She'll appreciate that extra half a furlong cutback, that's for sure. And, you know, the 5th place finish from this race came back to win at a much cheaper level down at Delaware. I just feel like the foals she faced that day are a little bit below the ones that she faced today. Because there's some horses in here like Ariana Rai that's dropping in. And, you know, the first time start, a good mission that's working well. I feel like she has a decent shot, but I'm taking her underneath.
Well, next door, she's got a filly dropping in for a tag for the first time in Ariana Rai, who is the favorite right now. The 4 filly at 2-1. Preakness winning rider, Jamie Torres, will be aboard for Rob Falcone Jr.
I love the aggressive spotting for this horse because she's shown her hand. She ran a good race this day against a much tougher level on the dirt. You know, she needed to move forward off this race to be a allowance type filly. She hasn't. She tried a turf last time. They're trying to get her to the next level. She didn't take to it, and now they're like, look, this is what she is. Maiden 30, it's Saratoga. We have to be aggressive, and I think she's just properly spotted today.
She's the 2-1 favorite right now. This will be the easiest field she has faced. A lot to like with the 4 as your 2-1 favorite. Want to get the inside track on handicapping with Naira Bets? Go to get their track stats. Want to know how many winners are closing from the back at Saratoga? Track Stats has the answer. For more stats on tracks across the country, visit NairaBets.com. Get all the insights and statistics. 3 minutes away from this Pick 6 carryover. Let's go to Acacia.
We've talked a lot about Ariana Rai dropping in class, and there are a couple of other fillies in this race that are doing just that. The 9, Mary Union Avenue, taking a drop in class, and she has not shown as much in her maiden special weight tries. But as you had touched on, Greg, we did see Robbie Davis was with Jackie Davis winning up here at Saratoga, but Katie riding for him here. And this is a horse who just looks like she will benefit from a drop in class. Now, also last time, to be fair, she wasn't the quickest out, and then when Dylan Davis, who was aboard that day, tried to make a close with her, there was actually a loose horse inside of her that really carried her very wide and kind of kept her out of the race. So I don't know if we would have seen much more from her in the stretch, but just wanted to point that out as she really was kind of put up against it last time out. I mentioned back in the paddock that the 4 Ariana Rai can be a little bit difficult, can be a little hard to handle, that she was a previous late scratch flipping on track. Jamie Torres has kept her with the pony, and for her standards, she's doing very well, keeping very quiet. So very good signs as far as mentally. I'm sure a lot of schooling that has been done to keep her settled coming into this race, and it certainly shows with how she's acting prior to this first start in maiden claiming company. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. 2 minutes away, final chances to put this pick six together. Did you find a race where you thought this is a race where I only need one horse?
Yeah, I think there was two that I think. I mean, like, I used some backups, but in terms of like my A type of horses, I thought race 6. I thought the MTO, the 12, Real Savvy, was going to be tough, and then in the 7th, I thought the 3, On a Spree. For Flying P Stables and Mike Maker could be tough as well.
Definitely the one to beat in that 7th race. See what happens here with the pool at 316,000 and growing. And this crowd has picked up here. Feel the buzz a little bit. This pick six about to go off.
It's Whitney weekend. I mean, obviously the Travers is the Travers. Travers Day, I believe, is the busiest in my opinion. But Whitney weekend as a whole is the busiest. You got the sale on Monday, so all the people from the industry are here, all the owners, trainers, and then people target it because, you know, it's a chance to see the most of your friends and when you're here, and it's just Whitney weekend. It feels like Whitney weekend out here behind us.
Now this one horse, Good Mission, taking significant money right now. There are some gaps in the works. Is that a concern at all?
I mean, you don't love to see it. The problem is there could be some reasons for that, right? I mean, it's, who knows? Maybe there's a situation where they decided just to gallop a little bit, or they thought they were going to end. You know, there's a lot of different things. They entered. This horse was entered on July 19th and scratched, and was entered on July 26th and scratched. So there's also a world in which that had something to do with some of the starts and stops.
9-5 favorite remains Ariana Rai. First time in for a tag. And Preakness winning rider, unfortunately, would not seize the Gray's Day on Jim Dandy Saturday. We'll wait and see what he does if Dwayne Lucas wants to press on, or if they back off a little bit. And again, big decision, waiting to see with Muth if he, fitness-wise, is ready for a test like that, or if he goes to the Penn Derby.
I sure hope he shows up, like we talked about a little bit yesterday. A West Coast Bob Baffert, who was a highly regarded 3-year-old through the Triple Crown lead up. You know, you get the Derby favorite, you get the Derby runner-up, hopefully, Fierceness in Sierra Leone. You get the Belmont and Haskell winner in Dornick, and then hopefully you get the up-and-comer in Unmatched Wisdom, and then of course you get the Kentucky Oaks winner, the Coaching Club American Oaks winner, and the leader in the clubhouse for 3-year-old champion filly Torpedo Anna, all getting in to one starting gate, going 1.25 miles here at Saratoga. I can't think of too many better things.
I'm so excited about that day. That's a day definitely we're all looking forward to.
It's going to be an incredible Saturday. It's going to be part of our Fox Saturday, Saratoga Saturday lineup, as we see a rider off right here as they move the 6 in without the rider here, Romero Mirage on Sonia's Flame. Starting great crew does their thing, and Romero will hop aboard. There's the 8-5 favorite.
Something to really look out for here is the number 1 horse. You know, it's a tough post to draw from the inside. The gate, coming out of the gate, is going to be crucial. If this horse breaks slowly, it could probably lose its race right there, getting shuffled back.
Good luck to everyone who put something together in this pick 6. It starts right here. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati to get things started.
Dancing Liana and Mary, Union Avenue. They're in the gate. Making a little adjustment. Now we're set. fidgety runners in there. And they're off. Ariana Rai is going out to battle for the early lead. Good Mission has sharp speed coming through along the inside. And Dancing Liana is just 2 off the pace in third. Going for Glory fourth. Mia Nipotina fifth and 6 lengths off the lead. 3 clear of Sonia's Flame. Mary Union Avenue is next. And Harmonyville, who was off slowly, is the distant trailer. The opening quarter went in 22 and 3/5 seconds. So it's Ariana Rai leading the way, has it by 2 lengths. Good Mission along the rail is a game second. And they're followed by Dancing Liana losing ground around the far turn as that first-time starter Good Mission is making a move after Ariana Rai. These two starting to separate themselves. Going for Glory moves up to take third, and Mia Nipotina on the outside. Ariana Rai still doing it well, though. Opens it up again to lead by 2.5 lengths. Good Mission took a shot and is still trying hard in second. They're at the top of the stretch. Going for Glory, set down in the center of the racetrack third. Ariana Rai, though, has a 5-length lead inside the 8th pole. Going for Glory and Good Mission. It's Ariana Rai, and Jamie Torres simply far too good. 6 lengths when the smoke clears. Going for Glory, Good Mission, and Mia Nipotina.
She'd face better. She dropped in class, and she gets her maiden score here under Jamie Torres, your Preakness winning rider of Seize the Gray here for Rob Falcone Jr.
Everything went well for her today. She got a good start and was able to control the race on the front end. Well spotted by trainer Rob Falcone. It's 4 wins from 8 starts this meet, and he put this filly in the right race today, and she did all the rest. Jamie Torres, I love the way he rides. I know he came up, he won the Preakness kind of out of nowhere. We don't get to see him ride a lot every day, but every race I see him ride, he lets the horses do the running for him. He's very cool, calculated, and I think he's a jockey with a bright future.
Less than 2 years he's been riding professionally, JK.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. You know, it says a lot, though, about him and his talents for one of the greatest trainers of all time, and Dwayne Lucas kept him on to ride in the Preakness.
You got a lot of calls
when
to make a switch.
There was a handful of Hall of Famers that were sitting in the room.
Broke sharp.
And this was a crucial part of the race when he got to clear over and throw some dirt in Good Mission's face. We talked about her being in the adverse one hole forward out of that one. But Ariana Grande had a bit more constitution to her, having 3 races already and just getting back to her favorite surface. Today was her day.
You know what? You just jinxed yourself because you were yelling Ariana Grande in the stretch.
Oh, I said Ariana Grande.
You didn't realize that?
So my brother's the assistant trainer for Rob Falcone. And I go to the barn and I kid around with her and I call her Ariana Grande because her name is Ariana Rai. But, you know, trying to be a professional that I should be, I'm supposed to be Ariana Rai. When we were off screen, I call her Ariana Grande.
It happens to the best of us.
Gosh. 8-5. I thought it was a nickname. I loved it. 4-3-1-8. And going to a new barn after this. Was claimed out of this race for $30,000. Favorite at 8-5 kicks off this pick 6 carryover gate to wire for the class dropper with the Preakness winning rider Jamie Torres aboard.
Curlin's Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Back on Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by the official betting app of Saratoga, Naira Bets. We're underway in the Pick 6, and Ariana Grande with the win under Jamie Torres to kick things off as the favorite.
Yeah, we can call her anything we want when she wins like this, right? Very impressive 5-length winner. Jamie Torres, another win at the meet. Perfectly ridden. And a hot barn of Rob Falcone Jr. keeps rolling.
$5.40 for the win. Got to the front, kept on going. Let's go to Acacia.
And here with Rob Falcone Jr., who, Rob, your horses have just been well spotted this meet. It's been a great start for you, and just a logical place to put this filly back on the dirt.
Yeah, it was after the turf race. She would work good on the grass, so we tried that out, and it was kind of a tough trip for her, and Julian, even from the rail post, she would never had a shot, and kind of was in tight the whole entire way. So she came back after that race and didn't really run. She was showing good energy and in her feet up, so decided to run her back and make it a little bit easier on her.
And I know her quirks are something we've discussed, as she was minding her P's and Q's today, but she can be a difficult filly. We've seen that on track from her in the past. What are some of the steps that you take as a horseman to try and get her prepared and keep her settled for race day?
A lot of repetition. We take her back to the gate a lot. Took her through the paddock a couple times. The gate seems to be her main issue, but in the morning it never was her issue. So you never know. They do have their own mind sometimes, and even somebody said, "Oh, look, she's going good in the gate." Then all of a sudden, one horse acted up, and you saw her in there, start acting up a little bit. But they all have their little, they have their little quirks. So you just have to work with them.
She was ready to run today, and Rajiv said he's been calling her Ariana Grande. Seems like she lived up to her namesake.
Yeah, she did.
I like it. As she's Clay, moving on to the next one, but congratulations for a great start to the meet, Rob.
Thank you.
All right, I hope that Matt Cantormasi, who claimed this filly, will keep the nickname, Greg.
Hey, Raj, we can't be friends.
Why not?
It's an Ariana Grande song. I thought you were a fan.
Oh, I'm a fan of the filly. Ariana Grande. I only know a few of her songs.
Moving to the barn of the Cantormachis. Logical start to this Big 6. We got a long way to go.
It's fine. People sometimes favorites. It just takes a couple of prices to make a Pick 6 pay what you want it to pay. And look, I would much rather have a favorite than be asking when does the Pick 5 start.
Eliminated.
Well, it starts next. You can play both, by the way. You don't have to be dead in the Pick 6. It starts with a race that comes off the grass, moved to a mile. Main track, New York bred, made special weight. And a first-time starter who's a main track only entrant, real savvy. Dam, her mom won the first 2 starts on the dirt, and a lot of precocity in this pedigree.
Yeah, I like this horse drawn towards the outside. The workout report suggests been working with a horse that has some really nice figures. So you'd like to think that this horse has some talent. And it's it's a situation where off the turf, drawn towards the outside. Lots of things in this one's favor.
Enjoyed it, you guys. Did you have fun?
Oh, yep, and picking a winner to exit. That's always the best way.
Mic drop.
Mic drop.
Next crew coming up after a break. They'll take you all the way through this late Pick 5 that is about 22 minutes away. Lafitte and the crew take over right after a break. Still to come, McCulloch looking to go back-to-back in the Glens Falls. Some tough foes going to have to deal with this time around, although that was the case last year as well.
In the Pilgrim Stakes, they come on for the finish. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Win Early Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Saratoga. Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York, for a track known for those red and white stripes you just saw. A lot of blue this summer. Godolphin blue. Opening week, it was Star of Mystery in the quick call. Last week, Silver Knot in the Bowling Green. Today, it's Eternal Hope's turn. Serious player in the Grade 2. Glens Falls, ridden by Flavian Pratt. Godolphin's go-to stateside rider seeking an A stakes victory at the meet. Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. August, a place to be. There's those red and white stripes. On this first day in August, postcard kind of afternoon. In upstate New York, always expect a good crowd on a day like this, and the best racing is still ahead. From the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Exciting second half of the Thursday program. The late pick 5 gets underway in about 18 minutes, included the main event, the aforementioned Glens Falls, 29th running of the Grade 2 Glens Falls for fillies and mares, the only race on grass this afternoon. There's the field. It's a marathon, mile and a half. That one grass race, so it's key. The turf course listed as good. Some rain last night. The Glens Falls coming up. The Thursday feature here as we continue our coverage on Whitney Week, as I welcome in my co-host. He's a 4-time Major League All-Star, Paul LaDuca, champion jockey, Richie Migliori, New York Racing Association analyst, Andy Serling. Gentlemen, great to be on set with all of you. What are we most excited about? What are we looking forward to the most?
Excited to get back on the grass, actually, in the feature after yesterday's rain, and looking forward to seeing those races. It is a very competitive Glens Falls. Last year, McCulloch beat Warlike Goddess, but this is a highly competitive, deep race.
It really is, and specialized distance, right? Horses that really want this route distance. I love stamina and thoroughbreds, and what am I looking forward to most? Just being here with you guys. I'm living in the moment. I'm living the dream.
He's lying.
Yeah, it's going to be a competitive Glen Falls. I think the other part about it is the race before that, I think it's the most competitive race on the card, race number 8. It's a bunch of New York breds that I think you can make a case for a lot of different horses in there, and then you could decide whether you want to do with maybe Chop Chop, the Appleby horse, or the 7 in there, obviously McCulloch. I thought those were the 3 major players in there.
And I also think people need to be aware, in the 5 dirt race today, inside position in this course has been imperative for winning. Horses are simply not making up ground outside. You better be saving ground to have a chance in this dirt course.
Something to monitor moving forward. That one grass race, the Glens Falls, and while McCulloch is out to defend her title, let's start with Eternal Hope. It's the Godolphin homebred, trained by Charlie Appleby, Andy. Perfect in 2 starts in the States. Here she is in the Grade 1 Jockey Club Oaks.
Now, some will look and say, well, she beat Nisi Marie, and Nisi Marie's turned into a really nice horse this year with a win, a second, and a Grade 1. I think that based on her last year's form, she's not good enough to beat the horses in here. Now, turning 3 to 4, she could really improve, but she's going to have to improve, in my opinion, to beat all the players in here. And from what we've seen so far, we were kind of laughing at Paulie when he declared they were going to be favored in a turf sprint last week, and you ended up being right, Paulie. And if they could make that European the favorite in that race, they could make any horse Godolphin runs the favorite.
Yeah, you're kind of true, and it just seems like the Charlie Appleby horses get bet just because of his success over the last 2-3 years, and I get it. And You know, this horse is off a long, long way off. I mean, and, you know, Jamie Spencer, for a lot of people who don't know, he was a jockey of Powers Court. He's come over here and ridden before. I actually think it's an upgrade. I think Flavian's a better rider than Jamie, but this filly's going to have to improve. But you see his starter so far, Mig, at this meet.
Yeah, it's been just the 3 thus far. A Star of Mystery in the quick call, Silver Knot in the Bowling Green, and several stakes runners this weekend. Andy Paul brought up the layoff. I think, though, that for certain outfits, whether it's a Chad Brown or in this case a Charlie Appleby, you seem to worry less about how these horses will fire off the bench.
Well, I think Richie will agree with me. It's probably easier to get a horse ready to run a long-distance turf race than to bring a horse back off a long layoff in a sprint.
Yeah, you just got to put the foundation in the miles. They're not going to run hard from the start of the race. You know, they're going to be held up and then finish. One thing I will say about Eternal Hope, guys, though, she broke slowly in her first start, lagged, got a lot of pace in that Jockey Club Oaks, right? But her second start, she improved. She broke better. She basically got clued in, and she could take that step from 2 to 3.
Of course she could. There's no question. But something to be noted about her last start, that course was listed as yielding. Now, today's is good. We had some rain. That course wasn't yielding. That course was a bog. We had an enormous amount of rain. In fact, I don't believe we ran any turf races after that race. So that was a bog, and I think that might have really moved her up.
She ran 1.25 miles in her second race. So I don't think fitness is going to be an issue. It's just whether she's good enough or not, and whether she's grown up at
She had an easy race in 1 mile and 3/16 in her debut.
Yeah, I get it.
And the favorite, McCulloch, last year's winner, out to defend her title. Trainer Chad Brown said he was happy that there would be some give in the ground this afternoon. McCulloch here, trying to become just the second ever back-to-back winner of the Glens Falls. Richie, this is how she did it last year, finding her best stride coming off the far turn.
Yeah, you saw Irad looked at one moment like he thought about tipping out, and he said, you know what, let me stay in. And when you have a horse like Warlike Goddess in front of you, you know she's going to carry you through. That's your fullback, right? You're going to follow her through the line. And then when he sifted out to the clear, this was just such a sweet turf ride. Saving ground, never having an alter course, sifting out to that clear path.
That was then, this is now. What about the last couple of starts from McCulloch, and why should today be any different?
Well, I think that's the question. You have to ask yourself a little bit. Now, last time she was facing a tougher field, so I don't want to hold her last race against her that much. But 2 back, she didn't fire at all in the Sheepshead Bay. In fact, her uncoupled stablemate was able to wire the field, and horses closed in there. She was outside uncovered. That's saying that there was nobody in front of her. She was running sort of into the wind. She's a horse that does her best running when she can get covered up. And I think from post 7, Irad Ortiz's job is to find a way to get her covered up. Now, keep this in mind. There's a little bit more of a run to the first turn in the 3-turn race, right? Because it's 1.5 miles. And the race at the Bowling Green we watched the other day, that was 1 mile and 3/8.
Yeah.
That's coming up, the feature Glens Falls. But first things first, we start this late pick 5s with 2-year-old. And the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Always exciting. Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 5-time champion General Sire, Into Mischief. It's very different than when it was drawn. There's the field off the turf. 1 mile now from the Wilson Chute. New York bred freshman, the current favorite at the bottom, Real Savvy, and Richard Avenue at 5-2 as we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast. Standing by right behind us in the paddock, Maggie, with this Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day paddock report.
Thank you, Lafitte. And an interesting crew assembled here in this off-the-turf race, especially when you see the horse that draws in here from the MTO list, and that is number 12, Real Savvy. Now, this one for Christophe Clement draws in here, and he's one that I did actually a 2-year-old report on, and I know that connections are quite high on him. He actually, in his last workout, according to the DRF Clocker report, outbroke Evidencias, who is an accomplished allowance type mare, and was in hand at the wire. And I can kind of see why Christophe chose to work him with some older company. Given his size, this is an enormous son of Authentic, and I really like what I'm seeing from him, because in so many ways, that physical maturity at this point in their careers speaks volumes. But it's not like he's a big, heavy horse. He's very lean, very tight, and fit, and has been a true professional throughout. And I'm okay with them debuting him at this mile, because he definitely wants every bit of it. Moving on to some horses that have experience, including number 4, Richard Ave. He debuted on the dirt, though it was a muddy sealed surface. And watching him that day, he didn't break that alertly, and he
kind of chased on the outside, and it just looked as though he was spinning his wheels throughout. Now, I suppose you can have a little bit of confidence, considering Todd opts to leave him in here, that it comes off the turf. But looking at him, he does look more turf meant. But I'll say this, sometimes when you're spinning your wheels sprinting and then you get to try a fast track going longer, then you're not run off your feet as much. And this guy has definitely gotten tighter and fitter and stronger since his debut. Rudy Rodriguez will send out 2 in here, including number 3, Mick Diesel. In his last workout, which was a modest 50-4, but Rudy is not a trainer who works his horses fast at all. It's more emphasis on the gallop outs, and this horse working well on even terms with the older accomplished filly Status Seeker. And I like this guy moving to the dirt. He was competitive, albeit as the favorite first time out on July 7th, but it's not like he has an overwhelming turf hoof, and he's by Twirling Candy, who can get any kind of runner, and all the siblings and the dam have won on the dirt. Rudy's other horse has done well since I've seen him. Number 9, Vamonos Vamonos. He was really green, really cheeky in his debut. Again, coming out of a 5-furlong sprint on that muddy sealed racetrack, and then a pretty productive race last time out. He's so much more mentally together, and if you watch his last replay, he was in another zip code behind Gate to Wire winner in Moplex. So he kind of picked up the pieces really late in the game, and when you add distance, it'll mitigate those slow breaks that you often see from these horses. Like I said, he's so much more focused than he was in that debut, and physically, Lafitte, he gives every indication that he should really appreciate this stretch out.
Vamonos, vamonos, let's go, let's go. Maggie, thanks so much. And from what Andy was just telling us, let's go and get to the rail here at Saratoga this afternoon.
It's a tricky situation because this is a race that was scheduled for the turf. And the horses that are entered main track only, which means they will only run if the race is taken off the turf. Well, they're going to always draw the outside post positions. Now, on a fair racetrack, it can be good for them, actually, to be outside and sort of survey inside. But on a racetrack where horses saving ground have a huge advantage, it's a big disadvantage, Richie.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is, particularly the way the track has been tilted today so far, Paul. But I just find it very interesting that Christophe Clement, who is not bashful about running horses on turf, obviously, entered this horse specifically for main track only, and he also did train the half-sister Brattle House.
I think he did that because he wanted more distance. And he knew if this race came off, it'd be at a mile. Now, I think the two-year-old races, when they come off, they should go to 7 furlongs. We're not even running 7-furlong races at this point for them. So the only way he could get them to run a distance of ground on the dirt this early in the year is to be in an off-the-turf race.
Yeah, fair.
Who graduates, Paul?
I think the other part about the 12-2 here is he's owned by my racehorse. So he's got
money gonna show up.
He's got about 600 or 700 owners. So let's be honest there.
I'll take the over.
The way you said that so deadpan was just
I kind of like the 8
Paul.
Iron Max. I think he ran pretty well first time out. I think he's tilted. These Caravaggio's have actually come to run on the dirt a little bit. I think he'll break a little bit better today.
See how he looks in the post parade? We kick things off with Revivalism. And Louis Size at 5-1.
He was my top choice, and George Weaver I trust, but breaking that far outside post makes me not really want to bet him.
McDiesel and trainer Rudy Rodriguez still looking for that elusive first win.
This horse could very well be the inside speed, and while I wouldn't necessarily bet this horse under normal circumstances, I think you have to move the chances up.
Richard Ave, Powerhouse Connections.
Yeah, but blinkers on last time and improved. Was that the turf or not? I would think this horse would show some speed too as well.
5, 6, 7 out. Vamonos in. Maggie said he looks like he'll appreciate the added ground.
Oh, that's the 8 Iron Max.
Iron Max.
You're just so
My
excited
mistake.
about
Vamonos. Any excuse to speak Spanish on the show.
Any chance to say, let's go, let's go.
There he is. And with Frankie Dettori in the saddle.
I didn't have an optimistic viewpoint, but I respect Maggie's thoughts.
24-1 high water mark. SJB Racing debuting Colt.
Yeah, K Barcoa here for Anthony Ferraro. Big long shot here, 24-1.
Sky Masterson draws in.
Yeah, I just don't know what there is to recommend about this one at 24 or 28-1.
And the favorite, Real Savvy, entered main track only.
Yeah, I'm not saying the horse can't win this race, obviously. Obviously, the workout reports in the morning on DRF it suggests this horse has been okay, but a first-time starter on the outside, going this distance, I don't know at 5-2.
That's the field. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. New York bred 2-year-olds. Late pick 5 starts here off the turf from the Wilson Chute. 5-2. Number 12, Real Savvy. You're looking at Richard Ave, and it is Whitney week. We remember what his sire did back in 2019. McKenzie, Richie for trainer Bob Baffert. With Mike Smith, McKenzie, and Smitty sets him down in the stretch.
Yeah, and you could see he didn't take much kickback. He got a little bit on his chest there, but big, robust horse that just ran them off their feet in the Whitney.
That was the first for Bob Baffert. He'd go back-to-back with Improbable the following year. Mike Smith probably always raising the roof after a big Grade 1 win. And Baffert seeking a third on Saturday with National Treasure, the 9-5 favorite.
Yeah, and the horse to beat. And like I said yesterday, you know, there's 2 horses on tomorrow's card, National Treasure and Cogburn, that is probably maybe the fastest turf sprinter maybe we've seen in a while. That 9-10 horses are taking both of those horses on, which is very cool.
What a program. This Saturday, Fox Saratoga Saturday, all 5 stakes races on Fox. Will be previewing the Whitney throughout the course of the broadcast as we get set for this late pick 5, 4 minutes out until the 6, and still looking at Richard Ave. Andy, what are you expecting from him this afternoon?
Well, I mean, this is not a horse that I would ever bet on. He ran once in the dirt. He took a little money, but those Rapoli Pletch horses are always going to take money first time out and did no running. It was a muddy sealed track. And then he came back to the turf and got a very good trip and improved a little bit. I would only consider him a player in here because Todd Pletcher seems to do well in off-turf races if I thought he could clear the lead. But Richie, he's not supposed to clear the lead outside of the 3, McDiesel, right?
No, and that's who I like, McDiesel. He's got the inside post. He showed good speed turf sprinting. His pedigree suggests that the dirt should not be a problem. A couple of the workout reports, the DRF Clocker report, had him working well on the dirt as well. I think from the inside, he's going to be tough.
I'm looking at the damn delay of game. How many delay of games have there been, Richie?
There have been so many, going back to one
George
that George
Odom.
Odom trained
Right.
in the early 80s. Big gray horse.
Yep. And then there was one that won a stake that I told you was going to win and paid $38. That was a male.
Rusty Arnold.
Correct.
Right? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, no, there's been several over the years.
Yep.
Now, I skipped Iron Max in the post parade, Paulie. Here he is, and he has an edge and experience over some. What do you make of his chances?
I don't know, but he's looking at me.
Right through your soul.
Yeah, 9-2. And, you know, he needs to get off to a better start, obviously. And maybe the dirt will help him a little bit. I like the way he looks. Jeremiah Engelhart's having a good meet. I think him in the 1A is the other horse in there, because if you look at the 1A, his works on the dirt are completely better than works on the turf.
You know, on the 8, Iron Max, I think it's important to remind people, Jeremiah Engelhart loved this horse first time. I believe that he was one of the horses we did when Maggie would speak to the trainers.
She did.
And he wanted more distance after that, but he's deliberately been trying to run the horse in the turf, and even though the race came off, Jeremiah has entered this horse twice to run in the dirt.
So yeah, you know him a little bit, Maggie. Iron Max with Manny Franco looking for a 3rd win on the afternoon before he drops 30 tonight on the trainers in the basketball game.
I think there was some smack talk back in the paddock between Todd Pletcher and Jeremiah Engelhart gearing up for that Jockeys Trainers basketball game. So looking forward to that and what they bring to the table. Jeremiah, he's always such a character and has a great sense of humor, to say the least. I felt as though Iron Max and I really bonded back at the Engelhart barn the first week we were up here. He was a bit disappointing in that debut. He broke really slow, but guys, he was really green on the track. And I think, therefore green at the gate. He came in a bit hot, washy, and while it's hot, okay, that's fine, but nobody else was like that when they walked into the paddock. Now, we do see Manny Franco giving him a very brisk warm-up, so they're going to leave their running today for as sharp as he is. He looks great. I thought he looked fit. I thought he looked ready to go first time. He picked up some pieces late in that 5.5 sprint, so maybe the added distance will suit him. I can see it physically. I just also see physically a turf horse. So I am in no rush to take him at a short price on this surface. The 1A, as we heard Paulie saying, Revivalism working well. He's been a beat slow from the gates, according to the DRF Clocker report, but at least he breaks from the outside and then he recovers very quickly and accordingly gallops out really, really well. All of which with unraced mates. So we don't really know how that, qualifies and what the quality of these horses he was with are. But he's been really professional, almost too laid back. And we saw Luis Saez take him away from the pony immediately and actually had to ask him a couple times with the crop to really jump into the bridle. So he's not giving me the indication that first time is necessarily going to be a winning one, but I always feel like I regret saying that whenever I'm talking about a George Weaver horse, though it does feel like George is just that much more potent when it comes to turf horses. But I can't reiterate this enough. Look at the size of number 12, Real Savvy. I was joking with assistant to George Weaver, Blair Golan. She's like, geez, the 12 is a moose. You don't see 2-year-olds this size, this, early on in their careers. And what I like about him, though, is he's not a heavy horse. There's just a lot of leg there. And when there's a lot of leg there, there's a lot of ground covered, and there's a lot of efficiency with how athletic he is. I can't see past him, Lafitte.
Big boy. And the favorite, Real Savvy, at 5-2 as they've made their way to the gate for the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, start of the late pick 5.
These races can be sort of wars of attrition a bit. They're going a mile. They're 2-year-olds. It's very early, especially on demanding dirt to do it. So I don't know that this is a race where I would be overly caught in the bias. And I have no idea. I mean, the 3 is supposed to be the inside speed, but who really knows here, Richie? I mean, and maybe the 1A and the 12 are just the only real dirt horses in the race. That's also a real possibility.
Yeah. That very well could be. I went with the 3 McDiesel. I just like the fact that he has speed. He's drawn to the inside, and he's got a pedigree that suggests that he potentially could handle dirt. And also, the bartender at Bamonte's in Brooklyn, legendary bartender, Diesel.
Hashtag analysis. And for Paul, we're watching Iron Max, the colt you like, and the start is key. He has to break better today.
Yeah, he does. He has to break better today, but he is taking a little bit of money here for Jeremiah Englehart. Like I said, Caravaggio being a son of Scat Daddy, obviously he was a great turf horse, but for some reason they've been running on the dirt, and I think this 8 might be okay if he can get out of the gate. And you can see they opened up the front of the gate for him this time.
Manny Franco, 2 wins thus far, but the favorite, Real Savvy, to the outside, Joel Rosario to be inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame across the street tomorrow morning. Post time for the 6th, start of the late pick 5, live from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2. Here's Frank Miramati.
They're in the gate. And they're off. McDiesel and Richard Avenue, the first 2 out of the gate. On the far outside, Real Savvy is up close through the opening stages. And further out, Revivalism in the green colors has moved up to take 4th. Then comes Iron Max, tucked in behind horses in 5th, finding a seam along the rail. 2 clear of Vamonos, Vamonos. Then it's a break of 6 lengths back to Sky Masterson and High Water Mark, strung out through a quarter in 24 1/5 seconds. So it's McDiesel with an easy lead up top. Has it by 2 lengths. Richard Avenue along the inside, a joint second with Real Savvy right there in 3rd. Then Revivalism and Iron Max, a 1.5 lengths clear of Vamonos, Vamonos. It's a gap of 5 to High Watermark and Sky Masterson. The half at 48 1 for McDiesel, the controlling speed. Iron Max has saved every inch of ground and moves through along the inside to take a clear second and trying to get after McDiesel, but McDiesel has other ideas. McDiesel starts to pour it on. 4-length lead coming to the quarter pole. Vamonos, Vamonos moves up on the inside of Richard Avenue to take 3rd there at the top of the stretch. And it's been all McDiesel, but now Iron Max is trying to cut into the margin, 4 lengths back in 2nd. These 2 are well clear. McDiesel hugs the rail, goes on with a 3-length lead. Iron Max still in it. Iron Max gradually getting closer to McDiesel. Iron Max or McDiesel, McDiesel or Iron Max. Here is the line. McDiesel holds on. Iron Max made that very interesting. Then it was Richard Avenue and a photo over Vamonos. Vamonos.
Desperate finish. McDiesel holds on, graduates in his 2nd career start. Iron Max, a late run, plugging away, but Iron Max and Manny Franco are fighting each other as much as anything else during the course of the race.
Yeah, I don't know how much this was Manny and it was the horse. He's in that garden spot right down the inside, and we see another gold rail winner in the number 3. Richie, what was going on here?
I think he was trying to create some room for himself. He forced these horses out, and now once he started out that way, he lost a little control of them. He jumped back to his right lead around the turn, and just that centrifugal force kind of forced him out even further.
And if he had just stayed on the inside and waited a little while, the other horses were going to drop off, and he could kind of know the outside chasers are dropping off in every single race. It's just an impossible bias to overcome, and just waited. He would have stayed inside longer, and he would have gotten out and he would have won.
It's just one of those things. Jose Lezcano's just, well, Rudy Rodriguez, by the way, gets his first win of the meet. But Manny Franco, I've never been in that position, Mig, but are you just got too much horse and you have to go? Because, listen, I bet the 8, and as soon as he came out, I said to you guys, whoa, here, because he plays ping pong
you
right
bet the
here.
8? I couldn't tell.
Here's my thing right here. Is he up on the heels of the 3 that he has to get outside?
No, I think he felt like he had so much horse. He started out, and then his horse kind of overreacted to it.
Will there
jumped
be an
back to
inquiry,
his wrong
Richie?
lead and bore out into, it was the 4 horse, I guess, Richard Avenue.
Shouldn't there be an inquiry here?
Waiting to announce it and don't see it just yet, you would assume, absolutely. He took him out a path, and Iron Max veered, making that contact at the head of the lane at 3.849. Another look here, Richie, after the incident.
Yeah, and you can see here, McDiesel's looking for a place to lay down right here. He's a tired horse. He's trying to lug in a little bit. Jose Lezcano gave him a terrific ride, taking advantage of that inside. And here comes the Iron Max with this kind of relentless, grinding style. But he cost himself a length or two with that ping-ponging up around the far turn.
The 4 runs a tremendous race, because watch the 4 take the brunt of this. Because the 4 and the 12 just get whacked right here. They just do. It's the bottom line. Watch the 8 come out. I cannot believe there's not an inquiry or anything up. But the 4 gets almost steadied all the way back, and then kind of re-rallied, because Irad stopped.
I'm going to be critical of the stewards right here. We could see it, and I understand, we could see it on the pan. We showed it right away afterwards. They're watching multiple angles upstairs. They're obviously looking at something because it hasn't gone official yet. Why not tell the public? You've got to tell the public you're looking. Because if they're not looking at this, then I don't know what they're doing. And if they are looking and not telling us, they're not all watching on the TV show. There's fans in the stands. We get big crowds here. There's people who are watching simulcast. They've got to let the public know they're looking at this. This is crazy to me that there's no inquiry posted here. I'm sorry.
This was significant contact, and it put the 4 Richard Avenue in a really precarious position.
As well as the 12 outside.
Yeah, but he got bumped, but he wasn't in a dangerous spot.
Okay, fair.
Richard Avenue was in a dangerous spot.
But he was fouled. Wouldn't you say if the 8 came down that he should come below the 12 also?
Absolutely.
100%.
And none of us are rooting for DQs. I just don't. And you know what? They don't even have to take it down. They've got to tell people they're looking.
That they're looking.
And they are looking because it's not official yet.
Not to get lost in the mix. For Rudy Rodriguez, that first trip to the winner's circle here at Saratoga with McDiesel. Still unofficial results. When we come back, 3.84 now. Also, he's back from California. National Treasure arrived on Tuesday, won the Met Mile. Next assignment, the Whitney on Saturday.
And clear off in the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace. 3/4 of a length ahead.
Right as the field turns for home. Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers
will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
Complexion. Phoebe in Wonderland.
Galabrand asserts herself.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here.
Poppy Flower with the momentum.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports as we just saw a gate-to-wire winner. It was a 2-year-old in here, Mick Diesel, getting the job done for Rudy Rodriguez. And as you just said, the pressure's off now, Rudy. First win of the meet. You got to feel good.
Definitely. All the fans over here, the people, they always keep updated with every day. And at least now I can breathe a little bit better. And I'm just blessed to be here, and thank you for the honors to give me the opportunity for sure.
And these are 2 horses that you had entered in the body of the race. Obviously, Mick Diesel in here, one that started on the turf first time out and ran really well. What gave you confidence switching to the dirt today?
He was training very good in the door. So I think the family or Mick Diesel, they can run pretty much anywhere. So I was confident that he was going to run a good race. And I was hoping the other horse just like the grass, the long distance. I think he wants to go like Malena A or something like that. But hopefully my Derby winner, so I'm dreaming.
New York Derby, right?
New York Derby, yeah.
Oh, Rudy, you can't stop dreaming. And this horse co-owned by the estate of the late Toby Sheets, obviously Dream Walkin' Farm. To wear those silks here in the winner's circle, Toby is somebody that you got to meet a little later in his life.
When we met a couple of times, and it was an amazing guy to be around. We went to see him singing in Vegas. The last thing, too bad he left us too early, but I'm sure he's watching us for sure.
Yes, he's enjoying this win. Well done, Rudy. Congratulations. Margarita time?
Yes.
Am I invited?
You coming?
Bye.
Rudy and Maggie, you can find them at the Jim Dandy Bar. Look, when Rudy wins, everybody wins. We're happy to see him get that first victory. Mick Diesel in his Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. If you're watching and you're frustrated, we get it. Given what happened rounding the far turn with Iron Max veering out, and whether they make the change or not, and we'll move on in a moment, but you want to know, even though we know, as you mentioned, that they're actually looking at it as long as it took to be declared official, you want to see that there is an inquiry and they are looking at it. It's not enough for just us to tell the viewers, hey, don't worry, they're looking at it.
Every single person here is being paid by the bettors, by you guys who are betting on our races. Every one of us. The stewards, you, me, everybody in the set, everybody working here. And if we can't at least do what's right by you, then we're not doing our jobs.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's something that you have to hit the light. You have to let people know there's an active inquiry into the race, because there was significant contact, and beyond the significant contact, the 4-horse was put in a dangerous situation.
I'm tired, I'm sick and tired of horses going 45 miles an hour, punching other horses in the gut, and then we have people guessing whether there's any horse left in those horses. That's what's ended up happening. That's what's going on. They're saying the 4 ran third, better position. The 12 was going to run out the back. How do we know the 12 was going to run out the back?
I don't know what they're saying because there wasn't an inquiry.
Right,
I think
that's
we
a
just
change or no change you want to know. You want to see
I don't mind no
there's
change at all.
An inquiry, absolutely, absolutely. All right, we digress and spin it forward to Saturday's Grade 1 Whitney. With so much history and the tradition and the stats, the numbers, we go by the numbers. First run in 1928, named in honor of the prominent Whitney family. Fastest of the fast, Lawyer Ron, 2007. 9 furlongs, 146.64. Most wins. The number is 3. Legends, Discovery, and the mighty Kelso. Most wins by an owner. Green Tree Stable. 6 Whitney winners with 6 different horses. Incredible. Most wins by a jockey. The number is 5. Jerry Bailey, and that's Pat Day aboard New York's Easy Goer. Most Whitney wins by a trainer. John Gaber Sr., 5 victories, all for Green Tree Stable. The ladies in the Whitney, been a while, but 6 have done it, including the Iron Mare Ladies Secret. Hasn't been long since a Whitney winner captured a Breeders' Cup event. 9 total. Just last year, White Abario from the Whitney to the Breeders' Cup Classic. Now this, while staggering, not surprising. 29 Whitney winners having crowned champion. Knicks go among them. Year-end honors in the Whitney. Longtime influence. 12 winners have been named Horse of the Year, including Invasor, and the highest honor, Whitney winners in the Hall of Fame. And tomorrow, as of tomorrow, 22 gun runner to be inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, the Whitney by the numbers. As for this year's edition, and of course, the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week, the field A big Whitney field, 12-strong Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic number 3, National Treasure. 9 to 5 morning line favorite. Let's meet the runners in post position order. Going to take a little longer this year than last. Number 1 is Post Time, pictured there. Second to National Treasure in the Met Mile.
He's a very cool horse, a closing sprinter that can close into slow paces, but he's not the kind of horse that's going to get better in a 2-turn race, though he should get a fast pace.
Husband and wife, Sheldon, Brittany Russell trying to win a Whitney together. Number 2, Disarmed by Gunrunner, not as fast as Gunrunner.
Yeah, and it seems like Steve Aspen has been waiting for this horse to break out. It would be a good breakout moment. He's had a couple good races here. He ran well here last year, but he's got to step it up.
The favorite, National Treasure, already a 2-time Grade 1 winner this year.
Yeah, he has the speed of the speed. He drew well.
The post.
He is, without question, the horse to beat in this race.
Imposing connections, the Avengers, and 2-time Triple Crown winning trainer Bob Baffert. Warrior Johnny, a sharp win opening day.
He's a good-looking son of Cairo Prince, and yeah, he was a good winner here over the racetrack, so that is a help, but he's got to step it up. This is a tough spot here.
Just 8-1 in last summer's Jockey Club Gold Cup, ran 7th for submission. Godolphin's Ali Sheba winner.
Needs to bounce back. Big win in the slop 2 starts ago. Big disappointment in the Stephen Foster. But I think he's a better horse when he rates a little bit, and he is not going to be on top of the pace like he was last time.
We'll see about Il Miracolo. Dave Grenning of the Daily Racing Form tweeting earlier he does expect him to defect and scratch out of the Whitney.
Yeah, he's 0 for 7 at the distance, but I'll tell you what, this is a neat little racehorse considering he kind of fires almost every time. He's just a cut below.
Number 7, Croupy, first of 3 for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, and listen, he's a very cool horse. Probably wants more than 1 1/8 miles, and if the pace gets hot, he's the kind of horse that can come running at the end for a piece.
Probably an easier spot, doesn't have to face next on Saturday. Tumbarumba, the Louisiana bred.
Yeah, and ran a Louisiana company at this distance and was second, ran 3rd in the Oklahoma Derby. In sharp form, I just don't know. 4-year-old by Oscar Performance.
Number 9, Bright Future, last summer's Jockey Club Gold Cup winner.
If the race is coming apart at the end, he is the most likely player to come from far out of it. He ran well in his return race, but he's got to run a lot better here, and he probably will.
Todd Pletcher, 4-time Whitney winner, one more, and he ties John Gavers Sr., Skippy Longstocking, Oaklawn Handicap winner.
Yeah, and also the Charlestown Classic winner when he won the Oaklawn Handicap. He didn't run that bad in the Stephen Foster that day as well. You're going to get your price on Skippy.
Arthur's Ride, tough spot to make a graded stakes debut.
Huge figure, biggest figure of anybody in the field, winning his last start, but he did it while riding a strong inside bias, not so unlike today's bias. Can he do it from a far outside post?
Charge It, number 12, disappointing 4th in last year's Whitney.
Everybody still waiting for that 111 buyer to pop up that he ran in the Dwyer 2 years ago.
Tough assignment for Johnny V, breaking from the outside. The runners in the Whitney on Saturday. Richie, could the draw have worked out like any better for National Treasure and Flavien Prat, the 3-post, and most of the other speed towards the outside?
It really couldn't have. Anybody that can challenge him is kind of out in no man's land, and it's a very short run to that first turn. He has natural speed, but beyond natural speed, he's got gate speed. He leaves the gate in a hurry. Sometimes a horse needs a stride or two to get underway. He doesn't. He leaves with run.
And he can go fast early and still finish late. He is way the horse to beat.
He is. I mean, like, Disarm's the only other horse that can maybe put in the inside, that can maybe sit the trip, but he goes, and Bob Baffert's speed is different speed.
He'll let him rip. Bob Baffert looking for a 3rd win in the Whitney. The Whitney among the most celebrated events every summer at Saratoga, but not the only stakes race on Saturday, not by a long shot. There you see it. 5 stakes races, 3 Grade 1 events, the Saratoga Derby and Test, presented by Ticketmaster. What a day of thoroughbred racing, and you can catch all of it on Fox. Fox Saratoga Saturday, biggest races, best horses. Coverage begins at 3 Eastern, the Whitney, only on Fox. First weekend in August, you just feel an energy, something different at Saratoga, the August place to be, and that Whitney Saturday program. Can't wait for one of the best days of racing every year in North America. Live coverage, Fox Saratoga Saturday. 13 minutes out, race 7. Start of the late pick 4. Starter allowance conditions here. Mile and 3/16. Andy, same distance as the Preakness.
Exactly, and the 3 on Esprit is the horse to beat in this race, but given the way the racetrack is playing, where horses with inside speed have a distinct advantage, the number 7 Bar 14, who should have no trouble clearing, especially with a longer run in the first turn, he becomes very dangerous. In fact, his last big win on a muddy track at Aqueduct was in a similar type bias, an extreme speed bias that day. He's a dangerous player at a big price because of the way the racetrack is playing.
But on Esprit, Maggie is favored 9-5 and looking for 3 straight.
Yeah, the track bias is really doing my job pretty difficult. Makes everybody's job pretty difficult because you're judging these horses physically, and they could be the best horse physically, but the track's just against them. And On Esprit looks tremendous here. I mean, he's a very robust horse. He carries that weight and conditioning extremely well. My biggest concern with him, though, is he going to get better at a mile and 3/16? I don't know if this son of Spitestown, who can get any kind of runner, but predominantly a little bit shorter distances are preferable, just because, he's a little bit more stocky. He doesn't have that classic kind of marathoner look, but he also has Mike Maker in his corner, and Mike Maker is kind of the Todd Pletcher ilk, and they seem to get horses to outperform any perceived distance limitations that I see with them physically. Moving on to number 4, Mystic Knight. He'll go first off the claim here for Linda Rice, and he was coming off a little bit of a layoff from March to June last time, and he just came up short. I kind of expected it. He looked a bit soft. He looked a bit heavy. He is so much more fit and defined now. And a horse that I know he's 0 for 1 at this distance, but he feels like a horse that can be very productive at these longer distances, as he has been in the past. So I think Mystic Knight, that last race, kind of setting him up well for a bigger effort this time around. Then I got a long shot. Down on the rail is number 1, Debate. And we'll see if that, inside post does him any favors, but he's not a horse with speed. So that's a problem, though. In talking with his new trainer, Michelle Giangiulio, who took him last time, she said, I'm hoping that these blinkers just get him in the game a little bit more. Focus that energy. As she said, when he gallops, he'll be really on the bridle, and then he'll just kind of come off of it and look around and kind of become disinterested. And watching his races, too, he's a horse that just plugs along evenly. And that running style, I think, suits these 1.125 miles to 1.25 miles to 1.5 miles type of distances really, really well. On top of all that, this is a horse that has been against the track in 3 straight efforts. And I like what I'm seeing from him in the paddock. Michelle has him really fine-tuned and fit for this effort. First for the barn.
By Claiborne Stallion Flatter, Debate 23-1. On Esprit not 23-1, the favorite. And his jockey pictured, Arad Ortiz. He's won the last 2 runnings of the Whitney, 4 overall, Arad Ortiz. Can he trigger an upset on Saturday with Krupe? If so, Jerry Bailey, Pat Day, you have company. Much more. Saratoga Live Whitney Week coverage continues. We'll be right back.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200, 200 out, 2, in the back. Patrick, 200,000. Thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vekoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Vekoma, the one to catch. Vekoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside, Vekoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vekoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a revolutionary state-of-the-art equine therapy and rehabilitation facility offering the most advanced equipment and knowledgeable staff to care for your equine athlete. From oxygen therapy and laser treatments to thermal imaging, dry saw room, and cryotherapy treatment, all alongside a 7/8 mile Tapeta training track. GMP Farm is revolutionizing equine care. To see a full list of services and book your horse's rejuvenation session, visit gmpfarm.net today.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Riders up. Post-parade momentarily, 7th of 10 on this Thursday program. And the late pick 4 gets started here. Live look there. Paul, your top selection on a spree, looking for 3 straight, 9-5 currently.
Yeah, 9-5, coming off a little bit of a layoff. You can see they were interacting earlier, Irad and Mike Mary. Doesn't ride for him a lot. They're 23% together. And Flying P is on a roll, but is the racetrack going to help them out? They are still favorite right now at 2-1.
On a spree, we start with debate. Maggie said perhaps ready to outrun his odds this afternoon.
Does draw the rail, so maybe if the rider stays in the rail the whole way and nobody else is on it, he has a chance.
Complete agenda number 2, back to the main track.
Maybe the way the track is playing, this horse is getting completely dismissed because the numbers, this horse can be right there. 7-1 is probably a little high on this horse.
On a spree, those 2 wins by daylight, 10 combined lengths.
Well, the way Flying P is going, they could run against the bias and still win.
Can't beat him, only hope to contain him. Then Mystic Light, owned and trained by Linda Rice.
Yeah, Maggie had good things to say about this horse, and Linda owns this one as well.
Grandpa's Kid number 5, the Virginia bred.
Yeah, he's another deep closer type like the 2, and it just feel like his running style may be compromised here.
St. Andrews number 6, claimed from Linda Rice by Orlando Noda.
Yeah, Tyler Gaffleone, who's been hot as well, son of Quality Road.
Bar 14 back to the main track.
Yeah, and then Louis Sai has one job, just center the lead and get the rail and stay there, and that might be enough to get a horse who might be a little overmatched, the winner's circle.
Rocco Strong, look out. Rudy Rodriguez are going to go back-to-back.
Yeah, blinkers go on. We know this, that Rocco Joseph is what we bet in this horse. Safi's son, Rocco.
Rocco. Rocco with his Ramsey Silks out there somewhere. The field for the 7th race, post time 5 minutes. Start of the late pick 4, circling back to complete agenda. Let's go back to his last dirt race, 2 starts back. Aqueduct, complete agenda, Andy. Head cocked, but on the move from off the pace.
Yeah, I mean, he's a horse that shows up a lot and runs well, but you look at him, he's got 3 wins and 29 starts and 13 seconds and thirds, and that's a deep closer, Richie, and American dirt racing, they're often against it, and he may be even more against it than usual on today's track.
Yeah, he's a horse that wants to lug in. I mean, he habitually lugs in. Flavien Prat had his hands full with him here, maybe because of the way the track's playing and now having that experience with him, he just leaves him down on the fence, and maybe that helps him.
No, I agree. That's what you got to do. You got to leave him on the inside and hope it works out for you, because if he's making a big wide run, as he often does, he'll have no chance in this track.
Even warming up. Look at the way, right? And Flavien already has his crop in his left hand, even in the warm-up. So this is a horse that his habit is to always lean to the left.
Watching the replay, trying to determine if it was the spray and kickback that was bothering him or the lugging in. No, he just really lugs in no matter what's happening in front of him.
For a long time.
Annie, the difference between a rail bias and a speed bias.
Well, a lot of times people think a rail bias is speed bias because horses go to the front and they're on the inside. The horses closing are coming on the outside. But the reality is that a speed bias is one, I think a speed bias has more to do with a kickback issue and horses being hindered closing. Whereas a rail bias is one where you need to save ground. Now, a horse can win closing if they stay on the rail for the majority of the race. And I think that's why in the last race we all feel the second place finisher, and I know, Paul, you agree with this, would have won if Manny just stayed on the rail. Now, it is what it is, but the rail bias just means you've got to save ground for as long as you possibly can. You can close, but you have to be on the rail for at least a significant portion of the race.
Seeing how the track is playing, Richie, how much of an adjustment are you making with what your approach would have been on a horse? How much would you veer from what normally the approach would have been?
You can't really change a horse's style, but what you can do is make a commitment, show the discipline to say, I'm going down to the inside, Paul, and I'm going to fight the inside and stay there as long as I possibly can. And then if they drift off the rail, I can come up the rail. I think the last race was a prime example. to me, when you have an inside that's so good like that, think about when you're at the airport and you hit that moving sidewalk, and it just carries you along.
I love that moving sidewalk. I want my whole life. I want that everywhere I go.
Well, didn't that look like a moving
Yeah,
sidewalk?
you're right.
the
No,
last
you're
race?
absolutely right. It's a great analogy. Yeah.
We check in with Maggie. 2 minutes to post. Maggie.
Taking a look at some horses who have some speed but are drawn to the outside. Obviously, Rocco Strong not quite as fast as Bar 14, but Rocco Strong is a horse that Rudy had picked up out of opening weekend in that very first race of the meet. I remember he entered him back like a week later, scratched him there, but he's come back here today. Now, he's a horse I've admittedly always kind of been a fan of, but with the blinkers on today, I find it interesting. He does seem awfully sharp on the racetrack. It's just, if Kendrick was riding this horse, I'd be a little bit more confident, and sometimes Joel is aggressive. You just don't know when he is going to be. So I think this horse is a major player in this affair, and with it being a mile and 3/16, they do have a little bit more time to sort themselves out here on the straight and to work themselves over towards the inside. Now, Bar 14, he is quick. Unfortunately, I can't be really positive on him handling this distance, but the track just may carry him. He's not built like a horse that wants to go this far at all. You can see that angle of his hip built downward into the ground to his shoulder. Horses that want this distance are a lot more even in that respect. So for me, I can't particularly endorse Bar 14, but if you're feeling very confident that this track could carry him, have at it. Lafitte.
Bar 14, Luis Saez. Do we have a late
5
scratch? The 5 out?
Yes, sir.
Grandpa's Kid is out, a late scratch before this 7th race. First glance doesn't seem like it would change the complexion of the race, Andy.
No, I mean, it's, I think that's a good point. You look to see if it changed the complexion.
No, he's
it's
a deep
speed,
closer.
It's a deep closer, Paulie.
Yeah.
I picked the 3. I have to live with the picks I make on Talking Horses, but I bet the 7.
Bar 14,
I feel
yeah, so I guess that's the
follow-up.
follow-up.
8-1. I have to bet something on it. I don't love him.
Do you feel, though, on the spree, because of those last 2 races, that the horse hit the front so quickly that maybe Irad will try to do that maybe on this racetrack?
You can't run with Bar 14 if Luis Saez is riding the way Luis Saez rode when he won the title here a few years ago, when he rode with aggression and abandon. And he has to be in front. Bar 14 is simply just faster than these horses early. And keep in mind, a long run to the first turn, so no problem clearing from the outside, Richie.
Yeah, the post should not play any kind of role in this whatsoever. And he's also trained by Pat Reynolds, a trainer that understands the value of speed and pays attention.
If Luis Saez is not, if the 7 breaks cleanly and he's not in front, then you have to ask himself what he's doing.
Not trying to be overly critical, but in the first few weeks, for Luis Saez is one of only 2 jockeys not named Ortiz who has won a riding title here at Saratoga over the last decade. Rough first 3 weeks plus for Luis Saez.
Too good a rider
to
to continue to do as poorly as he's doing, and we need Louis to get back to that aggressive riding style that led him to so many riding titles. He's just a good rider, and right now he's not getting the results.
You said something a moment ago, though, when he's riding well, he rides with a kind of abandon. The line between riding well and not riding so well is when you start overthinking things. And I'm sure, Paul, you can expand on that as a ball player. If you're going up there overthinking the pitches that are coming to you instead of reacting in the moment, you're probably not going to hit as well.
No, what it is you got to stick to your plan 100% and full commitment. Once you stray from the plan, a lot of people say, well, you're in a slump. Well, you're not. Your swing has not changed. You're just swinging at bad pitches, or you're making the wrong moves. Like Andy said, he's not being aggressive, or he's just not hitting the right hole at certain times. And you go through those slumps. Right now, he just seems passive to me. He's just really passive right now.
3 for 60 some odd, Richie, and then any athlete, you start to press.
It gets in your head, and then you start trying to create instead of allowing things to happen. And the best thing you can do is almost slow it back down. Start riding your horses to finish 3rd, because then you wind up in the right spots. You haven't used any horse, and they wind up getting the big check, not the minor check.
Maybe he can steal this thing on Bar 14. Luis Saez, 7-1. There goes Mystic Knight, contender, but the favorite on a spree, 7-5, ready for the late pick 4, post time race 7 from the Spawn, Fox Sports 2. Here's Frank Miramati.
Bar 14 coming up. Rocco Strong to the outside. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Rocco Strong hesitated on a spree, breaks out beautifully and goes straight to the front, joined immediately by Bar 14, who's intent on getting to the front. And Mystic Knight has some good speed too. St. Andrews comes away in the top flight, only 3 lengths off the lead. Rocco Strong is widest of all. On a spree settles comfortably while down on the inside as Mystic Knight drifts out just a touch into the first turn. Complete Agenda is second to last, 6 lengths off the lead, and Debate trails. So it's Bar 14 to set the pace. Leads at a length and a half to Rocco Strong in second, with Mystic Knight tucked in along the rail in third. On a Spree is fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. The opening quarter went in 24 seconds flat as they swing on to the back stretch. Outside of him comes St. Andrews, a break of 3.5. Back to Complete Agenda and Debate. Bar 14 takes him toward the half-mile pole, unopposed on the front end, a length and a half to Rocco Strong in second. Mystic Knight between horses, St. Andrews on the outside, and down at the rail, On a Spree is racing in fifth, has 3.5 to make up with a half-mile to go. The half went in 47 3/5 seconds. Complete Agenda is now within 5 lengths of the lead. Debate has trailed throughout. Bar 14, Rocco Strong puts the pressure on him now, and Rocco Strong puts his blinkers in front. St. Andrews on a spree, traveling kindly throughout. He's on the inside fourth, awaiting a spot to make his move. In the meantime, Debate has rallied up on the extreme outside in the purple colors. St. Andrews takes the lead with a wide bid. On a spree, gets that seam now, cuts the corner, and here he comes. On a spree, just like that, is 3 lengths in front, coming to the 8th pole. He's razor sharp and opening up. On a spree, and Arad Ortiz Jr. by 5 lengths. Complete Agenda has moved into second, but it's another big win for On a Spree. On a Spree, 3 in a row, traveling nicely the whole way. Scores by 2. Complete Agenda finished second. Then it was Debate in front of St. Andrews.
And what do you know? Rail skimming ride. Arad Ortiz On a Spree. 3 straight, razor sharp. The favorite delivers in the 7th at Saratoga.
And Luis Saez did everything you could with the 7. He just couldn't get the distance. He drifted here because he was tired.
Yeah,
it's
tired
not Luis's fault. He was just tired. And look who ran 1 and 2. 2 horses and riders that never left the fence. Just like you said, Paulie, with the 2. You said it about Pratt.
Pratt did it. If you go back and you look at that race, Flavian backed his horse up from about 6th to about 8th, Mig, and dropped him down to the rail to follow the 3. He did. Yeah. And he got his second place. And he ran on a little bit. He's just one of those horses. But this is a tremendous ride for second. And On a Spree, just the seas opened up. The race was over.
Paul, you were calling it out during the running of the race, the ride that the 2 Complete Agenda was getting from Pratt. You think these 2 guys are paying attention? Irad Ortiz comes through on the inside. Flavian Pratt gets down the inside, follows in his wake. And I think this is as pronounced an inside bias as we've seen in a long time.
I agree. And I think there's a reason that these 2 guys are 1-2 in the standings. And a lot of it's they're riding good horses and they're great riders.
Helps.
And there are other good riders here, but this is an indication where both guys were also aware of the racetrack. And that's an important thing for the riders to be. And sometimes they aren't as aware as they should be.
Now, you can go by the jocks room. I don't want to see my riders playing ping pong, shooting pool. You got to be really locked in, right?
Yeah.
You've got to be focused, and if you're not riding a race, be watching the races and be aware of what's going on.
There's trends in everything. And, you got to be paying attention all the time, not especially to yourself. Now, we do have an inquiry here. I don't know what it is.
Now there's an inquiry.
We had a horse almost knock over 7 horses in the last race, but we'll see what happens with this one.
Involving the top 2 finishers, On a Spree, Complete Agenda, 3-2-1-6. I'm assuming, Richie, this is Arad Ortiz coming through on the inside at the top of the stretch. I'm assuming.
Well, they're saying it's against the 2. I mean, they're saying it's against the 1. They're saying that
it's got to be out of the gate or something, right?
Right. They're saying he found the 2.
Honestly, I didn't see anything that jumping off the screen.
This is an inquiry, by the way. This isn't an objection. So this was more serious.
Well, they realize they need to place inquiries up now after the last debacle.
I really hope we kind of get to identify where
I think we need to see early, guys, we need somebody to go, one of the people maybe in the truck, they can look through quickly and see what they're talking about.
See how the 2 gets backed up all the way to dead last. So there's nothing to do there. It has to be somewhere out of the gate.
Well, our viewers seeing Arad Ortiz coming back here on the winner on a spree, 3 straight, an inquiry objection, and as soon as we have the footage of which the stewards are looking at and what the inquiry involves, there's
Okay. Oh, no, we saw it on another TV around the 3/8 pole, the 5/16 pole.
Inside the 3/8 pole.
The 2 was coming inside the 3, and Irad came over, and he had to steady. This is a legit inquiry, and I'm glad they posted it. Did not see this.
Ooh.
Here's the head-on, our first look. Richie, take us through the action heading into the far turn.
Yeah, you see Irad in the pink and black silks right in behind the leaders is one path off the rail. Where Flavian on Complete Agenda, the 2-horse, is down on the inside, a horse that wants to lug in. He got him to the fence. He's going to head up inside of Irad, and there's room when he starts there. And he's not overcommitting to the spot, but right here he says, okay, I could see that Luis has his horse stripped, and he starts up inside of him right here. And now Irad drops down over him, and he steadied pretty hard. And he was gaining ground on him late, although the winner was winning eased up. I think there's no doubt that he was bothered by the winner. Now it's, what will the stewards look at it and say it didn't cost him a place?
Well, I don't. Yeah, absolutely. That I agree. And I know the 3 beat him fairly handily, but it was diminishing. But you could also argue he took his spot away. And what if he's coming up the inside, and suddenly Irad's behind a tiring 7-horse, he can't get inside of him, and he gets backed up, and Flavian's able to come through on the inside. This horse is supposed to come down.
He really broke stride. I mean, he checked hard and completely broke stride.
Anyone disagree with me?
All right, here's the other part about it is, how many times have you seen Flavian claim foul?
I've seen Flavian claim. Flavian never.
Flavian, I mean.
In a Kentucky Derby?
Well, I mean.
Somebody else. I don't think he did.
Claimed. I don't think he claimed.
Else. Yeah,
he's one of those guys that does not claim a lot.
Winner. 0.
He does not claim it.
This was a substantial
Maggie, you just saw
check.
Maggie's with Flavian Pratt. Maggie.
Yeah, I just spoke to Flavian Pratt, and he said he's watching it on screen with me. He's like, I promise it felt a lot worse than what it looks on TV. But yes, Irad, so Flavian was going for that inside spot when Irad drifted off slightly, and then Irad couldn't get through, so he went back, and Flavian felt as though he had already asserted himself in that position. So that is his case, and guys, I can't really decide either way because, you know, I've seen worse stay up, and I've seen less be taken down, so we're gonna have to wait this one out.
Probably not what he said to the stewards, Richie. I know what you're thinking, and I know what you're seeing, but it felt a lot worse.
When you're in that spot,
from my perspective,
and you've got a horse with momentum, and a horse comes and takes your ground like that, your horse is going forward. They're 1,000 pounds. It's not easy to slow a 1,000-pound animal down when they've just hit their stride. And I will say this: watching the shots that we got to witness, he was in there. He had gotten to the spot.
Has to come down. This horse has to come down. And I picked a 3. This horse has to come down. I'm sorry, but this is.
I picked a 3 too, and I'm kind of with you, but they didn't even put an inquiry up in the last race.
No,
So
this horse
I
is
don't
going
know.
to come down. This horse is going to come down.
All right.
Doesn't matter about the last race.
My only hesitance is the guessing, because I feel like I'm guessing, and maybe need a clear description of what is a foul.
There was another angle which they showed in the stewards' reviews that's hard for us to get, and if we can get it, we'll show it. But I thought it made it much clearer.
Yeah.
And Richie, as you showed, he's in there. The 2 can't be in where he is. He was at least a third, if not a halfway in that spot when he came over. He had that position. He didn't take position the way the 2 was trying to get.
No, he
had
had
the position.
ownership of that spot at that point.
Can we see the pan shot of the final?
Pan's not going to help us.
Well, I mean, because here's the thing. Again, we're leaving it up to, okay, there's the foul right there, okay? Obvious foul. And now we're leaving it up to the stewards to say, was the 2 going to beat the 3 from this position?
No, they're not, because that's irrelevant at that point. Because the 2's
it
in
isn't,
there.
Andy, because it's
this horse is coming
position.
down. I would bet any amount of money this horse comes down.
I think he should come down too, but then
think
in the
he's
last
staying?
race,
Come see me.
I personally wouldn't bet any amount of money because somebody much smarter than me said the room you want to stay out of, courtroom, operating room, and I'll throw the stewards
I'll bet on
room in
anything,
there.
and so will
I
Duca.
believe
We're
it'll
both betting this thing comes down.
I believe it'll come down. I
We're
believe
just sicker
it
than you
should
are.
come down.
High drama in the 7th
knows
at
he's coming
Saratoga. Awaiting the decision from the stewards. Flavian Pratt on the right, finishing 2nd on Complete Agenda. On a spree, the winner for the time being with Arad Ortiz. 3 straight. 3-2-1-6. It's been several minutes. What are these moments like for the rider, Richie, waiting for the decision?
When you're the rider that won and your number's blinking, it is the worst feeling in the world. Even if you don't think you did anything, but if you know you did something, it's even worse, right? And just looking at Irad, his whole, posture tells me he's extremely worried.
When you get off the phone with the stewards, can you kind of get the gut feeling of what they've said to you?
Yeah, you usually can.
I
but
know
you,
a rider
kind of
that won a
know.
race by 7 lengths, one and got DQ'd, and he ripped the phone off the. I'm not naming any names, but I know a jockey.
Ripped the phone off the wall.
Ripped the phone off the wall. He won
Who
by
would-
7. And by the way, I would agree it was a bad call.
Rudy thinks Rudy is. You see the big smile on Rudy's face. It took him however many starts, it'd be close to 30 to get his first win here at Saratoga about 35 minutes ago. He's thinking he's going back to back.
He's thinking of betting me as a hedge.
And if you're Flavian, you don't feel the same kind of nervous energy.
Look at his body
because
language.
You're like, I know I got bothered. If they do the right thing, I'm going to be placed first.
And if they don't, I finish second anyway. Right? I mean,
this was substantial. I mean, that was a precarious position, and you don't have any room to work with because you have a rail next to you.
And if you include how we feel the racetrack is playing, the 2 had the valuable position and the 3 didn't have it. So he was in the right spot. And the way the 3 was coming at the end of the race, it just, I don't see any argument to leave this horse up. I'm surprised it's taking this long.
Jay Provenzano, owner of On Esprit, behind Arad Ortiz, several trips to the winner's circle, incredible first 3+ weeks at Saratoga. Same can be said for Mike Maker, and yeah, from just body language and expression. The guys on the left seem much more, well, Mike Maker's always pretty stoic.
He's down.
There it is, the announcement, a disqualification. On Esprit disqualified and placed second. Complete agenda. The winner in this 7th race, it's 7-1, 2, 3, 1, 6. You were thoroughly convinced that this decision was coming.
It's the right call. I think we all felt it was the right call.
It's absolutely
There's
the right
here didn't
call.
think it was right. And let's say something else. This is a two-win swing here, right? Flavian gains a win. So Flavian beats Irad by 1. We can look back on this race as the pivotal moment.
I think the stewards got it right here. He had space. He went up into the space, and then the space got taken away. And he had to check severely. And the fact that this horse found his stride again, his momentum, and was closing again, the only thing I'm surprised it took that long. But they got it right.
I want to say something.
Which is all that matters.
We were critical of the stewards for not posting an inquiry. I don't care what decisions they make. They're going to make I happen to think they make the decision. I agree with them almost all the time. I don't have a problem with their decision making. It's not about that. It's about posting it, and they made the right call here.
Highs and lows of thoroughbred racing. Rudy Rodriguez, he couldn't buy a win. Finally gets that first win, and now winds up right back in the winner's circle 35 minutes later as a result of a disqualification. Much more coming your way, including that mare, McCulloch, last year's Glen Falls winner, trying to go back-to-back. The feature this afternoon, the Glens Falls on Saratoga Live.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
The spirit of Bushido. Courage. Respect. Integrity and honor. With honesty and sincerity, we hone our spirit to a winning edge. The way of Bushido runs straight and true. The soul of racing.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live, and we are proudly brought to you by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. Controversy here in today's 7th race as we saw an inquiry and objection between Complete Agenda and On a Spree. Flavien, as you said to me prior to it becoming official, it felt a lot worse live when it was happening than what it did on that replay. So can you explain to people watching, how bad it felt and how significant the trouble was?
Yeah, no, obviously I had to step on the brake pretty hard at the point in the race where that's why you try to build momentum and get your run going. So yeah, I had to step on the brake pretty hard. Yeah, as you said, that angle, it's hard to judge on TV, but it felt like, yeah, I had to step on the brake pretty bad.
And two, you're such an astute rider. Obviously, your physical capabilities speak for themselves, but also you pay attention to how the track is playing, and we've seen horses sticking to the inside just have a big advantage today.
Yeah, it seems like it. It seems like the rail is good. It's a horse that has a tendency of logging in. So, I think the rail is great because he's not going to go anywhere. And yeah, he was traveling well today. He was happy, and I think the distance obviously helped him as well.
He's always been one that's wanted this kind of distance. Later on, we'll see you in the Glens Falls aboard Eternal Hope for Godolphin. Is it kind of in a way an honor when this massive global breeding operation and ownership reach out to you? Because for a stateside rider, you're their go-to.
Yeah, no, I'm very grateful to being called and have the chance to ride for Mr. Appleby and the whole Godolphin operation. It's a real honor, and we try to do our best. Obviously, they have great horses, and it makes the job easier.
Best of luck with her. Congratulations here. You fought it out well.
Thank you.
It was decided in the steward's room, but Complete Agenda elevated here. As he said, significant trouble coming around the turn, Lafitte.
Worked out nicely, Country House in that 19 Derby. Works out nicely here in the 7th Complete Agenda, 7-1. And then you touched on it quickly, what a big impact that could have in this chase for an Angel Cordero riding title. The two-win swing.
It's a 2-win swing, right? It is.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Long way to go.
And it was, listen, I mean, I don't think in any way I don't think he realized he was there. I think it was one of the ways.
No, I don't think he meant it by any
I also
stretch.
don't think Irad has been reckless at all this year. Watching him ride, he has not been riding recklessly at all. I know people, and maybe sometimes fairly, have accused in the past. I don't think it's the case. I think he deserved to come down, but I don't think it was any way intentional.
No,
anyway.
I think he was hedging a little bit, and that horse got there, and I agree with you. I don't think he realized he had gotten all the way up in there. And he has not been riding reckless. There's a line between race riding and reckless riding, and he's been race riding, not reckless riding.
We were critical of the stewards for not flashing the inquiry sign. Paul, in race number 6, in this case, they got it right.
Yeah, it was up quickly, and it was done really well. And Flavien, obviously was put up the inquiry. It was inquiry first, so we got to give the stewards credit. They put up the inquiry, then Flavien obviously must have hit an outrider or somebody and said, hey, listen, I want to object too as well. So everything was handled perfect. And like you guys said, I don't think, you want to kind of cut that line a little bit. It's just sometimes you cut it a little too close.
18 minutes out, race number 8, then the feature race number 9, the Glens Falls. And he's going to hit me with a cattle prod if I say Glens Falls. Glens Falls, the feature. Plus, talk about a debut, rhetorical. Remember his name, impressive, New York bred. His debut victory last Friday, we'll revisit.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. We're off to the races, and it's you for the win. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. High score, one more, dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Abs, craps, and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Keeneland, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
It's Shareholder to win the Norfolk.
Dornick win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden Fifth.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to Mahoney Manor Farm.
We are New York Thoroughbred breeders.
In Saratoga Springs, New York. I'm Britt Wadsworth and this is Sean Mahoney. We're just very small, 14 acres, pull out about a dozen mares a year. We hope to breed some really nice New York breds that we can either race or sell.
We've been really lucky, you know, we really work hard at it. We like our size, we like to be hands-on. It's really nice. It's taken a long time to really be known for our homebreds and for having to be well handled, you know, and we really spent a lot of time and emphasis on that.
We've watched the New York program just gain year after year and become one of the premier breeding programs in the country.
There's really no better place to be right now. It's just a very, very strong program in every aspect. We will bring up very, very high-grade mares just to make them New York breds, because now in this day and age and in the sales environment, it adds value to them. So this is our main barn. That's a 10-stall barn with a wash rack and a tack room. That's really done well for us, and it stays pretty warm. We generally full around a dozen, give or take, a year.
It never ceases to amaze me, people's wonderment in mares and foals.
I measure success in a lot of different ways.
Getting that first Breeders' Award.
Getting our first Breeders' Awards was nice. It's a long wait. You know, foaling out other people's horses that go on to do incredible at the sales or incredible at the yearling or two-year-old sales.
We're very proud of anything that is foaled here because they're all like our family.
Great stuff. Thanks to our friends from Mahoney Farm for the access, the strength of New York breeding. For more information, visit nybreds.com.
Sperry's was never the same when Sean stopped bartending there. Of course, many people know him from there. Both of them, Sean and Britt, terrific people.
Time for the Great Jones New York bred performance of the week. Last Friday, Paul, Rhetorical. What a debut from that far outside post and accelerating late.
Yeah, he came home in, I want to say, 11 and change. He actually came home 135 and change. And Winstar got to like this performance, man. He did fly home big that day. I know you see Elliott Walden in the winner's circle as well.
Yeah, with his son Will, who's doing well, training on his own now. And Rhetorical didn't break particularly well, rushed up the position. Yeah, and then settled, and then came home 11 and a fifth. That's racehorse time.
That was a wild
like
performance.
A pro.
That was a wild performance.
Yeah. Rhetorical. Remember his name moving forward. We turn the page. More New York breds here. $45,000 allowance, optional claimer. Wilson shoot wide open. Look at that board.
But the one is 3-1 because he's perceived as the inside speed. Make no mistake about that.
Cicciabella will dive into this eighth race when we return, plus the 00 trainer James Bond. Putting Baldassar in the eighth, 27 years since Bond's Whitney win with a colt by Easy Goer.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Thanks for tuning in and spending your Thursday evening with us here on Saratoga Live as we have horses in the paddock for today's 8th race, an upper level allowance for the New York breds. And while we do see favoritism down to the rail in Ciccio Bello, kind of a surprising favorite at the moment, let's check in with number 7, Barise, as he is one that is coming off of a disappointing effort. I thought was kind of hesitantly ridden in a way. He was checked into the first turn and he should have just let him roll on. It was a slow pace and he never really picked up. I get it. He's a little tough to trust because he throws in clunkers on the regular. So, but I'm always lured by him in the paddock because he's such a big, good-looking horse. And I think with a bit more of a kind of an aggressive type of ride and maybe going a mile will suit him a bit better than that 2-turn mile and an eighth that we saw last time with him, a distance that he has been very competitive at in the past. Now, if you notice these horses pretty hot, it's pretty hot. I sort of feel like it's gotten hotter as the afternoon has rolled on. But let's check in with a horse that is on the outside, in number 10, Balthazar, as we see him freezing. This is not out of character. He can be like this. I remember his first 2 efforts, he was doing that, and he's just a little bit of a difficult sort. So they're gonna try to get him on the walk, get him moving, get him out to the racetrack with Javier Castellano, and this is how we have to go. When a horse, freezes, it's a terrible feeling for a rider to feel that they could rear up. So he wears that hood, and they're just gonna keep trying to move him forward. That's the name of the game here. Otherwise, when you look at his last race, he was pretty hard on the bridle throughout there, going the mile off that long layoff that we saw, and then he was just kind of never really clear and in tight throughout. So probably needed it too, needed the tightener. He does look incredibly fit here. He is really dappled out, as we do see one of our outriders coming over to hopefully assist here with Balthazar. So Lafitte, I'll keep you updated.
Please do. Richie, a horse, quote, freezing. Could you expand on that?
Yeah, it's just a nervous reaction, right? They're overwhelmed with all the proceedings around them, and then they'll tend to freeze up. And the fear that a jockey has is when a horse comes out of it, they'll come out of it violently, and sometimes they'll lose their balance and fall over, so you got to be prepared to get away from them.
And Maggie will keep us posted, and we'll keep you posted. Post-parade, the favorite down inside, Ciccio Bello. More on him in a moment. Shadow Dragon just missed in his latest.
Been popular at the window, been favorite 5 out of the last 6 races, has not cashed though, a lot of seconds.
Dr. Kraft, right there in that photo with Shadow Dragon.
12 seconds and thirds out of 18 starts with just 2 wins, but he is in good form.
Jackson Heights, number 4, struggled in the mud in the Kingston Belmont week. There he is.
Yeah, Lasix go back on, and he's a viable long shot here, but the racetrack playing against him here at 10-1.
Number 5, Curlin's Wisdom, a while since he's been effective.
I'm betting on him because he's 20-1 and he's my original pick. The track's obviously unlikely to help him, but I think he could be a horse that's ready to get back to some of his good form, which could win this race.
6%, seeking a second win at the meet.
Yeah, good win last time. Now going to come back in about 13 days.
Parisi, trained by Mike Maker, had the winner for a few minutes in the last half hour, only to be disqualified.
He too has the races that can win this, but he's doomed to an outside chasing trip, which is not going to help his chances.
Brew Pub, Manny Franco looking for a third.
Brew Pub?
He's the 8, Paul.
Brew Pub. I thought you said Group Hug. I'm like, are we all going to hug here?
That'll be a commercial.
No, I'm sorry, Manny Franco.
That'll
Chris
be a break.
Engelhart, 11th second place finisher. Sorry about that, guys.
Cut the cord towards the outside, 7-1 winner, Aqueduct, and then Balthazar, and it looks like he's hopefully snapping out of the quote-unquote freezing.
Yeah, he does. And, he showed talent, like Maggie said, in his first couple starts, and he's got some speed. And second time in the Bond Barn, I mean...
He's a big player in this race that's badly compromised by the way the racetrack is playing.
That's the field for this 8th race. New York Breds, $45,000 allowance optional claimer. Ciccio Bello, Andy, now 3-1. 8-1 on the morning line. Handicappers is zeroing in and playing the horses that should benefit most by how that track is playing.
Well, he is the inside speed, and that's why he's favored in here because of that. Now, Jose Ortiz had inside position the last race and got off the inside and went outside, so he doesn't seem to be too aware, at least he wasn't going the last race, of how the racetrack is playing, and it's not the first race that's happened, but he has no choice but to be the inside speed here, Richie, right?
Well, the horse possesses speed. He's down inside to begin with, and I think he makes. I liked him to begin with today. The fact that the track's playing this way just strengthens my case for liking it.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. But the one thing about Wilton Chute is that when you do have the rail, you got to break a little bit sharper with the field, because if you're behind the 8 ball from the beginning, you got to sprint to that turn.
He's the speed.
3-1 tepid choice, Chicho Bella. Jose Ortiz right next door. Shadow Dragon at 4-1. Let's take a look at his latest and this common race, late June Aqueduct. 3 of them exiting this one. Richie, Dr. Kraft up top, cut the cord, stalking Shadow Dragon to his inside.
Yeah, and he worked out that really good inside-out trip to just miss here. I mean, he saved ground. He was able to, find his way to the clear here. Dr. Kraft had kind of went for home already, and he gets picked up late by these 2 runners coming on the outside.
This race was won by Kendrick Carmouche because Kendrick rode the one who eventually won Cut the Cord, and he recognized that the track had been pretty kind to forwardly placed horses, and that horse has no speed. And he realized, I need to ride my horse to get at least enough early position that I'm within hailing distance to make my run. And he rode that horse very hard early to get that position, so when he had a chance to win it, he was at least in position. And that was a great ride by Kendrick that day.
No, it really was, but the same reason why that was a great ride, it makes me think he has very little chance today, because how is he going to, ride the racetrack the way it is? I give Dr. Kraft a better chance today because he can be more forward.
I'm with you, because Cut the Cord, if this is a regular racetrack, would be about 4 or 5-1 or somewhere in that area. I mean, because he's kind of a horse that's running in the 80s, in the mid-80s here, completely fits, but with that trip that he had last time, that's just not going to work today.
My issue with the last race, and I'm playing against everybody from that race, because when, in my opinion, especially in dirt races, when 3 horses hit the wire together, it's more of an indication it wasn't that strong a race. Okay. Because in dirt racing, they are usually separated by more. I think it's more likely all 3 ran just sort of okay than they all ran really well. That's just my take.
Irad Ortiz picking up the mount on Dr. Kraft. He's a horse that has a tendency to hang just a touch, witness 2 wins, 5 seconds. And Irad's a rider that demands from a horse. He doesn't ask, he takes.
Well, if his brother's not aggressive with the one, quickly on my 5 horse, either this is a horse that could get back into good form for Linda Rice and has those back races and is a big price. The track is not going to help this horse, but at that price, I still have to bet some money.
Maggie, we saw Balthazar warming up. What have you noticed since he finally got Javier Castellano in the saddle and as he has warmed up?
He, like all of us, just needs some friends, Lafitte. As soon as the outrider pony came over to him, he went forward. Well done, Mario, our outrider, for assisting there. And once Javier Castellano got him to the track, he warmed up beautifully. He was going to be my pick heading into this race. I'm trying to ignore the fact that there's a bias. You can't really. But I'm still going to stick with him here because I thought it was a very useful race, first off the bench, and I do like what I'm seeing from him overall. And like I said, that freezing stuff is not out of character. He wears that hood for a reason, and I was talking with Kevin Bond, assistant to his dad, James Bond, so it just feels weird to say, but saying that, he was being so good until Javier went to adjust his tack, and it just kind of set him off. Sensitive horses like that, the littlest things can send them kind of the wrong way at times, but it looks as though Javier and him have made up and they're friends again. Moving on to the inside with number 1, Chicho Bello. He is a horse that I get it. I get why he's favorite. And I thought a race in which they put him on the turf last time, probably just to get that tune-up into him, get him a little bit fitter, because he is a big, scopy animal. He looks incredibly fit here. Came in a little hot, but like I said, I'm excusing horses for that today. Also wearing my initials on his silks. I just noticed that. But I get it. But a very quiet warm-up from Jose Ortiz. Now maybe, when you give likely speed horses quiet warm-ups is because they are horses that kind of sit on tilt. You don't want to set them off. But I thought it was a little bit strange that he basically just stayed with the pony in a jog throughout these prelims. Lafitte?
Chicho Bello, now 5-2. How much pressure can he expect from the outside?
I think, if all the riders are paying attention, they're going to ask their horses to leave for position. And from the inside, he's got to commit. I believe in warm-ups. Motion relieves tension. You know, we saw it with Balthazar. Once he got out there and he got a gallop in, he let go, right? He started to relax more. Chicho Bello's a big horse. I would have liked to have seen him get a more, brisk warm-up, if you will.
Well, things can change in the last half hour, but judging by race number 7, Jose Ortiz does not realize it's a gold rail today. His brother does, Flavian Prat does, he doesn't. Or at least the last race he didn't.
Yeah, and I would think after being taken down, Irad's going to be riding the hair off Dr. Kraft.
I agree. And he's a horse that can be forward as well.
Brad Ortiz disqualified in the 7th race after crossing the wire in front. His brother there, Jose Chichabella. Balthazar, trained by James Bond. I had forgotten how good that 97 Whitney was. I watched it earlier today with Will's Way in formal gold. Like instant classic.
A great race.
Skip away chasing him.
What was the buyer figures? You remember? It was
25, 125 or 126. Yeah.
I mean, crazy, right?
Yeah. Out of this world.
Chicho Bello is a line of Italian dolls, by the way, if you didn't know.
Oh, I'm up on my Italian dolls, Richie. Who do you think you're talking to around here?
Horse racing and dolls.
Come on.
Richie,
Well,
your areas of
big
expertise.
Doll fan.
Well,
big collection at home.
Yeah.
He seems like an Antiques
At the game,
Roadshow guy.
that's right.
Yeah, I watched that show with my mom. It's a great show. Are you kidding me? Love that show.
Lucy watching?
Oh, we love Antiques Roadshow.
No, is she watching now?
No.
No?
No.
Disappointing.
Got stuff going on.
Frank Ramadi with the call post time for the 8th, live from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2.
Balthazar to the outside. Going in. Set. And they're off. Chicho Bello is going out for the early lead. Dr. Kraft is up close in the opening furlong. And on the outside, Barisi with the yellow cap moves up and is in the thick of it too. Also in the mix is Curlin's Wisdom in between rivals. Balthazar is 4 wide going on to the back stretch in the red, moving up to be a joint second. Then comes Shadow Dragon in behind this group with 6 lengths to make up, followed by 6% racing inside Brewpub and Cut the Cord at the back. 24 flat for Chichabello, who will carve out the fractions, pursued by Balthazar toward the half-mile pole, with Barisi 2 off the pace in third. At the rail, Dr. Kraft still well within himself, fourth. Another 2 lengths back comes Curlin's Wisdom. Then comes 6% in behind them as they move into the turn. Shadow Dragon splits that pair and starts to make progress through a half in 46 and 4. Brewpub is next. Jackson Heights toward the back of the field went by Cut the Cord. Chichabello, Balthazar going at it. Dr. Kraft looming, hugging the rail, gets a little nudge, and will come through along the rail to challenge them now. Here's Dr. Kraft after those embattled leaders, and Shadow Dragon is fourth, gathering some momentum. Jackson Heights has surfaced from far, far back. He's making good headway on Dr. Kraft, who has a 2-length lead outside Shadow Dragon and Jackson Heights. Jackson Heights, Shadow Dragon. Jackson Heights, Shadow Dragon trying to get to Dr. Kraft. They inhale him late. It will be Jackson Heights, possibly. On the inside of Dr. Kraft. It's a close photo. And then behind them, Shadow Dragon third.
Thriller in the 8th at Saratoga. He who's closest to the rail wins this afternoon. Jackson Heights up the fence and picks off Dr. Kraft in the shadow of the wire.
I feel like I could do a half-hour dissertation on that race. The 1 cent early, don't know why Jose Ortiz was drifting off the rail, because Richie, he was coming back in mid-stretch, but he's out in the middle of the track. Irad got right to the fence. You saw it right away. We all saw it. Got the fence, came through on the inside, thought he had it won. He ends up drifting a little. I don't know why Irad's going left-handed, but he is. And there's old Jackson Heights and Dylan Davis looking like the rabbit at the dogs.
Who came from Jackson Heights. He was so far back, but he never left the fence. This was an absolutely sensational ride.
And here's
from
the
Dylan
thing
Davis.
is, he hit the stop button as soon as he hit the front, and Dr. Kraft saw him and almost came back on him. This is a critical error by Irad. He has to stay on the rail. You cannot let this happen. He thought he had this race won.
Richie, talk about, as a rider, the complications when you have a bias like this. Because even when you're aware of it, it's hard, right? His instinct is to come out. So he's got conflicting thoughts going through his brain, right? He's a great rider.
Well, he gave Dr. Kraft a great ride until the 8th pole. And then he started to drift.
He's looking to he's not seeing Dylan.
Does he know he's there, Richie? Does he know he's there, Richie?
See?
No, not until right now.
Yep.
I mean, right at that point, and Jackson Heights had all the momentum. And listen, Dr. Kraft is a horse that does have a tendency to pull up when he hits the front. So I understand why he's worried about, the outside runner,
But the other one's a hanger. He hasn't won in 3 years or two.
He doesn't know
but
that.
in that moment,
he'd have a chance to read the racing form at that. Yes and no. He doesn't. Does he know for sure it's Shadow Dragon coming? But
I will say this.
About that.
He rode a great race until just inside the 8th pole, and Dylan Davis rode a great race for all 8 furlongs.
All I know is I don't know when this changed, but coming up the rail must be a new trend in 2020. Because when if that would have happened in your day, what would have happened?
Oh, forget it. You would have never heard the end of it. You would get fired from the connections. The jocks room would crush you.
I'm going to tell you something. Irad is very. Listen, he got
disqualified after the 7th,
came up the fence, and this horse came up the rail. Irad Ortiz is not used to days like these, but he's still a great rider.
It happens to the best of them. 13-1 Jackson Heights. And when we come back, she has always been highly thought of. Ways and Means, the favorite in the test, where she'll face the filly who beat her in the spin-away, Bright Work. They meet again on Saturday.
Possess such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
It's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse, is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the Storage Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper, Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
Basing-Tipton New York bred yearlings, showcasing New York's finest yearlings. Recent grads include Grade 1 winner Therapist and Graded Stakes winner Mo Plex. Plus 2023 New York bred champions Kara's Time, Dr. Ardito, Silver Skillet, and the Wine Steward. This year, over $65 million will be distributed in purse money, incentives, and awards for New York breds. Basing-Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 11th and 12th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Exciting day at Thoroughbred Racing. Welcome back. Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. 13-1 upset. Dylan Davis. Jackson Heights in the winner's circle. To Maggie in the winner's circle.
Thank you, guys. Here with winning owner Mike Piazza and son Zayden. Mike, you told your wife sit this one out, weren't sure about it. It was a tough race on paper, but Jackson Heights, he can jump up with some big performances.
Yeah, she's very selective what races she can make because of her work schedule. So I was like, this one's going to be kind of tough. Maybe we can find a better spot. And yeah, I mean, huge finish for Jackson Heights. And I just want to say, thank you to Ramey Leitner, one of our bloodstock agents, for really recommending this horse. He's like, if you just walk away with one horse in this sale, it's this horse. Great job by Orlando and a fantastic ride by Dylan. Just as he was hoping would unfold in the paddock, he said he's going to save ground. hoped the rail would open because the rail he thought was a spot to be, and just see it unfold like that was incredible.
And, you know, early in the day, people were like, oh, it's just inside speed. But as we've seen the day play out, it feels like horses can close as long as they're on the rail. And last time, it was a track up here that he ran on that you couldn't make up any ground.
Yeah, that's what we were worried about. He doesn't seem to like a sealed track. It's tougher for him to close on those tracks. And today, Dylan said he's going to make a point to not really ask him much early in the race, kind of let him settle, get relaxed, which he thought would help him finish stronger. So yeah, like it really went the way Dylan was hoping it would go.
And you, young man, those are some cool shades. You got the Zilla green on, I see.
Yes.
I love it. Yes. You're well coordinated with that. Guys, enjoy this win. A horse that's been in your stable for quite a long time.
Yes. Yep, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, Zilla Racing getting the job done with Jackson Heights in upset fashion today, Lafitte.
Sweet shades and a trip to the winner's circle. By that much, Jackson Heights. And circling back to something we discussed pre-race, Andy, the difference between a speed bias and a rail bias. You're Randy for the rest of the show.
I've got a little more hair than Randy Moss. He's smarter than I am, but I have a little more hair than him. Yeah, just we talked about, right? And this is just a fabulous ride by Dylan. We're watching the replay at another TV. He, like I said, the rabbit, the dogs, he never left the fence on this horse, and that's why this horse won.
Yeah, he committed
100%.
to it early on, and he showed the discipline to stay there. Dylan is riding in career form. He has gotten consistent, and he has become a total pro.
Riding Parnack here in the Glens Falls. Don't have to discuss the rail bias in this one. Our only race on grass, the Thursday feature that we know of, with the rain turf course listed as good, Glens Falls. So what is Glens Falls? Where is Glens Falls from? Saratoga Racecourse. Not far, about 25 miles, like Saratoga Springs, downtown Saratoga, the city of Glens Falls. Vibrant downtown shops, restaurants, art galleries, lots to do. Apparently they drive way too fast, Andy, in Glens Falls. Not safe. Yeah, by some referred to as hometown USA. Really is a beautiful, beautiful city, Glens Falls.
Also, on August 1st, which is Jerry Garcia's birthday, which you all know, the first place I saw the Grateful Dead, Glens Falls Civic Center. That's right.
Great town.
Good restaurants up in Glens Falls. Yeah.
Saw Mike Tyson fight at the Glens Falls Civic Center.
Really?
His third or fourth fight.
Cool.
That's crazy.
Lots going on in Glens Falls, and lots going on in this marathon of a turf race. And this very different brand of racing altogether. With the test stakes on Saturday, an Indian Blessing, the first ever Filly Crown female sprint champion back in 2008. This part of a very impressive resume that season.
She was just a brilliant horse when she was on her game, Richie.
She was serious. Well, she just went fast and went fast easily, Paul.
Yeah, you know, when Bob got her going, Bob Baffert was the trainer, obviously, she just had brilliant speed, and she could carry it for a little while, but when she started cutting back in distance, you can see Johnny V aboard her.
No bull racing.
Yeah, she could do. And a lot of people forget Hal Earnhardt. He was an Arizona car salesman, and his pitch was, and that ain't no bull. He'd be on a bull. Yeah.
You look at the names of the fillies that have won the test, have been crowned female sprint champion: Gamine, Kofefe, Indian Blessing. How good are these fillies? 6 of them. The test presented by Ticketmaster. We start with Ways and Means. Debuted here last summer. Brilliant debut. Surprisingly, still looking for a first stakes win. She's the 7-5 favorite in a Grade 1 event. Andy, not Randy. And here's what she did Belmont week right here at Saratoga.
And she got a 104 by her speed figure, and people said, that figure seems too high. Well, the second place finisher, who got an 89, came back and ran extremely well with a very difficult trip and ran an 85 by her, which I think completely legitimizes this performance. And Richie, she's got to step up. She's got to put up or shut up in this test and show that she is the horse that she showed in her debut and is capable of winning a big race.
Well, I mean, you really can make the case that she should be a Grade 1 winner already. In the spin-away, she had that trouble where she clipped heels, and then subsequently came out of it with an injury.
Yep.
Then she comes back and made that, kind of, crazy middle move in the Gulfstream Park Oaks was second. Kentucky Oaks, Torpedo Anna, maybe a little too far. 7/8 here in Saratoga. Boy, the path to the winner's circle is through her.
The magic of Saratoga, Paul, 2-year-olds, when you're here, before they become the superstar, before they win the Grade 1 race, before they become a champion, how you feel when you watch a first-time starter and what Ways and Means did in her debut. You feel that certain connection, and yeah, we're still waiting for her to fulfill that promise.
Well, she was the most impressive winner. I mean, last year I said this both. Ways and Means and Fierceness were the two most dominant winners that we saw, and they kind of played out. Ways and Means, maybe the distance limitations a little bit different, but I think Chad did something great. What he did is he kind of hit the reset button, made her go a mile, gave her a nice little easy feel, give her some confidence, because she's ultra talented. I mean, that's just the bottom line. But 7 furlongs to a mile, she's going to be really tough to handle.
How does the race shape up for her on paper?
She's potentially the fastest horse early in this race. There's not an abundance of speed, and we'll see if Brightwork. It's a very ambitious spot for Brightwork, the horse who beat her in the spin-away last year, coming off the layup. She breaks outside, but I don't see Ways and Means getting in trouble in here. She needs to break cleanly, and she needs to start her stuff. If she does, and there's some good horses in here. Emery, the Denim and Pearls is good, but they all have her to beat if she runs her race.
How did you see Emery's win in the victory ride? Because she was 3-5 and all out to win at 3-5, but showing that dogged determination to get there.
Well, you like to see a horse show that tenacity. You know she has ability, but now she's shown that, hey, I'll get in a fight. I'm not going to shy away from it. And there isn't a lot of speed here, and she showed good speed chasing a 21.44 and change last time.
I think she was overbet last time. I think she's running as a very good horse, the Miss Preakness winner, and she still beat her.
No slouch either.
And for more on her, Maggie, what about the year, the campaign it's been for My Main Squeeze?
Yeah, so much so that after her Maddie May win, Lafitte, Windstar Farm, one of the biggest breeding operations that we have in America, bought into Buck Butler's homebred of What She's campaign with brilliance. And I think we can put to bed the fact that, well, she might be a two-turn horse. It really has not worked out in her 2 efforts around 2 turns. But when she's around 1, things go very nicely, including 2 back in the 8 Bells, where we saw her put away a pretty decent field that day. And a horse that when she lays close, she's going to be a serious force to be reckoned with. So I like her coming back here to Saratoga, and we know that she hasn't minded here. She broke her maiden here in her 2nd start as a New York bred for Mike Maker and crew. So a little bit of a homecoming to top off what has been a tremendous year for the New York bred My Main Squeeze against Open Company, and looking for another Greatest Stakes victory.
All part of Whitney Day. Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage kicks off 3 Eastern, 3 Grade 1 events. The 5 stakes races all on Fox. The Glens Falls next on Fox Sports 2. Horses in the paddock, riders up, post parade next. The Thursday feature from the Spa.
And they're off in the Florida Derby. After 3 quarters in 112-1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Nominate your horse today to join racing's elite on Travers Week at Saratoga, August 21st through 24th. The championship road runs through 9 stakes, topped by the DraftKings Travers. Go to NYRA.com/horseman to nominate by August 10th.
They pass the quarter pole and turn for home. Vergara, Warlike Goddess, gets some breathing room and is let loose now. Clear sailing for her at the 8th pole. Vergara running a nice race. Warlike Goddess set down in second. Sopran Basilea, McCulloch, a 16th to go. Warlike Goddess, a big run from McCulloch on the outside, and here comes McCulloch after Warlike Goddess, and McCulloch ran her down under a Rat Ortiz Jr.
Top class mare, she ran down in Warlike Goddess. McCulloch, her title defense upcoming in the Glens Falls. Andy, her name, the sentimental part of this story.
Well, Mary McCulloch was the first person that ever worked with Chad Brown when he went out training. She worked as his bookkeeper, and he was very, very close to her. And it means a lot to him, to name a horse for somebody that close to him, so important in his business and getting him started in what has been obviously such a successful career. And I can remember her debut, and even before it, and I think he liked the fact it was a Frankel, right? And obviously Bobby Frankel, we worked for, and the whole thing had such symmetry. And Chad said to me, I think I picked the right horse. I hope I picked the right horse. I think I picked the right horse. And he did.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a lot of pressure, right? You're trying to identify the one that's going to be it. And here she is, over $1.7 million in earnings, multiple graded stakes winner. She gunned down Warlike Goddess last year.
Yeah, and that's tough to do. A lot of people don't know Warlike Goddess. She's a nice animal. If you look, the one bad race was in the Breeders' Cup, and she just lost all chance. She had a no-chance slot. Her last two races, I think she hasn't had I didn't think she had the best of trips in the New York. I mean, to be honest with you.
I thought she just wasn't good enough. She saved
I get it.
Right?
No, it was a tough race.
It was a very tough field. It should be noted when she beat Warlike Goddess last year. Warlike Goddess got very rank in that race. It was kind of running off on the rider. And I'm not criticizing McCulloch, but Warlike Goddess kind of compromised herself in that race.
And Maggie, this is key. The only turf race of the afternoon labeled as good. Just how much give in the turf course?
Well, what I can tell you is, as I spoke to our track super, he has a much better title than that as well. But Glenn Kozak, who works very closely with our surfaces here, he said that over the period of time yesterday into last night, we got an inch of rain. And so, allowing the turf course to dry out was paramount, and allowing that moisture to kind of, evaporate through the profile, and the rails were moved over the dark days, so therefore the ground ideal for this race here that we will see on the inner turf course, the inner rails were down prior to that, but still I think we'll see a at least very fair turf course. But I think you look for horses that can handle a bit of give in the ground, and that does include number 5, Eternal Hope, in here as she comes back off of a significant layoff. There were 2 stateside performances as a 3-year-old. They were both wins. So obviously very adaptable to American racing, and she kind of has that physical makeup too. Coming back at 1.5 miles might be a tall test, but I think she's built for it. Watching her workouts over the Oklahoma turf course, I love what I've seen from her, especially her last, which was on the rail on that surface, going a minute. She was leading English Rose, who was a Group 2 winner in Dubai. She just always remained on the bridle throughout. She looks incredibly fit here. It does not look as though that she has missed 10 months of racing, essentially. So I think she's ready to step up against some older foes and out of that age-restricted company. Moving on to the horse, though, that impressed me the most here in the paddock, that's number 3, Chop Chop, for Brad Cox. I think, stretching her out in distance has proved very beneficial. It feels like she's a horse that doesn't have an explosive turn of foot, so therefore these longer races allow her to be a little bit more forward. She's massive. This is a very impressive filly physically, and I love her energy here in the paddock. You can see why, at least physically, she'd be successful going this type of route of ground. So I like what I'm seeing from Chop Chop, and I feel like there's pace in here where she's gonna have a target, and maybe she's the first one to pounce, Lafitte.
Blackboard race, Andy. It feels like Alpha Bella goes. Royalty Interest goes. And as Maggie mentioned, Frankie's sitting right there on Chop Chop, getting first run, a filly who was just second to Warlike Goddess in the Robert Dick Memorial at Delaware.
No, I'm not knocking her. I think she's the horse to beat. I think she or McCulloch should be favored here. I think got the wrong horse favored in the 5. I agree, but if they're going faster, because there was a runoff leader in the Curtana,
right,
and that helped Atomic Blonde catch Chop Chop. So if they go fast enough, I don't think it benefits Chop Chop. It depends how quickly they're going up front. And of course, Royalty Interest, while she held on to win the Sheepshead Bay, she was a bit of a rabbit for these connections to help her stablemate McCulloch. It just didn't quite work out that way.
The thing about Chop Chop is you see her form. Every time she hits the front end, besides the one win at Turfway, she's kind of gotten lost a little bit. Now, Atomic Blonde, Warlike got us 2 nice horses. She did beat Atomic Blonde. I think she's one of the horses who really needs to be timed right. So I don't think she's going to be someone's going to go towards the front end, and I don't think she's got to be in that tracking. I don't think the 2 is going to be sent or the 1 in here, right?
Saw Dylan Davis, Parnack, 13-1 winner in the 8th race. This Flavian Pratt trying for a 8th stakes win at the meet, and what would be a 3rd for Charlie Appleby and Godolphin for McCulloch, Richie. And Arad Ortiz, how quick can a jockey shake off the last hour plus, where he wins a race and he's disqualified and then kind of has his pocket picked in the last race?
You have to be able to shake it off. You have to have a short memory. You got a job to do. You got to go out, refocus. Not easy to do, but these guys are professionals. You know, a guy wins the Super Bowl. They say, hey, what are you going to do? I'm going to Disney World. A guy wins the Kentucky Derby. What are you doing? I'm jumping on a plane to go someplace else to ride.
Riding 8 tomorrow.
Right?
Irad Ortiz is going to give a great ride in this race. Make no mistake.
Aboard McCulloch, post-parade for the Glens Falls Alpha Bella. Set the tempo in that Robert Dick Memorial.
Looks to be forward, but she could have some company up front outside of her.
Segue right on cue. Royalty Interest, there she is, first to 2 for Chad Brown.
She showed some guts in the Sheepshead Bay, but this is a little bit tougher, obviously, here.
10-1 winner in that Sheepshead Bay. Then Chop Chop and Frankie at 5-2.
I have no argument with people that think she may be the horse to beat in here. She's been good this year, and she may get a good trip.
Parnack, Dylan Davis, last fall's Flower Bowl winner. Not much since.
Maybe the X factor is, though, she does love it here, and Dylan's riding great.
And the favorite, Godolphin's Eternal Hope, perfect in the States so far.
It's just a question of whether or not you think this is a fair price. I think a horse that has to improve dramatically, though she may, to win this race, is a terrible bet at 2-1.
Flavian Pratt aboard for trainer Charlie Appleby. And then Atomic Blonde, the German deep closing Gitana winner.
Been trading with Chop Chop, so if you like the 3, shouldn't you like the 6 too as well?
5-1. Joel Rosario to be inducted into the Hall of Fame tomorrow. McCulloch, Arad Ortiz, her title defense, and the added distance is key, Andy.
Yeah, I agree. And I think also the fact the added distance allows more time to get that first turn for Irad to get back and get in good position. You know, a lesser rider, you'd think they'd be rattled. Irad's not rattled, no. Richie. Irad is out there and he's thinking, I'm going to give this horse a great ride.
World-class trainers in this Glens Falls, one of them with Maggie and Charlie Appleby.
Yeah, I'm hoping he's not too jet lagged here, but he is the world traveler like his horses. Charlie, obviously, congratulations with the Sussex win yesterday with notable speech, but fresh off the plane here with Eternal Hope, a filly that showed so much promise as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, no, firstly, thank you. It was great to get him across the line yesterday, but going on to today, Eternal Hope, yeah, she's a filly that obviously she progressed while she was out here last year. She's had obviously a nice break there for the spring of our UK season. We haven't ran her back home, so she's been out here and trained here since sort of end of July there. End of June, should I say, sorry. And preparation's gone well, and yeah, I was actually quite pleased we got a bit of rain there last night, so she won't mind the conditions just being a little bit on the, I don't think it's on the easy side, but it will take the sting out of the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. Considering that she won her last race here on yielding ground, definitely can handle it. Charlie, talk a little bit about, bringing these horses over here. You have Legend of Time going for the Saratoga Derby as well. You won the Belmont Oaks. Just what is the formula for bringing these horses to America?
Try and find a good one, as they say. That's the easiest solution. But look, we're lucky that we take horses to Dubai, so we feel that they've travelled a little bit. We know that they like the style of training, which is very similar to what we do here in America. So we try and tick a few boxes before we come here. But the Breeders' Cup horses, like the juveniles, obviously we try and gain as much experience back in the UK before we bring them out. Because I am a believer that at the Breeders' Cup you do need to have that experience under your belt.
Well, Charlie, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck here and with your runners all weekend.
Thanks ever so much.
All right, Charlie Appleby. He must be the Energizer Bunny, Lafitte.
He does it all. And only 3 starters thus far. Kind of a slow rollout, but they've been effective. Silver Knot in the Bowling Green. Sensational. Star of Mystery. She's incredibly quick. Brilliant in the quick call. So just the 3 starts, but 2 for 3. Appleby thus far. You got something to add?
Well, I was going to say, if you bet $2 to win on each of them, you lost money.
We're building up the story.
It's a negative ROI.
Building up the story here. It's one of my favorite parts about Whitney Week, followed by the sales. We are going to see everybody here at Saratoga this week. Will we see Eternal Hope in the winner's circle?
That means, right? Keep your ears like this, because you're going to hear 88 million tips at the sales, okay? Sorry about interrupting the replay, but go ahead.
Much better than the information I was about to provide for Eternal Hope, who had to dig deep. Richie here in her latest, grinding this one out from off the pace and able to get up in time.
Yeah, and she broke slowly. She did get legitimate pace to run into, but she had to swing wide, and she got it done. I like that her second start in the Sands Point in North America, she broke better. She got herself in a better position.
She's handier.
Yeah, and she finished. It was like it was a learning experience the first time, and she still won. Now she does have to improve from 3 to 4, but we often see major improvement from 3 to 4.
Yeah, I'm not a fan, but I won't be shocked she wins. I just think she's a terrible gamble at 2 to 1. But, you know, she also caught, I said this earlier in the show, a bog, a really rain-softened course. And while we had some rain, and I'm sure she'll appreciate the giving today, but I think her last runs maybe even been enhanced more because the way the track was playing. And also, there were a lot of horses that just didn't handle it at all. Well, so not only did she handle it, the others didn't.
And she's a lighter frame filly, and they tend to handle soft ground better than a bigger horse that kind of bogs down into it, right? A heavier horse, they're going to get down more into it.
Should she be favored here, guys? Paulie?
I told you, it's just like when the Charlie Appleby's right underneath it, and you see 44%, and they're just going to end up favored.
But should she be favored?
No. Okay. I think Chop Chop should be favored. Her last 3 races are very good, but I'm a little leery. Then again, I just can't dismiss last year's winner.
McCulloch for Chad Brown. The trainer,
that was a good race last year.
Absolutely. And again, so what does Arad Ortiz need to do with McCulloch if she's a filly that's better with some cover towards the inside, surrounded by horses as opposed to being out in the clear? What does he have to do from out there?
I think break quietly. There's ample speed to the inside. Allow them to go on. Sift in behind them and save as much ground as possible. 3-turn race, you want to save ground at least on 2 of those 3 turns.
She needs to get covered up. She's a horse that needs to be covered up to run her best race. And Irad is acutely aware of that. He has that post. He needs to get her the inside. A much longer run to the first turn will help him do that.
Grade 2 Glens Falls filing in. Chop Chop and Frankie would be a first graded stakes victory of the summer. Flying Dismount would follow, I promise. Eternal Hope, Flavian Pratt at 9 to 5 for Godolphin. Pratt looking for an 8th stakes win at the meet. Would be a 3rd for Godolphin, Charlie Appleby. Can McCulloch defend her title, become just the second 2-time or back-to-back Glens Falls winner? We're about to find out. It's post time. Here's Frank Mirmati.
Here's McCulloch going in. And they're off in the Glens Falls. And Royalty Interest wastes no time. Alpha Bella has good speed too. Those 2 hook up right out of the gate with Parnak in 3rd, followed by Chop Chop, Eternal Hope. It's a gap of 4 back to McCulloch, who is 3 in front of Atomic Blonde. Rounding the far turn, Royalty Interest ensuring a good early tempo. Eternal Hope comes right after her, right into the 2nd spot. They're followed by Alpha Bella, and Parnak is 4th, 4 lengths off the lead. It's a gap of 5 back to Chop Chop, McCulloch, and an unhurried Atomic Blonde. The opening quarter went in 23 and 4. So it's Royalty Interest, the pacemaker. Just a half length back comes Eternal Hope, and now getting a little bit closer, another 3 back to Alpha Bella in 3rd, followed by Parnak, who has settled toward the rail, now 4th, 6 lengths off the leader. Chop Chop is next, as they're almost in single file. McCulloch and Atomic Blonde. Royalty Interest, a length to Eternal Hope, the half in 48 seconds flat. Pace lively enough. With Alpha Bella in the orange colors 3rd. Parnak 6 lengths off them. Chop Chop now starts to get a little bit closer. Moving up on the outside of Parnak. Then it's McCulloch under a nice hold. 3 lengths back to Atomic Blonde. 3/4 went in 1:13.3 for Royalty Interest, who's doing her job on the front end, leading it by 1.5 lengths to Eternal Hope. They're getting much closer now. Alpha Bella and Parnak along the rail. Then it's Chop Chop 5th, coming to the half-mile pole, 5 lengths off the lead. Irad Ortiz yet to ask McCulloch to get going, and 2 more to Atomic Blonde. Royalty Interest trying to take them as far as she can. Leads a 1/2 length now to Eternal Hope, and Alpha Bella is going 3 deep. Chop Chop is just behind Parnak, and now there goes McCulloch. She'll have to cover real estate, but she's starting to roll, and from the back, Atomic Blonde has run 2. She's following McCulloch through 1 mile in 38.4. They're at the top of the stretch, and Eternal Hope spurts clear. McCulloch takes up the chase with big strides. Parnak running a giant race in between them, as is Chop Chop. 4 of them line up in a Glens Falls dazzler, but it's McCulloch who emerges late. And McCulloch will defend her title, pulling clear with authority to score again in the Glens Falls. Photo between Parnak and Chop Chop. Eternal Hope was 4th.
Terrific story, a terrific mare. Just the second ever to go back-to-back in the Glens Falls. McCulloch delivers for Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz. This one has to feel very, very sweet for Ortiz given the afternoon.
Absolutely, and he did such a good job of getting that position we talked about early, getting inside and saving ground the first 2 turns. And you were saying to me he's trying to stuff Frankie on Chop Chop, which he was. Turned out it didn't really matter that much. She swung very wide and got the job done. Nice performance, nice win.
But did get to save ground on 2 of those 3 turns. He had a lot of horse. She was settled. Made that wide run on the second turn, and she was best. This was a really nice effort from her. What should not be lost in this is Parnak's ride from Dylan Davis.
Did another great ride on the 4. And you know
Fabulous
what?
ride.
You could tell that Flavian Pratt, he did not want to hit the front, but his horse was so keen, and you knew the horse that was going to hit the front first was just going to be a dead target, a dead duck. And Parnak in between horses, and Dylan again, man, when
Saving
you're
that
seeing
ground.
the ball well, you're seeing the ball well.
And so often, the best rides, and we talk about this, are losing mounts.
Yeah.
You run 4th sometimes, 5th, you give a brilliant
Absolutely.
ride. Joel Rosario on Practical Joke in the Derby, and it should not be lost, Dylan's ride on Parnak. I don't think there's any rider riding better than Dylan at this meet, and there's guys riding great, but nobody's riding better.
Irad had to look to his left and say, no, not this guy again. Not this guy again.
Beating
not
me,
a
right?
second time.
Yeah. And she
Not
beat
a
him last
second
year in
time.
the
He
Flower
got-
Bowl,
yeah,
too.
That's right,
Yep.
that's right. McCulloch, another look. Eternal Hope just couldn't fend off all challengers and came up small when it mattered most late.
She was a little bit keen early. You know, she was sent out of there by Flavian to get position, and then she didn't settle quite as well. It also, running 1.5 miles off a layoff, no matter how good a conditioner is, that's a tall ask.
And maybe she just also wasn't quite good enough.
Yeah, true. And you know, Chop Chop.
Disappointing effort by her.
Nah, you got to go back and watch that.
Yeah,
she got
she's
steady
not
about
the
6
greatest
turns.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Seth Klarman's
McCulloch was best, though. Let's be
McCulloch
clear
was
about that.
best, 100%.
Seth Klarman's McCulloch, and the story behind her name is Andy explained pre-race. Mary McCulloch, first employee for trainer Chad Brown, trying to find the right horse to name after her, and how important it's turned out to be that he did choose wisely.
Wow, he really did. He chose incredibly well. And to think that she was good at 2, she was good at 3,
Yep.
she was good at 4, and she's good at 5. This is a horse that wins graded stakes. I don't think she did. I don't think she won a graded stake as a 2-year-old, but she won graded stakes as a 3, 4, and 5-year-old.
And I think it's just fitting that McCulloch wins the Glens Falls, because you did see the Grateful Dead up in Glens Falls first time, right?
Second time too.
Oh, okay.
First and second.
And you saw what? Mike Tyson?
Mike Tyson, third or fourth fight.
Home of the Adirondack Red Wings, and also the federations, the New York State basketball, the high school basketball tournament, the federations takes place in Glens Falls Civic Center, and a lot of great players have come through there.
She's had 17 starts. 14 of them have been in a stakes race.
Such a neat horse.
Crazy.
That'll work. That will work. McCulloch, Irad Ortiz, highs and lows for a jockey in thoroughbred racing. He's going to enjoy this one. Mike Smith enjoyed that one. Justify, just 6 starts, but 6 sensational starts and a Triple Crown winner. For Joel Rosario, phenom and Dominican jockey, tomorrow inducted in the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old Colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
And they're off at the Naira Bets Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
Right as the field turns for home. Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers
will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
Who's still a nose in front. Carew is lifting late as well. Better lucky than good at the rail. Better lucky than good. Carew, better lucky than good, wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the Whitney Stakes, only on Fox Saratoga Saturday.
You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. As always, brought to you in part by Hillendale, Adelapa. McCulloch entering the winner's circle. Fasick tipped in winner's circle lead-in, brought to you by the 103rd Saratoga sale of selected yearlings, August 5th and 6th. Where will you be? Monday and Tuesday. Such an exciting week here at Saratoga. Whitney week, followed by the sales. The August place to be indeed. McCulloch back-to-back with Arado Ortiz, 660. Big effort from Parnack and Chop Chop. But the story, McCulloch back to the winner's circle. So the last 4 years, it's been Warlike Goddess back-to-back, and now McCulloch back-to-back. A lot of classy mares we've seen in this race over the last few years.
You know, she answered some questions today because when they get to a certain age, some mares decide, they're not as enthusiastic about their job. And I wasn't 100% certain that, she was the same McCulloch. Watching this effort, she is still enthusiastic about her job and still very talented.
Yeah, it's a good performance.
I think she likes a little cut in the ground, too.
Chad Brown told the case of that earlier today.
Yeah.
He thought that would really aid her cause.
What was the final? Did anyone have
227.
Okay, so it's not. So it's on the good side of firm.
Last quarter in 24 and a couple, so going a mile and a half. They came home. The turf is definitely on the good side of or the better than
the firm
soft.
side of good.
There you go. That's what I was trying to say.
We get to go back to obsessing over the rail in the next race.
Thank God. Nobody loves a gold rail like I do.
That's next, but first,
that's Twitter.
Chad Brown standing by live with Maggie.
Okay, fine. No, just
Here with Chad Brown, just making sure we know where the champagne room is.
Yes, yeah. So luckily she's been there a few times. At least her connections have been. Yes. She likes it here.
Beth Clarem and McCulloch, obviously, back-to-back Glens Falls, 3 for 3 at this distance, but more importantly, a barn favorite given her name.
Yeah, Mary McCulloch, like I've said in the past, but my really first employee partner in my company helped me build it. 2 of her brothers are here today. Sadly, she passed away a few years ago, but the Claremans were nice enough to name this horse. She's getting to the end of her career here as a 5-year-old, and I'm just hopeful to get her over $2 million, and what a story and what a special horse for so many involved.
What's it like keeping a 5-year-old mare at the top of her game season after season?
You know, it comes down to having a great team. Obviously, I had a great mentor in Frankel, the sire, and the person. And then my team, you know, and we haven't gotten discouraged. As you can see, she's got a couple running lines here that were disappointing. We never got down on her. I just, pulled it back to what I could do differently. The 2-turn races are really not for her, especially at this stage of her career. Earlier on, like in the Belmont Oaks, for instance, a 2-turn ratio was effective. But these horses change as they get older. You got to really notice it. And it's certainly in this last part of her career, stick to 3 turns, and it was the key.
And two, I think having a little bit of pace today helped her a bit. She was produced by Irad, you know, on the outside, coming into that 3rd turn and really kicked home gamely.
Royalty Interest did her job, and Eric Kinsell rode a great race, and she's in there for a real threat to get a piece, too. She's just not a rabbit, so to speak, because she's took them all the way a few starts ago. So she did her job, and Irad chose wisely. I told him, you can go wide on 1 turn, you pick. I would use the last turn, but that's me. And he took my advice, so that's good.
Luckily, it all worked out. Chad, congratulations. It's been so much fun to watch her career.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, McCulloch, back-to-back Glens Falls, and a real lover of the 1.5-mile distance, Lafitte.
He left it up
That
to
was
him.
funny.
He left it up to him. Sure he did, Chad.
That was Bobby Frankel's thing. You can lose ground on 1 turn, not 2, or in this case, 2 turns, not 3. As you look at what's happened thus far in the pick 6 with the carryover, Jackson Heights, $28, a complete agenda before that, $16.20. McCulloch, $6.60, something very subtle in that interview, putting a button on this Glens Falls, Andy Whitney. He said about Mary McCulloch, she didn't work for me, she worked with me.
No, and
Subtle.
absolutely right. He considers her an incredibly important part of his team when he started out. And I know Chad very, very well, and Mary meant a great deal to him. I didn't know her at all, but I can remember even the build-up before this horse ran, and him saying to me, you know, I really hope I got the right horse, and how much it meant to him. And she debuted with Consumer Spending, who was also a graded stakes horse for Karovich as well, and beat her, and she finished 2nd. But McCulloch has been good from day 1.
Now, let's see, Paul, if you have the right horse to build your bankroll here, adding some drama to this 10th and final here at Saratoga.
Well, I like the one in here, Miss Lau. Obviously a daughter of Lau Band for Bill Mott. I just think that the blinkers went on this horse 3 starts ago. And, you know, the horse didn't get out of the gate sprinting. And I thought it ran an okay race. I mean, if you look at the buyer figures of the rest of these horses in here, not much. Now, they went around 2 turns on the turf. So now I'm distinguishing whether it was the turf or was it the 2 turns. I'm going to bank on the 2 turns. I just think that this horse is maybe could be just a good enough dirt horse. I don't like the 15 in here. The other horses are getting bet from Michelle Nevin. I think the one's a good proposition here. I don't think this horse is the lowest payout in the pick 6. I don't know if you're going to get 9-2, probably like 7-2.
On a fair racetrack, I 100% agree with you. This is absolutely the horse to beat. Now, who knows? Getting the rail's a good thing, but who knows? But I agree with you. She's the horse to beat.
Wide open, 4-1 currently. Horses in the paddock for this 10th and final, but it's such a big part of this Whitney week, what will take place tomorrow morning. And the Hall of Fame induction, there you see the list of the 2024 inductees with Aristides, about time, I guess, Gunrunner, Justify, the Comp, the jockeys, Abe Hawkins, Joel Rosario, pillars of the turf, Harry Guggenheim, Clement Hirsch, Joe Hirsch. There's like 50 Hirsch stakes around the country named after them. Well-deserved. Congrats to all. And for Justify, you've described him, Richie, as like a comet. As brilliant as he was, that maybe as selfish racing fans, we would have just liked to have seen a little more. The Colt who won the Triple Crown in his 6th career start.
Yeah, walk out on a crystal clear night and see that beautiful shooting star streak across the sky. To me, that was justified. Brilliance. No denying his brilliance. But for me, what I term greatness is more like Gunrunner. Sustained excellence over a longer period of time.
Gunrunner, Paul. Steve Asmussen kept telling us, just wait. Just wait till he gets a little bit older and just how good he's going to be. He was saying that when he was running 3rd in the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, and you know, when you look at these 2 horses, they're also the 2 most sought-out sires out there.
Oh yeah, that.
And then when you watch this, you're wondering how Arrogate got left in the gate and beat him.
Amazing.
Right?
That was the turning point.
His only loss. No, the turning point was the Clark when they sent him to lead. As a 3-year-old, that was the turning point, being aggressive with him.
I'm saying he flipped the script on Arrogate after that, because Arrogate posterized him a few times, and then what he was doing to Arrogate after that, and like in the Breeders' Cup Classic,
his only loss was that race, an amazing race.
Gunrunner, 2017 Horse of the Year, bound for the Hall of Fame. And Richie, Joel Rosario, big money rider, brute strength equaled only by his impressive resume.
Yeah, and he's unflappable. Nothing gets to Joel. You want to talk about short memory? He shrugs one off onto the next one. And I had the pleasure to ride with Joel while his star was rising, and I was certainly in the twilight of my career out in Southern California, and he was just making a name for himself. And riders know when you compete with somebody even early on, before they've hit that level, you know who the good ones are. I'm sure you recognize talent in the clubhouse before they actually emerge as that talent.
Yeah, I think the third or fourth game of my career, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. hit a ball about 700 feet and left powder burns in my face mask, and I realized this kid isn't going to be here much longer, and he was up about a year later. Yeah, you just know greatness. And Joel, he got on that big run when he won with Animal Kingdom over and he got Go Knicks Go. I mean, he got that, and he got that injury. And he kind of had to bounce back a little bit, but he's a tremendous rider. And you're right. I played with a lot of Dominicans. They got no worry.
Two of my favorite Belmont rides of all time, Murat Ortiz, creator, Joel Rosario on Sir Winston. Absolute brilliance. Congrats to all the newest members of the Hall of Fame. And right on cue, the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame Stakes tomorrow, one of 2 Grade 2 events, 8 deep. 3-year-olds, Neat and Please Advise. Andy, exiting the Manila. What are you expecting?
I'm making a big bet on Please Advise in this race, and I respect Neat. He's kind of the horse to beat in some ways. Neat got a great trip in this race, and you see him being deterministic, who's a player in the Saratoga Derby the next day, a race I believe Kajina's scratching out of that race, I heard. But Please Advise gets a big rider switch to Flavien Prat, and I think he's run some races where he's had some trips. And while I respect Neat and think he's a huge player, I think that Please Advise is a very dangerous horse near getting Flavien Prat. They really threw the anchor down last time. You're not going to see Flavien do that in this race.
It's a wide open race. I don't mind your play there, Andy. When you look at this race, there's not much speed in here. Laganos has gotten better on the turf for Steve Asmussen. Army Officer.
Not for you?
I think beatable.
I thought Cherie DeVos horse starts with the Z, the 2 horse in there. I think he may be the horse to beat in there. It's a very competitive race. I agree.
He might have a big weekend. More Than Looks is in too as well.
Yeah. Saratoga Oaks tomorrow. Hall of Fame as well. What's this all about? The Turf Pick 5, Andy, from Friday and Saturday here at Saratoga.
Tempting fate.
That's a
tempting the weather gods.
Given.
That's what that is. I'm sorry, but I can't help it. Let's see. You've got 5 races, all in the turf, all stakes, and we'll see him on the turf. And Saratoga's obviously Charlie Appleby, Cinderella's Dream, way the horse to beat there. I'm going to try to wire the field with Rick Dutrow, but she's the horse to beat. We mentioned the Hall of Fame, the lure, the return. Paulie said of Lure That Looks. So Paulie, I'm going to tell you right now, I think he could turn out to be the best American miler. This is a horse for Cherie that is the horses in next week's 4-Star Days should be happy that his return was delayed and they don't have to face him. He is good. And the Troy, obviously, Cogburn, a big favorite in there. And the Saratoga Derby, where I believe, I heard Kojina, who I liked, may not be running in there. I think the European for Coolmore is going to be tough in there.
Aiden O'Brien got
I like that horse. Yeah. They're already talking. It's winning you're in for the Cox Plate.
That's right.
And Aiden O'Brien's already talking about going to the Cox Plate there.
You got Ryan Moore and William Buick, 2 of the best riders in Europe, here this weekend. I mean,
it's a soft colony. They came here to beat up on those weak riders in that room.
What a weekend. Catch it all right here. And on Saturday, Fox Saratoga Saturday, all 5 stakes races. Coverage begins at 3 Eastern. Horses in the paddock. Meantime, for the 10th and final, we check in with Maggie.
Now we'll take a look at a comeback, a layoff runner in number 10. That's Hayes Bay, making her first start for trainer Mike Maker and Jordan Wyckoff as she debuted on the dirt, going short. And she took a lot of kickback in that race. And, it's a lot for a horse to overcome in their debut. And she's a horse that I actually thought looked very focused and somewhat ready, relatively speaking, to what, Mike Maker typically brings his horses over, looking as though they often need a start. Some don't, and she kind of looked like one that didn't, but she just kind of stayed on evenly through that. So a stretch out in distance, I think, is I'm sorry, that was for Joe Sharp. Just kidding. But she looks ready coming back here today. And she's got that same intense demeanor, but the stretch out in distance, I think, is really going to help her. She looks like a horse that wants to run long, and furthermore, I think she's going to be forward because she is awfully fresh first off the bench here. Moving on to number 3, Bomb Squad. Look, she's never been on the main track, and I commend Christophe Clement keeping her in here. You know, you got to kind of keep these races together and intact. She does have some dirt pedigree, being by looking at Lucky. The dam she went for 13 on fast dirt. Daisy Cutter. She does really look turf meant. She does lack a little bit of strength across her top line, though I will say today is one of the better times I've seen her. And I just think that, you know, dirt horses, to be able to handle it, have to be very strong there and behind the saddle. So we'll see what she does here, but I just feel like this is probably not going to be the right surface for her. They all have Miss Lau to beat. Lafitte.
Miss Lau, tepid choice, 3-1. Bomb Squad. We'll see. Joel Rosario to ride his final ride as a jockey before officially becoming a member of the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. The Thursday nightcap next, 8 minutes to post.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
1,200,000 right there. 1,200,000. 550. Mitchell, 550,000.
And now 500. And 500,000. Thank you.
450. 75. 475,000.
These New York bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at Naira Tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Welcome back, Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Dance on Air, Flavien Prat. Date with National Treasure trying for her first Whitney on Saturday, 9 to 5, morning line favorite. Paul, your bankroll play, how you feeling 5 minutes out?
I don't know. I was just more wowed by Tom Morley's pants. Those were spectacular, by the way.
Winner circle kind of pants?
Think Maggie dressed him?
I don't know. Tom's pretty slick.
Yeah.
Really?
You see him on the show the other day, that salmon jacket? Coming for you guys' job.
I heard that he or Maggie were great
They
in that
were
show.
great. You guys should all be
great
concerned.
Reviews.
There's the favorite, Miss Lau.
I'm not. I agree with Paul. I think she's the worst to beat. I did not pick her on top, but I think she's the worst to beat and drew very well.
Bomb Squad and Joel Rosario.
Yeah, or it's going to have to take to the dirt for the first time.
Dance on Air drops in class.
She's even. She's all yours, Paulie.
Oh, she is me? Oh, okay. Dance on Air is a Flavian Pratt is aboard. That's a big
I'm surprised to see Chad Brown keeping this horse in. Maybe that's a positive.
Pamplona Red and Javier Castellano.
I think Pamplona Red is a major player, but was better off on the turf. But the one dirt race took a lot of money and was against the track.
Wicked Rhea, first-time starter, cold on the board.
Yeah, jockey changed to Amin Castillo here. Big long shot.
Just Hart. All right, Ortiz looking to go back-to-back.
This is Luis Saez taking over for Ortiz, who's riding the 15. Would have to improve on the one dirt race.
Thank you for that. Hayes Bay at 4-1. Tyler Gaffleon.
Yeah, this would be the one I'm most worried about, to be honest with you. I just think this horse is ready for a good race. And Mike Maker's barn's rolling right now.
Wine at Midnight off the board. Her first 2. This will be her first start on dirt.
Yeah, probably not likely.
14 Malibu's Dynamite, main track only.
Yeah, another horse that Lane Luzzy gets aboard. Best race on the dirt was at Delta Downs in Louisiana.
And welcome back, babe. What do you know? Gerard Ortiz in the saddle.
Man, you're betting this horse. If you have a reason other than I love Irad Ortiz, I'd like to know what it is. This horse was 3-5 in a bad field last time and a bad third, and I just think there's so many more interesting horses and breaks from a far outside post.
You're of the same opinion, Paul. Yes? Stay away?
Well, my worry was, like, okay, first of all, this thing dropped for 30 after losing the rider and running dead last. I don't care. That's a big drop, but when you lose at 75 cents on the dollar, I always taught.
We'll get it. We'll get
when
this
you
one
drop
home.
and pop, it usually is over.
We'll get this one home, Paulie.
Yeah, right?
Not for me.
No, if this one gets home, it's
Let me ask you a question on your one, and I know you made the bankroll bet, and I'm rooting for you, Paulie. I don't consider this a competition. I want everybody to do well. It's easy for me to say I'm winning. Would you better it?
But it's not a competition, but I'm winning.
No, I just want to get that in there in case anyone didn't know, but you all know. Would you bet her at 2-1?
No.
Yeah.
I thought she was going to be 7-2, but when I saw the Will Pays, I was like, wow, she really is getting played in the Will Pays. I will say this: I got drilled and knocked out of the pick six. I'd be alive with her the pick six, which is paying $36,000. But
you don't need it, Paulie.
Yeah, I don't need it. Don't worry about it. But I just don't know. She's gotten left in the gate on the dirt. They put blinkers on her. She still got left the gate on the dirt. I don't know what clicked on the turf that make her. She was way more forward on the turf and just more clicky on the turf. Now, I don't know if that was going long, Mig. I don't know if they figured that out. I'm hoping it's more going long.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the pace just a little too sharp for her. Now, this group going longer, inside post. One thing, even with horses that don't break super sharp, I like inside post because you're not running the risk of getting squeezed between two horses. You have room to work with.
Okay, but let's talk about that. This is the mile and a 16th, gone to a mile coming out of the chute. Aren't you a little concerned hitting the turn? Talking about a horse who, by the way, is re-entered on Wednesday, where remember where Junior almost got run off the racetrack with that horse. So does that worry you a little bit?
Well, yeah, of course it does, especially the configuration. You know, the way the chute is configured, the rail comes out a bit to you.
You got to get out there.
You got to come out running.
Yeah.
It's a 10-horse field.
Oh, you're leading, biggest bankroll by technicality. Jonathan should be.
No,
in
he
front.
still wouldn't be winning. No, you actually, that bet wouldn't have put him in front.
Sure, I don't know who ordered the code red on that one.
Having said that, while I do feel for Jonathan, I get all my stuff in early.
But it's not a competition.
Very
not at all.
Very
Rooting
subtle.
for my coworkers. Team player.
Team players, right.
I'm going to crush you like a bug.
Definition of a team player, the gentleman to my left.
Oh,
Miss
man.
Loud.
That is not
2-1,
true.
the
I do
favorite
root
here.
for my coworkers, and
This
Richie
is true.
knows it.
No, this is true.
I don't like them, but I root for them.
I have text
She's got
messages
the,
that might suggest otherwise, but
She's got the Michael Jordan tongue wag
got
going.
the tongue wag going.
This is a tough race as an off-the-turf race to begin with, because you start looking at their dirt races. And what I like about Ms. Lau, and I think you'll agree, Paulie, is the last time that she ran the dirt was her best race. She seemed to get her act together a little bit there. She also was a bit off the rail that day, and that was on Memorial Day, and the rail was an advantage. So she ran well in there. So I think she's logical. I kind of like the 10. She ran
That's
last
my
year,
worry.
first
That's
start.
my other horse. I think
But
this race is
you
110,
throw in the way
10-1.
the racetrack has been playing and the bias, and suddenly you've got a new wrinkle, and maybe the 10 ends up being the best horse in the race, but ends up 2-3 wide the whole way. Maybe the one's able to save that ground, and that gets her there. There's so many questions. It's so hard. The reason betting on biases are hard because you need to be in position to take advantage of it. The money to be made will be betting against horses that took advantage of the bias today and on horses that were hurt by it. So we will make money as a result of today's card going forward. It's just hard today.
Let me ask you something. Are we overlooking the 7?
I use the 7 as well here.
He likes the 7.
I don't like the trainer, but other than that, I like the horse.
I mean,
This horse
Tom's
was also took money in that
first
that
time out,
debut
yeah.
and
Key.
was off the rail on a day
Key.
the rail was good. I think the 7's a major player in this race. And a big price at 8 to 1, by the way. This horse, to me, this horse is the overlay.
Good luck, Paul.
Thank you.
As we get set for this 10th and final. Hand things over one final time. Frank Mirmati with the call. The nightcap live from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2.
Okay, Lafitte, we have a few more just behind the gate. Welcome back. Babe is walking behind the gate right now. As we see Wicked Rhea going up. Here's Wine at Midnight. Welcome back, babe. The JMS color. And they're off. Miss Lau is hustled hard from the inside post, but it is Dance on Air who's a little bit quicker. These two speed away, and Welcome Back, Babe rallies up on the outside to take third. They're followed by Pamplona Red in fourth. Fifth is Just Heart as they swing on to the backstretch, some 4 lengths off the lead. It's another 2 back to Hayes Bay, joined by Malibu's Dynamite. A couple of more lengths to Wine at Midnight. Bomb Squad is next, and the trailer is Wicked Rhea. 24-1 for Miss Lau. And so it's Miss Lau leading the way, prompted by Dance on Air coming to the half-mile pole. Welcome Back, Babe and Pamplona Red are side by side, third and fourth, with Just Heart in the Pink Silks fifth, 4 lengths off the lead. Hayes Bay losing a little bit of ground at this stage. Malibu's Dynamite is hard ridden into the far turn. Another 4 lengths to Wine at Midnight, followed by Bomb Squad, and another 3 to Wicked Rhea, who has trailed throughout. The half in 48 seconds flat. Miss Lau has been there every step of the way. Just Heart moving up on the outside of Dance on Air. Dance on Air still trying. Then it's another 4 lengths back to Welcome Back, Babe. Malibu's Dynamite is next. They're at the top of the stretch. And Miss Lau still with a comfortable lead of 3 or 4 lengths. Dance on Air trying hard, but not closing the gap on Miss Lau. Miss Lau in command every step, pours it on a bit in the final 16th of a mile, and will report home a galloping 5-length winner. Dance on Air was second. Then it was Hayes Bay finishing third, Bomb Squad from far back into fourth.
Hustled early by Junior Alvarado. Miss Lau glides under the wire, graduates in her 7th career start.
You could see, Richie, Junior had a row with a purpose in this race, and it was to get to the front, secure the rail, and from then on, the horse and the track did the rest.
Yeah, he left with intention, hustled her hard. Once she got onto the backstretch, she was able to put his hands down, and her ears came up, and she got in such a beautiful frame. And that inside's been so helpful. She might have been best anyway, but she had the best trip as well.
Yeah, and like I always try to tell people, like sometimes when horses go on turf, but they've been on dirt and never gone long, you got to decide whether it was going long was better for her. And Andy was right. She's been getting run off her feet a little bit going short, going long with the intent of going in the front. She was the best filly going into this race. She just had to get out of the gate.
And way to build that bankroll, Paulie, heading into a big weekend.
We'll take it.
Miss Lau right here, just a question of how far. Alvarado and Mott, so many big moments, so many big wins together over the years, Richie, and not many easier than this one.
No, and you know, it's been such a good thing for Junior Alvarado to have Bill Mott, you know, becoming his first call rider. You know, not only a steady supply of good horses, but the confidence that it builds and the confidence they have in each other. And then it opens other doors for you. Other trainers go, well, Hall of Famer Bill Mott thinks Junior's good enough to be his guy. Well, I want to use Junior too.
Confidence from one of the very best who have ever done it, Bill Mott. Junior Alvarado, Miss Lau, 1-4, 10-3. Andy, given what we watched today and how the main track was playing, what's the one thing a handicapper does not want to do and simply assume about tomorrow's card here at Saratoga?
Never assume that a bias is going to exist from day one. First of all, I got a feeling that Glenn Kozak, Track Super, is acutely aware of this bias. But also, in doing the biases, and I do them every day, the track trends, the one thing that's been a relative consistency is when we've had gold rails, it's almost always been the day after a very wet racetrack.
Yeah.
So whatever they're doing is they're getting the track in better shape, maybe helping the rail, and more often than not, the track is fair the next day. It could be rail, but do not assume. Don't handicap assuming, oh, I like an inside speed tomorrow, that horse can't lose. Watch the racetrack.
Miss Lau in the nightcap and giving up for a big Whitney weekend. Tomorrow we have the two Grade 2 stakes races, Saratoga Oaks and the Hall of Fame. Of course, the Hall of Fame induction in the morning. Our congratulations to all of the newest members, and look forward to covering the Friday program heading into Whitney Saturday as we look ahead to some of the best races of the summer. And what about McCulloch this afternoon? Just the second ever back-to-back winner of the Glens Falls. What a story, what a mare, what a performance. Lots to smile about. Seth Klarman, Chad Brown, and headed to the Hall. Justified Triple Crown winner, a perfect 6 for 6. And Joel Rosario as well. Superstar talent, well-deserved, bound for the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. Have a great night, everyone.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by a neck.
And Roos.
Torrigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why NYRA is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The NYRA Foundation, supporting our community.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.